Trying to think of some words that would age really well for the first episode of this podcast. Whatever it is that I say at the beginning is the beginning, and that's written in stone. That's it sticks that way. Pickle pie. We're gonna go with pickle pie. That'll be our start. You hear that? Pickle pie. It's gonna be our first word. First words? 2 words? Pickle pie. That's 2 words. That's Mario. I'm off to a fantastic start. Now that we got the awkward stuff out of the way. Yeah. We're getting things going here. So these particular streams are going to be VODs that go up on my YouTube channel. I'm hoping fairly ASAP or like very fast. Compared to my other VODs that kind of go up, these are going to be something that go out hopefully on a regular if I can help it. This is different. Everybody and their mother out there, I think, has a podcast or it's something out there that you see a lot. It's a very saturated market. I'm not really doing this for the sake of like viewership or anything besides just talking about basically nerd stuff, just kind of yapping off about like cool nerd stuff. I normally don't do just chatting streams. They're very rare, very, very rare. And I figured for the foreseeable future, we could do podcast episodes every now and then. They don't have to happen every week. They don't have to happen all the time. But I would like these to be somewhat of a regular thing. Now, some of you might be wondering what the podcast episodes may consist of or what there might be in terms of content. I'm aiming for a lot of like current time type content, so a lot of this content is going to be of the time. So if any of these podcasts either age poorly or if any of these podcasts age a certain way where like they're of a time, that's fine. These are going to be kind of like time capsules of a sort. So today our first episode is literally called The Good, the Bad Nintendo Switch 2. We're going to be talking about all things Nintendo Switch 2. We're going to be talking about the first Nintendo Switch 2 Direct. We're going to be talking about the Mario Kart World Direct that we got today. We're going to be talking about the pre-orders. We're going to be talking about the games we're getting. We're going to be talking about everything. I have a whole brand new layout, whole new studio. This is the intro of my streams. So what you see on the screen here is at least what we have for right now. I wanted to add a few more things, but I unfortunately ran out of time. Go figure, I go to work on a million different things. But that's okay. That's okay. So for anybody out there in YouTube VOD land, if you're listening in on this, we are going to be talking about the Nintendo Switch 2 and a lot of the content that's really came alongside it throughout social media and all these other like outlets of information and whatnot. There's been information, there's been misinformation, there's been a little bit of everything. And we're going to be going over that. And if for any reason I'm wrong about anything, or if anybody wants to call me out and go, yo, that's not right, actually it's so-and-so, blah, 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 and you have sources, that's cool. I'm not here to be Mr. Professional. I'm not here to be the smartest fella in the world. I don't know everything about the Switch 2. We're going to be kind of bouncing back and forth with chat. And I need you guys out there on the live scene right now. Anybody who's listening to the VOD, you know, the VOD is the VOD. But anybody out there in chat land, we're going to be bouncing back and forth, and I'm going to need you guys' help to kind of correct me where I'm wrong, or if you guys have any extra information, or if you know anything, we're going to throw that into the mix.
Whoa,
we have a new chat box.
We have enjoy that ad-free viewing and the
thing.
lovely emotes. We hope you enjoy your stay at the Zach and Zonic Cinema.
Yo, Lance out here with the 19 months of being subscribed. Thank you so very much, dude. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and the lovely emotes. Who, man, time is going by, especially for subbing to a man who's green with envy. I appreciate you, Lancer. Thank you so very much for resubscribing. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and the lovely emotes. You're about to hit up 20 months. That's awesome, dude. About to hit up that 2-0. Enter the 20s, yo. But yeah, let's go ahead and bounce back a little bit with chat. I'll try to answer some questions as we get started and kind of just fill you guys in. I know this might seem sudden. I kind of hinted that I was doing a podcast, but I didn't quite want to relay all the details yet until I was ready. Now I'm ready. So, hello, Noah. Welcome on in. So you're doing your first podcast. Good topic for this, as I do have some things to say about the Direct. And you can probably tell now, Noah, that throughout the past couple of like streams that I've done, remember how I would like hold back on like wanting to talk about Switch 2 stuff and yada yada. I don't mind talking about Switch 2 stuff on the fly. I've been uber excited. But the reason why I've held back on the information is because I really wanted to just deep dive into it into its own episode, into its own stream, into a podcast format. And I thought, the best way for me to go about that is just to have a whole place for it, a whole spot to be talking about the Nintendo Direct with the Switch 2, the Mario Kart World Direct that we got today. Welcome on in, Stomper. I'm with you, Zonic. I don't know why today's Direct couldn't have been part of the Switch 2 Direct. Oh yeah. We're gonna be diving on into that here in a second. As a matter of fact, for you guys who are joining in early, I'll let you guys know I do have a reaction video of me talking about the Mario Kart World Direct that we got today. It's a 15-minute recording. I had the lovely Omega097 with me. He joined in on the stream very last second and was there with me to commentate alongside the Mario Kart World Direct. We have our opinions, and I really want to dissect the Direct as we start this podcast, by the way. We're going to have, for those who are listening in on this, like VOD-wise, by all means, enjoy the listening. I like to listen to podcasts instead of watching them, typically, but there will be visuals on the screen, so you guys will have that. I think it's safe to say we could probably hit up the live page, because I think I'm about done kind of going over some of the basics, at least on the starting screen. So without further ado, let's head on over to the live screen. We do have a regular screen and we have a guest screen. So if I ever want a guest on stream, I can pull them to the side and have them in the chair. I'm not sure if I'll have guests today. Omega, I'm sure you're busy. I'm sure you've got work. But if at any point in time you think you can even possibly pop in, let me know, and I wouldn't mind going into the guest room. I'm hoping to have the stream be pretty beefy. I want the first episode to be beefy. I want it to be big. So I'm hoping that we can kind of talk for a good while. And again, we're going to be just talking. We're going to be shooting it with chat. So if you guys want to talk about Switch 2 stuff, that's what I'm here for. I will let you know. I will let you guys know. We're going to have a, what's it called? We're going to have a little, what would you call it? Like a list. I have a list that I'll be pulling up on stream here in a second. And I want to show you guys this list. So that way you guys can be more acquainted with the podcast format of my streams, because they are going to be a little different than my regular streams. They're going to be very different. For starters, and I'm going to go over this all in a second, so I probably shouldn't get ahead of myself, but Zinni, welcome on in. Yo, I brought a chocolate bouquet as a housewarming present. Zinni, you are so freaking sweet. Thank you so much for the chocolate bouquet. I'm not sure exactly how long you'll be busy, Zinni, or if you have plans tonight. I was kind of telling Omega not too long ago that I might open the floor for some guest commentary, but if we go on long enough, feel free to pop on in and be a part of it. We can go to the guest room and bring you guys in. Got an hour and a half before I have to leave for work if you want. Sure, Omega, sure, I wouldn't mind. What I'll do is I'll bring people on over to the regular page, and then we'll get ready for the guest page. So, sorry, I didn't mean to trip over my words there, but bunch of Winnebags. I'll be chilling for a bit so far. Hey, that sounds good. Podcasts make me rather comfortable and talkative sometimes. Yeah, and I'm so excited because I have so much to talk about. With the Switch 2, there's so much to talk about. I could regurgitate the information that we've been talking about for weeks now. So I got 2 more hours at work, but maybe another time. That sounds good, Zinni. That sounds good. This podcast will be on Apple Podcasts or Spotify. That's a good question. I wouldn't mind it being on Spotify at some point. Truth be told, I didn't really think I'd get this far, so I wouldn't be opposed to it. Yeah, maybe that's something we'll look into, Westy. Welcome on in. Maybe I'll look into a Spotify type thing. I'm not sure about Apple Podcasts. I'm not too familiar with Apple on a personal. But Spotify, yeah, maybe I'll look into doing something like that. Maybe it'd be worthwhile diving into that particular domain. But yeah, so for those who are regulars here, I'm gonna take you guys on over to the regular page. This is my new little page. I don't have the money to go out of my way to just get a completely custom studio, but I did go on Etsy and went ahead and got a layout and everything. I think I like what I have so far. Kind of hodgepodged some things that I had alongside some things that I found on Etsy. So hopefully it's an okay enough room. But here I am in my lovely little chair, and yeah, you got a little blooper, kind of doing a little dance. This is where I'm getting my music from. So it's I'm gonna go ahead and at least say who it's from. It's from Vanelle's Theme on YouTube. I almost said YouTube.com. That would have been the most old person thing I could have ever said. I love that blooper. It is a little fella. I got to be careful with my Google, not Google Chrome, my Opera GX screen for this is my web browser. So I want to make sure I don't go to the wrong page or anything, where it could show Twitch information or anything like that. But yeah, this is where my music's coming from. You could just green screen yourself. I totally could. I actually do have a green screen stomper, which is really funny. Totally could. But yeah, so I wanted to go over a couple things with you guys real quick before we get started. Again, this is very new for me, so I was a little nervous that I wasn't going to be able to pull this off, but I feel like I've got the energy suddenly, so I'm very excited. We have a new chat box, as you guys can tell in the bottom left corner. It's purple, we love purple, and it's wide, so that way a couple messages pop up on screen. It's going to be kind of fast-paced, they're not going to last super long. I think about 2 comments linger there, and then it kind of moves up. So, super sorry if comments don't stay on there all the time, but if you continue to talk and chat, you'll see your name pop up with your. It still has the icon. We still have everyone's like icons on here, so you got that going for us. But yeah, let me do a double check on something uber quickly. Okay, I did check just now. I also just minimized my browser, and I'm touching different pages again. So sorry about that. My bad. Zonic, oh my god, love the new stuff. Yo, Fastbones, welcome on in. And Caleb, welcome on in. It's good to see you. Accidentally opens up cinemahub.com. I love how that's an actual link. I love how that links you somewhere. Chat, don't click that. I don't know what that leads you to. We don't know what that leads you to. Blooper. He's a little fella. I'll likely swap up the music every now and then, but for the time being, we got the little blooper. But yeah, I wanted to go over some stuff with you guys real quickly. So if anybody wants to, feel free. I'm not saying like you have to go out of your way to help people in chat with this information, but I want to let you guys know, anybody who's going to listen in on this information right now, you can spread it to anybody who comes into the chat. And if they're wondering like, yo, where's the redeems? Where's this? Where's that? You guys can like spread that information for me in case I'm like deep into a topic. But I got a list here. I got a list right here. Take a look at this. Take a look at this sucker. It's a frickin' list. So on this list, this is the keep in mind list. So I wanted to go over this with you guys. Alright, so the first one is, we're going to stay on topic as best as possible. So, with that being said, we're talking about the Switch 2 today. Lots of Switch 2 stuff. Some off-topic stuff, it really just depends. But for the most part, we're not going to have somebody coming into the chat and talking about, like, oh, I don't know. Did you hear that the Xbox is getting a portable system? We're not talking about that kind of stuff. Or we're not going to be talking about, like, oh, the Minecraft movie. We're not talking about anything like that. We're staying on topic as best as possible. If you wish, I'm going to go to the next part. Not every comment will be read. Feel free to talk about whatever you'd like, but I will be staying on the episode topic at hand. So if I ever go off about something, like if I'm talking about the Switch 2, somebody goes into my chat and they're like, yo, I'm talking about the PlayStation, you know, go ahead and talk about the PlayStation. I won't be bouncing back with you, though. Because I ain't gonna lie, we're staying on topic. So if anybody goes off topic and they're like, yo, I want to talk to you about like my OCs, you know, I'm gonna ignore it on a personal because we're gonna be talking about the particular topic at hand. So it really is just situational depending on the stream. But if anybody comes in here and they're like, I want to talk about like my day at work, you know, go ahead, feel free to talk about your day at work. I will probably not bounce back with that said comment because again, we're sticking to the podcast topic. Next thing is, do not repeat comments if I miss it / don't read it. These podcast episodes are being made for YouTube VOD's sake as well. So if somebody has a comment down below and I don't read it, don't take offense to it. We're going to be diving deep into the subjects. I'll try to bounce back with you guys as best as possible, but if I miss anything, do not cry about it, please. I will do my absolute best to read up on what is relevant of the topic. So, redeems are off during podcast hours. Now, for those who have been around the past couple of days, past couple of streams, the throwing system has not been working. They just said today on their Discord that they will be fixing the throwing system soon, hopefully. Twitch's API has been kind of like changing and whatnot, so throwing items at me has not been working. That being said, you will not be able to throw items at me during podcast streams. That should make sense, because I'm trying to concentrate on the topics at hand, so I don't want you guys, you know, throwing a bunch of million things at me as I'm trying to like talk to you guys about these things. We're going to try to stay focused. And besides redeems, like the throwable redeems, sound alerts, Tangia, all of that's off right now. So I went ahead and deactivated it all. It'll be back on for future streams, obviously, but we're gonna have that stuff off. So we don't need, you know, moist critical jump scares. We don't need Taco Bell dongs going off. We don't need any of that going off when we're trying to do a podcast. So hopefully you guys respect and understand that. I'm sure that makes sense to most of you. But we don't need like just distractions left and right as we're trying to do podcast stuff. So I think literally the only redeem I have available right now is the stretch and posture redeem. Everything else I had was either throwable or a sound. So we gotta have that stuff turned off. We can't trust Omega. You cannot trust Omega. No, you cannot trust Omega. You can trust me, and I trust Omega. So if you guys trust me, you can trust Omega. But if you don't trust me, you should not trust Omega. Does that make any sense? I hope that makes sense. That probably didn't make sense. And if it didn't make sense, good. I was trying to confuse you. The Lancer's correct. Don't trust Omega. Exactly. Thanks, Z, I think. You're very You're very welcome. I'm just being a goober. No, but jokes aside, yeah, Twitch can be a little buggy, and they tend to change things every now and then, which really throws things into a fray. But hopefully, Throwables will be back online soon. That being said, for the sake of the podcast, they're off regardless, so no worries on that. Buckshot, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the cinema. That is a good example right there. We just got a follow, but there was no notification, as you guys could see on the screen. We're not going to be having subscriber notifications pop up and whatnot. Again, we're keeping the podcast clean. But any other normal day of the week, you'd see like fireworks going off and whatnot. It's pretty fun. But Buckshot, I appreciate you. Welcome on in. I will trust the walking salad then. There you go. Yeah, the walking salad, they check out. They should be good. And then the last thing on the list here, if I missed any info on whatever topic we're on and you wish to share that with me / the stream chat, please do. I'd love to hear what you guys have to say and bounce back with you on the fly. Chat, you are literally going to be my partner when it comes to these podcast episodes. It's going to be you and me. We're going to be talking about the Switch 2 today. If there's anything you guys want to throw my way, or any opinions you have, or any thoughts, throw them my way. I want to hear them. You can even bring up something as crazy as like, oh, Sonic Crossworlds coming out, Sonic Racing Crossworlds. Do you think we're going to be getting a Switch 2 version with higher frame rate and this and that? Shoot the fan and throw things at me. That's what we're going to be all about today. But for the most part, we're also going to be dissecting everything we've been given so far. Pre-orders, prices, the games, everything. We're going to be talking about everything. This is a positive environment, though. If you haven't something that's a bit more negative or something a bit more serious, that's perfectly fine. Just be reasonable, be kind as we talk about these subjects, and we should be good. Just, don't be a jerk, basically. And everyone's entitled to their opinion. If you think Mario Kart World is, not worth $80, but I do, you know what? That's great. We're two different people. We're going to be respectful about that. Again, that'll be something we talk about as we get into the stream. But that's kind of like a general idea as to how we're going to be doing my podcasts. So no redeems, typically other than, just the Stretch Apache redeem, and we're just going to be kind of dissecting game information. Do you have a podcast intro? Kind of, sort of. We're in a bit of a beta. I don't want to say a beta phase. It's more so I ran out of time. But we did technically have an intro screen. So this was the beginning of my stream right here. We had Broadcast64 kind of floats across the screen a little bit. You got the chat to the left, the episode name, etc. With stream avatars below. I'm hoping to add to this really soon. I have a Mario 64 little animation I'm hoping to add at the beginning of the starting soon screen. But that's what I got so far. Otherwise, I'm gonna be looking into upgrading the podcast and adding more stuff to it. So hopefully, as time goes on, we can add more and more. Maybe we can even have a proper intro and whatnot. That'd be great. But yeah, good question. That was a really good question. Let's see. Remember, at Day's End, this is a fun project for Zonic and the community, and we still want to have a fun time wherever everyone feels welcome. Exactly. I want everyone to feel welcome. I want everyone to feel good. I will say this, just to get it out of the way, just to be on the safe side of things. Technically speaking, with a lot of the Switch 2 stuff that's been going on, there has been a few political things thrown out there. I'm not going to be diving into that too much myself. I'm going to be kind of tiptoeing around the subject just a little bit on the technicality, so when the YouTube VODs go up, I don't have to list things as did you talk about this subject? Did you talk about that? I don't want to list that off on my VODs on YouTube, so I will not personally be diving into that all that much. I'm sure most of my regular community also really doesn't want to dive into that topic too much. So we're going to be kind of pushing that off to the side a little bit. While it's not necessarily ignoring it completely, but I'm not going to be talking about the president or anything like that. I'm not doing that. That's not my domain. Far from my domain. I'm just a silly little goober that likes to talk about video games. So that's kind of what I'm aiming for. If that's your cup of tea, just be very careful about that, but we're not going to be talking about that for the most part. I probably won't talk about that kind of thing on a personal. Exactly, no politics in here, period. Exactly. It's part of my regular rules of my Twitch page, so we don't ever talk about this stuff on a norm. So that's always just not really in the cards, regardless of whatever I'm streaming. But yeah, other than that, let's go ahead and get started. I think I'm ready to really dive into the sucker. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead... I'm very professional, by the way. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to start off by showing you guys my Mario Kart World reaction. We had recorded this reaction this morning, and again, Omega097, that's in chat, good friend of mine, moderator of the channel. We recorded it this morning, the reaction to this Mario Kart World direct. We have opinions, and I will be dissecting it more as we start the stream, but I will let you know that my Metal Zonic voice was on for Metroid Prime 2 last night, so when you listen to this voice recording, I apologize in advance. I am robotic, I'm not meant to be robotic, but I forgot to turn it off last night going into this recording. So I'm going to sound like Metal Zonic, but it's still me through and through. So I'm so sorry that I sound like a robot during this recording. We're off to a lovely scuffed start, but you know what? That's what it's about, baby. So I'm going to let you guys listen to this this reaction. It's about 15 minutes long. It was early in the morning, so if I'm sounding tired or if I'm sounding like not too ecstatic about this direct, it's because you'll see why.
So I just hit the start streaming button for like 1 whole second. I'm so tired. Oh my god, I feel terrible. That didn't like actually make me go live, did it? Oh, for like that split second, it didn't like just go live. I'm gonna double check. I don't think I went live. Okay, never mind. So, anyways, so this is going to be a pre-recording of my live reaction of the Mario Kart World Direct.
I am loving the freaking
robot
robot effect. I'm so sorry, Chad.
On Broadcast64, maybe it'll be its own video.
It should be fun though.
I got
Enjoy
my own brand new podcast. I'll be starting tonight. Would you look at that new podcast? We got Omega here. Is that Omega?
Hello.
Yeah.
It's
Hello. Okay, so this is technically pre-recorded.
Omega is a little hard to hear on the stream.
So this will be something that kind of goes up during the podcast, and we're kind of just going to shoehorn it in. I would totally do predictions, but I feel like I ran out of time. I'm hoping for some crossover stuff. Maybe there's going to be some form of DLC or some kind of like eventful thing that they'll be doing in this game, kind of like Splatoon, to where it keeps
Hi,
the game
Chad.
alive
I can
for
see
a lot of
you. Oh, I'm
years.
sorry. I should go. Right now.
Hoping for maybe what is it, Professor Egad, maybe Diddy Kong, who knows? I want certain characters that weren't really shown off yet to be shown off in this. I'm gonna go ahead and mute the music. We got Omega in the repo PNG. He's a little fella down there.
Hello. I do have the repo PNG.
You do. Where are you in my list here? There you are. I might move you a little closer. Look, he do a little go across the screen little dance.
Wee.
That's so fun.
Wahoo.
There we go. Okay. It should be starting any moment now, if I had to guess. So I'm going to go ahead and just get that screen ready. I'm not used to recording anymore. I used to be such a recording Let's Player, and now I'm just like, right, video. I didn't really want to stream 15 minutes of Mario Kart.
Fair. Also, it looks like the direct is live.
Doesn't seem to be refreshing on my end. I might go ahead and do a refresh. There we go. Okay, you right.
And even the ocean.
Thank God. Thank God you said that.
Virtually everywhere in this fully interconnected
You have been
world.
waiting for nothing.
Absolutely.
Races are held on courses scattered throughout various regions that span this world.
Yep, we got the planes, no longer the glider.
Between them. There's
Oh
a
boy.
lot in store, and we're only at the starting.
Dinosaur,
Let's
okay.
introduce some of the courses that are waiting for you.
Okay. This
Courses.
Is gonna take so
Here
far.
we go.
Oh, are we getting the ice cream course back? Or is that like a new version of it? Might be like
I think it might be a new
Courses are found
Yeah, I think they're kind of doing like almost like retellings of certain ones, but
Hi,
South.
Cereza. I'm
Ooh,
a
that looks so
pre-recording.
good.
A
the Daisy
Hema behind
World
behind the
palace and
screen
everything in
now.
the background.
Ride
Oh,
the
yeah.
ridges and roads on Mario Brothers Circuit.
Brother Circuit.
And
It only took
curves around the canyon.
over 10-something games to get a Mario Brothers Circuit.
Yeah, really.
See the sights and structures of Crown City.
Ooh,
Crown
City is
City.
really nice.
You can even soar in style down.
Oh,
Main
Yoshi's
Street.
outfit, dang.
Drift along the rapid waterways of Salty Speedway and make a splash around the city's canals.
Oh, wait, is that baby Rosalina?
I was like, that's Baby Rosalina, yeah.
Cool in the snowy trails of Starview Peak.
Starview Peak. Looks like the observatory, but like
While
icy.
soaking up the scenery.
The penguin.
I will definitely main Penguin. Oh,
I'll
Boo
say.
Cinema.
Movie theater, Boo Cinema.
Well, this is
With-
your favorite level.
Yeah, with what's his name? The vampire version of Waluigi.
Wait, that's sick. These, I
And
love
in
these
addition
costumes
to
and how
lots
the
of new courses,
also looks like the actual
There's
items block
Toad's
changes on
Factory.
certain levels.
True.
Peach Beach,
Peach Beach. Okay, so Peach Beach got like a
Wario
redoing.
Shipyard,
Warrior Shipyard as well.
I'm gonna do a little pausaroni. I'm gonna do a little pausaroni on the on that. I'll put my little video to the side. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
K-Sizil just raided with 14 viewers.
Yo, K-Sizil, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. We have our brand new podcast starting right now on stream, and we were kind of going through a little bit of a recording of the Mario Kart World Direct. Me and Omega did a reaction of it, and we were kind of just watching that, but I wanted to welcome you guys in. I didn't quite want to have the pre-recording going and not welcome you guys in, but yeah, welcome on in. Hello, was told to raid ya. Oh, yo, we got a recommendation. Let's go. I recommended you to cast. They love Sonic 2. Yo, Lion, welcome on in. It's good to see you again. Kasai or Kasaizil. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Kasaizil. I totally got this, by the way. It was Lion, by the way. I appreciate that, Lion. Thank you so very much. Cast is easy. We're going to go with Cast. Thank you so much for the raid, and thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Normally, we have, like, little notifications that go off when I get follows. But for the sake of podcast, we have most, like, notifications off and whatnot. But welcome on in. It's good to see you. You're officially the first raid of my podcast series, so there you go. Very honored. Very honored. But yes, everybody, please go give the lovely Cass a follow for me. Send some of that cinema love. Would appreciate that. A follow is free. You can send that to them and make a day. But plus, Jocko, enjoyed the Lurky Lou. Highly appreciate you. But yeah, welcome on in. I hope you had a lovely stream. You'll have to let me know what you were streaming and let me know how well your stream went. Oh yeah, nice model. Oh, thank you, Ty House. I appreciate that. Welcome on in. Yeah, I'm like super excited for today's stream because this is something I've been wanting to do for a very long time. I've been wanting to do a podcast for the longest time. We got a new logo and everything in recently. As you guys can see, let me see if I can bring it up a little bigger. But like, see this right here? This is my logo, Broadcast64. I'm very Z branded, Zach and Zonic. There's always like a Z in my branding. But we decided to go with a B, Broadcast64. I thought it was a really fun name. So kind of rolling with that. But this is something I've been wanting to do for a long time now, and with all the Switch 2 talk, I thought now's a better time to do a podcast than ever. So love the goggles. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Was Doom 2016 because it's just getting the blood pumping? Yo, Doom 2016, super good game. Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal, really good games. Doom the Dark Ages is coming out pretty soon. I'm pretty excited for that. Definitely want to try to get that day one if I can help it. But yeah, so for the sake of the podcast, we're going to definitely try to stay on track and continue the flow of what we were doing. But guys, thank you so much for the raid, and welcome on in, everybody. And if you're new to the cinema, would love to have you. We're going to be doing more podcasts in the future. We're going to be doing guests. We're going to be doing Mario Kart World community nights. We do Smash Brothers community nights. We do all sorts of stuff. Yes, Lancer, thank you so much for putting that out there. Consider joining the Discord. We have a brand new Discord I've opened up. It's not even been open a whole month. It's brand spanking new. It is 18 plus, but we are going to be doing like movie nights in there. We got a movie night this Saturday, Pokemon the first movie and Pokemon the movie 2000. So if you like that, consider joining the Discord. We're going to be playing other movies in there. We're going to be throwing out the Mario movie. We're going to be playing the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man films this summer. At some point, the SpongeBob movie, Suzume, a couple One Piece films in there, a whole bunch of stuff. Madagascar, I got a couple of movies that I've been meaning to share in there from some viewer requests and whatnot. But yeah, we have a whole bunch of movies we'll be playing in there. So consider joining the Discord. We have emotes, we have stickers, we have soundboards. It's a fully boosted server. If you want some Discord Nitro benefits, go on in there. It's totally free and it's super cool. But yeah, without further ado, let's go ahead and get the video back up on the screen and continue watching the reaction to the Mario Kart World Direct. Enjoy.
Toad Factory's back.
Also here, but now they're reimagined and spread throughout the world, where races.
Oh, we got a lot of them.
Oh, dang, alright.
Day or night. Characters, here we go. Oh boy.
As familiar characters like Mario, Luigi,
Peach, okay.
Bowser.
They're gonna just hit us.
And Yoshi.
Classic characters, okay.
New drivers like Goomba.
Oh, he said Goomba.
Spike.
Spike.
And that's right, Cow.
Oh, they knew what they were doing, you motherfuckers.
New racers are waiting and ready
They
to
knew.
roll.
They were like, and cow.
Select
Yo,
your
we got a
character.
flamingo character.
Choose your vehicle. Then you're off to the races.
Was there a flamingo in there?
Characters and
It
vehicles
was on
each
the
have
third
different
page of the
stats,
characters
so
they
make
showed
sure
off.
to find the color
Okay, so we got a
that suits
flamingo.
you.
I don't think that was ever confirmed to my knowledge. If it was, it was, but...
There are two main styles
Oh,
of
very
race
nice to see
ripping
this.
up in this world. Grand Prix and
Knockout Tour. I'm excited for Knockout Tour.
The same.
In both modes, up to
I heard it's like a
24
huge game
drivers
changer.
can
Wow, that
participate.
Birdo outfit
The
though.
most in series
Honestly,
history.
yeah.
That was
The
nice.
outfits in this game are looking sick.
I'm so glad they gave Warriors, but
Also, there were some comments up above I will definitely be reading
got them
here in just a
cheats.
second. I want to make sure that we go through this video and then we'll kind of shoot the fan.
Brothers
okay.
and other obstacles along the way. Try to steer clear.
Try to steer clear of me knowing 20-something people are going to try to knock me in the next week.
Grand Prix with
Yeah.
Mushroom Cup, Flower Cup, Star Cup, and more. Grand Prix races are held all around the game's world. You'll race through 4 different courses in each cup and aim for the top spot.
Oh, the reimagining of the song though. Wow.
You'll start off racing around Mario Brothers Circuit. While the second race will take you from Mario Brothers Circuit to Crown City.
Okay.
And for the first time, you'll need to drive yourself to the next course in Grand Prix. So don't sleep at the wheel. And if you conquer all Grand Prix
If you lose, don't stay salty. You got to move to the next course.
will appear. Next up is a new mode, Knockout Tour. From Golden Rally to Ice Rally and more. These extended races take you from one end of the world to the other. Get ready for a sprint. But you've got to place if you want to stay in the race. Speed towards checkpoints throughout the world. If you don't make the cut, you're out of the running.
You weren't in the top 8.
The competition gets more intense as you close in on the checkpoints. You've got to drive to survive in Knockout Tour. So keep your eyes on the prize and
Got 'em.
aim for first place.
Oh, that's so cool. Man, if you are not, like... If people become a pro at this game, Knockout Tour is going to be for, like... I don't know, top tier
Items
folk.
can drastically
Oh,
change
definitely.
the outcome of a race. Here are some new items that'll help you out.
21st place, just seeing it.
When you throw a coin shell, coins will appear. Now's your chance to grab them.
Going into the first race, you get the 24th place.
First.
Gets 21st. You know, it could be worse, fellas.
You can freeze out
Yeah.
rivals.
Ease.
Send them spinning.
Also, these new items are looking sick.
It's nice to see the ice flower be thrown in for once. And then the hammer looks
Also stay
insane.
on the course
Oh,
for a
definitely.
short time and can be used to block off rivals.
God, the way the ostrich flips.
With the Mega Mushroom, go big, so your rivals
Oh.
will go home.
Mega Mushroom's back. It looks fun.
Feather. Use the feather to jump.
Feather's
up,
back,
avoid attacks.
surprisingly.
I feel like Feather's gonna be
You may
good
even
for
discover
avoiding
some
the blue shell.
unexpected
Yeah, it might be better this go around. I feel like in the last game, I would say in battle mode, the last game it wasn't the greatest. It was okay.
Transform.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be better
What
this go
other
around.
mysterious effects will happen? You'll have to see for yourself. The lower your placement, the more likely you are to find items that'll turn the tables.
Yeah, I figured as
When
much.
get
Thank you, game.
items, Go for it.
Nothing new stated yet. Or at least not that much.
And if you're new to the Mario Kart series, there are added support features to help you along the way.
Smart steering. Okay.
Smart steering, which helps you stay on the course. Tilt controls.
God, the
You can hold
song.
the Joy-Con 2 controller
This song is
horizontal
a
and
banger.
use motion
I'm
Big
controls to
time.
steer.
For it.
And if you have the Joy-Con 2 wheel, you can feel like you're really
Moo Moo
driving.
Meadows.
The Joy-Con 2 wheel.
I gotta get that. And by that I mean I'm not. But it's cool.
Whew.
You gotta have the
I'll have a
wheel.
quick break.
You gotta have the wheels in the next
snack
era.
sounds good right about
Oh,
now. Hey, look! It's a drive-through.
The song.
Here at Yoshi's, you can grab an order to go. Dash food.
Burger.
Take
Yo,
a bite,
Yoshi, can I get a
and
bunker to go?
you can unlock outfits inspired by your meal.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
Eat some
Oh, the
sushi,
sushi. Okay.
Whoa,
Okay.
Nice.
That's
Okay,
fun.
that's
That's
heat
fun. Wow.
Once unlocked, these outfits can be selected from the character
Wow.
selection screen.
Okay, I'm
Who knows
I'm
what
digging this.
dishes
Wario, what are you
or outfits
eating?
you'll find.
Oh, he's a pirate. Okay.
And check out
Oh
these
God, Hot
waifus
Chip.
all around the world.
Oh god.
Okay, I
Mario
need
eat-
Western Mario.
That was a nice detour.
Mario eat hot chip and
Now
lie.
let's get back to
God,
the action.
I never normally cared for Toadette, but the outfits that she has in this game.
The
They're
outfits
so
were
good.
so good
Let's
in this
introduce
game.
some
Yeah.
tricks that'll help you
New
ace
tricks?
tricks. Charge jump.
Charge
You can now
jump.
use a charge jump by
Hello, for anyone popping in, we're doing a podcast. This is a pre-recorded video. Bye.
Release to jump.
Wow. Okay.
Okay.
Use this to leap over obstacles.
Nice.
Grind along
Grind
power
rails, of
lines,
course.
and dodge attacks from your rivals. And if you jump toward a wall, you can wall ride for a short period of time.
I'm scared about the competitive side of this game. It's going to be absolutely insane.
Oh,
Chain some
definitely.
tricks together, and you may even reach places like so close, almost there. Whenever this happens, be kind and rewind. This will return your vehicle to its original position. Nice, made it.
Wait, can you
This
use
can-
rewind?
Can you? Okay, so are you able to rewind in this game? Can I rewind like on online matches? So if anybody fricks me up, I go, wait, chat, that wasn't it.
Your rivals will still move
That's
normally,
impossible, I know, but
so don't lose
I'm
your lead.
assuming that's a single player thing.
Oh no. Oh wait, if we remember
Wanna
playing
take
solo,
a
yeah.
spin?
That makes sense. Yeah, I was like, that ain't no online thing. Imagine chat. No, you're a motherfucker. Get back here.
Two against the
Oh, that would. Can you imagine
Here
though?
you can race
That'd be
without
insane.
fear of
Only the host of the map could be like, hold on now.
If you
I
go
believe
on
player
you
2
can
should have been
download
hit by that
and
blue
get
shell, not player
devastated
1.
racers around the world.
Oh,
That's
God, that'd be
evil.
hilarious.
God,
Customize
frickin'
the
rewind.
rules of the road in Versus
Be
Race.
kind and rewind. They also did a Blockbuster
You can use the
reference in
classic
this,
rule
of all
set,
things.
3 laps within the same
They
course.
did.
Or
Yeah.
You can choose to drive the distance from one course to another.
Versus, okay, that's fun.
You can even take the road less traveled and choose routes that
You
aren't
can have
in
straightforward,
Grand Prix
or you
Knockout
could
Tour.
make you drive everywhere.
Yo, is that a snowman
Up
I
to
see?
24 drivers can now
What the
compete in
crap?
2, 3,
Wow.
or even 4
4
teams.
teams.
Ooh,
Group up
okay.
and get
That's
ready
actually
for
really
the
nice.
pedal to the metal.
For community nights, you can do like 3 or 4 teams, just kind of really see where you, or 2 if you really want.
Pop off locally or online
Oh,
in Balloon
oh,
Battle. Use
Blue
lines
Battle,
to
here we
burst
go.
your rivals'
Ah.
balloons. Pop them all and your rivals out.
Well, you gotta have Balloon Battle. Coin Runners
You
is
can
back.
go for the gold by collecting the
I
most
feel like with how
coins.
big this game is, fair.
Race or battle,
Got the
enjoy
crown back.
whatever drives you.
Wait, is that Big Donut? Oh, shoot. It's like a new version of Big Donut.
Oh, dang.
Oh, Big
alright.
Donut's actually one of my favorite, like, battle places in 64.
Not
That was a
racing,
reimagining of it, but holy crap. Okay, I'm a happy
Awesome.
chappy.
wherever your
Yeah.
heart takes you.
Oh, I was actually hoping for Big Donut, believe it or not.
Ride the rivers.
I don't know if that's what it's called, but it sure is. Like, that is pretty much a
See
Big
the
donut.
seas,
Oh, it looks like they're using the new DK,
drive the desert.
like, design for this game.
Yeah.
Jump off from
He looks very
way up
good.
here.
Oh, wow.
He
You
does,
can
I'm
go
excited.
wherever you like, even to the edges of the world.
Wow. Lots to do.
There's a
P-switch.
over there.
What are we doing now? Collect blue coins on the slack line course.
Hit hundreds of P-switches you find across the world to
Oh.
start missions.
It's a good thing I'm a Sonic fan. I'm gonna be good at this.
By completing them, you can hone your driving ability
The
outside
Sonic
of
skill
races.
transfers to Mario.
True. Waluigi, hot dog.
There are also hidden coins.
Peach coins. Peach medallion. Little squanchy little
hidden
fella.
panels,
Oh,
and
panels.
more. So take the scenic route and
I feel like the
explore.
panels and the peach coins and all those are gonna probably be able to unlock new outfits.
Also,
Probably.
during free roam, you can take photos whenever you like.
They've got 2 more minutes to impress me.
Look at the camera.
Where's my Reggie
Choose
Fils-Aimé?
a frame to decorate and
True.
nice. That one's a winner.
Give us Reggie as a playable character.
If this doesn't have Sonic yesterday, I'm gonna be that guy. Riot. Whoa, the music. Fun with everyone.
One person has Mario Kart World. Up to 4 players can race in split screen on the same system.
Okay, that's nice.
Very nice.
The game also supports local wireless play.
Please show us the
Up
lobbies.
to 8 players with up to 2 players on each system.
Wow, okay, so you can do 16 with 8 Switch 2s.
God dang.
Land has become new, like reinvented.
And up to 24 players from around
24
the world
online.
can join a race
Oh,
or
that's gonna
battle
make some
in
good
online
Mario
play.
Kart.
Naturally, let's go.
Oh, I just noticed that with the fire flower, it actually shows you like how many charges you have left.
Oh, that's awesome. Waiting for players to join. Can you actually drive
Free roam, but this is where you'll wait
while
your
you
friends
wait?
join you.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's sick.
Thank
Looks like
God.
someone's arrived. Yep, you can meet up with your crew anywhere in this world. By checking the map, you
Wow.
can, see
Can you,
where
like-
your friends are and travel to
Yeah, I
their
was gonna say, can you
location.
like quickly jump to them? I don't want to have to drive all the way over there every time.
Hello, Sarah.
Battle or race with custom rules.
Hi, Ken. Oh god, I'm gonna start dying now.
Go for a ride together. Make this road trip your own.
Oh my god, the piranha plant just walking on the
You
street.
can
Aw.
take photos together along the way, if that's more your speed.
That's so cute. Even more fun with game chat. I'm not impressed.
With Game Chat, enjoy an expanded experience by talking online with friends. Use the built-in
I love
microphone
Discord.
and voice chat while driving together.
I love Discord for Nintendo.
Yuki, Sarah, Ken, and Sho. Where have you been, Sho? We missed you for like a week.
Or take a back seat
Wait.
and watch each
freaking
other's
semi.
vlogs.
Jeez Louise, the semi.
If you have a Nintendo Switch 2
Oh
camera,
no, here comes the camera.
Oh,
you
god.
can enjoy seeing your friends' reactions while playing.
You can enjoy your friend's face as they hit oncoming traffic
Who's
on the opposite side of the road.
Oh my god, the spin out on
It's
the
so
faces.
it's so that Mario Kart Arcade GP
Hey, Michelle, and
where you can like have your face on the machine. Bro's not that happy to be
When
hit.
playing together in person on the same system,
I love that.
a single camera can detect up to 4 people's faces.
That's kind of impressive, actually.
That is.
Enjoy the view and get ready to face off with your friends.
Okay, but you haven't impressed me. What's going to make me spend $120 on Mario Kart World, Nintendo? I'm going to say that, and something's going to hit me. Okay. During the day, seeing the Donkey Kong course during the day is different for me. So used to it being night on the footage. Snowman.
Cow.
A
Cow!
transcontinental race around the world is just
Whoa.
around the corner in Mario Kart World, available exclusively on Nintendo
Really
Switch
didn't
2.
show too
A
much any
hardware
different, but
bundle
that's fair.
includes a digital version of Mario
Couple
Kart
things
World
there were
will
nice to
also
know.
be available.
World Hub stuff and whatnot.
Mhm.
Is that it? Oh shoot. Presentation is now finished. Thank you for watching. Dang. Huh. Well, this has been the recording. This was fun. Nah, probably more to be discussed later, but there wasn't like too much there that we already didn't know. Kind of more so just a nice breakdown of everything. No new characters to my knowledge, unless they just weren't confirmed at some point. Like, I don't remember a couple things there, costume-wise, and a couple characters. They did show off some of the courses. Some of the online details were nice. I'm hoping that hosting lobbies isn't so much of a pain in the butt, but I suppose we'll see that later. It seems like you can, like, wait on your friends if you ever do, like, friend sessions, so that's nice. 24 people online is absolutely confirmed, so that's great. And I mean, that's really it. It looks nice. It looks nice. I don't think that's going to be quite the $80 convincer that most people were thinking it was going to be. Like, I'm still getting it, but yeah.
Got
I
about a
don't know.
minute and a half of this video left.
Anybody who's ticked at $80, I don't think that's going to budge them.
Yeah, I think if they want to make it worth a while, they have to do another, like, presentation and show us something that's really going to grab us.
Right, and unfortunately, I don't see them doing another. I don't see them doing another presentation for Mario Kart. Like that was probably it. Like, you better just like be on the lookout for like information on the Nintendo app or social media. Like that's really about it. I believe like what it is what it is. I still love what I've seen, and I'm looking forward to it.
Same.
But that should be it right there. So, yeah, I'll go ahead and end this recording. For the podcast, we're going to continue talking in there, and then for future me, and for the sake of the YouTube VOD version of this, I'm going to upload this immediately. But that was our reaction. Super sorry if they weren't like crazy, but it was fun. It was a fun little watch. So, thank you for joining me. Wasn't sure if anybody was going to join me this morning. I think most people had the idea of just recording their reaction, so some people just slept through it. Like, I'll wake up and record it, but I had a smidgen of time before work, so
Yeah, no worries.
This was fun.
To join in.
this was very fun. All right, recording is going to stop now. Goodbye, everybody.
All right, and that was the Mario Kart World Direct. I'm gonna go ahead and play it in the background now, just for our little background screen. But yeah, that was kind of like the first impressions, the first thoughts that I had as I saw that direct. It was very early in the morning, so I was uber tired, so I'm super sorry if I didn't sound super ecstatic. Granted, it wasn't the most mind-blowing direct in the world. And again, I had my robot voice on, so I apologize for that. So off to a fantastic scuff start, but that is okay. Lots to talk about with Mario Kart World. We'll be dissecting that, probably from the beginning, and then we'll talk about regular Switch 2 stuff. But yeah, let's go ahead and read a little bit of chat. There's a couple topics I'm seeing already written in the chat that we'll be talking about. One of them in particular I will be talking about at a bit of a later point. But yeah, let's go ahead and read a couple here. So, like your studio reminds me of the Jonathan Ross and Graham Norton shows. Oh, heck yeah. Thank you so very much. Loved the music. The music in this is very good. There's a lot of remixes in this direct that I really didn't even realize until a little bit later. I noticed the Bomb on Battlefield, which is really nice. There's a Yoshi Story song in there. There's a whole bunch of music. From previous Mario games that I'm just beyond excited that they've like thrown in. Yeah, let's go ahead and see here. So yeah, people were really upset that this direct was really just telling us what we already knew. However, when you start looking deeper, there are a lot more things that look promising. The biggest thing being overlooked is the new trick system. First, there is the jump boost, but the big thing was that they showed is not just certain areas, but anyway, wall can be jumped on. That is going to make for over 1 million shortcut strats. This game seems to be like really big on different routes and different ways to play. And in all honesty, I'm very interested in how they're going to balance it, because it's like, from my point of view, it seems like if you're like a pro at like getting down every nook and cranny and every like little boost in detail, I can see this being super competitive and kind of hard to really keep up with like really hardcore Mario Kart players. But I also don't know how they're balancing everything. I don't know how, excuse me, I don't know how like the items are going to bounce back and how people can catch up and this and that. We'll see if it's something that you can like bounce back with, or if somebody's like competitive, it's like totally impossible to catch up. But very interesting direct indeed. It was a lot of information we already knew, but like being able to see more of the visuals up close and personal and all these costumes, they're very fun. The costumes in this game are super good. They have returning stages like Toad's Factory, Peach Beach, etc. Some of these are so reimagined that they don't even look like the original courses anymore, and I think that's okay. I like some original courses, or even reimagining of original courses. That being said, it is kind of weird to see like, oh, Peach Beach, but it's so different that like, is it really Peach Beach? Where something like Toad's Factory looks a little bit more intact. So, you know, give or take, I'm very more excited at the fact that it's going to be very refreshing and new. So there's not going to be too much like to the point nostalgia, like not like a completely just retro course. It's going to be more reimagined, something that fits the world better, and I'm all for it. You know, I'm all for the new refreshing tracks. We only have 32 from the get-go to my knowledge, so compared to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, they'll likely do some DLC and add some more courses and add some more, you know, this and that into the game. So that way it keeps it refreshed and fun for years to come. This is going to be the Mario Kart we have for a good while, so hopefully that's what we're in for. Tons of vehicle choices. Like I said, there's tons of costumes. The costumes aren't organized super well, unfortunately. I can deal with it on a personal, you know, we have to just make do with what they give us. But the costumes seem to be like their own character slots, and there's like 140 or 50 something different quote-unquote characters if you count all the costumes. So there's a lot to go through if you're selecting just one character. So it might be a little difficult to really pinpoint what you want to start with, at least from the beginning. Maybe you'll get a feel for like the characters you like to play as, and you'll know what page they're on. But it seems like there's a lot of pages to go through. So that's the only part that I think some people were kind of like nitpicking about Mario Kart World. But besides that, I wanted to get to Yoshiman's comment here of the not worth $80. So that has been the famous topic amongst Nintendo fans and even gamers and everywhere in the world. You don't even have to be a Nintendo person to like kind of have an opinion on the whole $80 Mario Kart. So I'm gonna come out of the front gate and kind of give you my take and how I feel about it. I'm somebody who, like, $80 for Mario Kart World, yes, I'd be willing to pay for that. That's no problem. I'm not saying I'm condoning the behavior of it being $80, being like fine. Again, some people have their opinion on that. I'm in the boat of like, I know I'm going to play this game so much. I'm going to be streaming this game a lot. I'm going to be hosting tons of community night sessions. So something like this is going to be something I play a ton. It's going to be normal for me. So I'm going to get more than my $80 worth out of this game. I'm going to be getting like a ton out of it. Secondly, I'm getting the bundle. I'm aiming for the Mario Kart bundle, so it's going to be $50 for me. I know that doesn't necessarily make the $80 go away for everybody else who wants physical, but I'm getting the bundle. So I'm technically paying $50, and am I going to get my $50 worth out of it? I very much am. Now, $80, yeah, it's a bit of a weird ballpark. Most games were $60. They started to become $70 in recent times. And then this is really the first AAA normal game to really just be $80 through and through. We had Tears of the Kingdom that was $70 on the Switch. We thought that was like the top bar because it was a big premium Switch game. Now we're heading into the Switch 2 with the Mario Kart World being $80. Nintendo said that's not the bar for games. It really just depends on the game and, you know, I'm sure the replay value and its worth, which has made people also speculate like, oh, is Donkey Kong Bonanza not worth $80? Is it not as good of a game? Yada yada yada. There's going to be a lot of like, talk about that controversy, yada yada. I kind of get the $80 price tag, but I also kind of don't. It's a little half and half. In my humble opinion, they probably should have made it $70. I know some people are going to say $60. I would say $70. If certain games are going to be charged $70 these days, I think $70, at least you wouldn't have gotten the flack of like $70 Mario Kart. Like, that would have been nearly as bad, because there are some games these days that are, becoming $70. But $80, that started to really get people talking. That was like, it's the first. It's Nintendo doing it first. Nobody's really done a game at $80, and it's just a standard edition game. Digital deluxe, special editions, this and that, that's different. Even buying a $60 game with $20 DLC, I feel like that's different for people because that's, optional. Where this is like $80 out of the front gate, it's all in the one cartridge, that is your game. Like, yeah, it's gonna be kind of like whoa to some people. So, it's interesting, but is it worth $80? I think it depends on the person is going to be my answer. It's worth it to me. It's not going to be worth it to some people, and I totally respect that. And yeah, I'm seeing a couple like getting the bundle. Zach Cast made a similar joke earlier saying Zonic Cast. It's funny because I went through names for Broadcast64, and I was thinking like Z-Cast, Zach and Zonic Podcast, all these names. I really didn't want something cliche, so I went with Broadcast64 because I thought, well, it's a little cliche, but I thought that's a fun title. It's a play on N64, gives me a new logo. It's not a Z, it's a B, so that's different. Got another, I'm getting the bundle from Yoshiman. It's better to get the bundle at the point. True, Cereza. Yeah, getting the bundle seems to be the smart idea. It seems like they're only doing the bundle up until fall of this year, but I've also heard rumor that the Mario Kart bundle is going to be the most abundant version of the Switch 2. You're going to be seeing a lot more bundles than you will be seeing regular Switch 2 consoles. So it seems like if people want to get a Switch 2, you may not even want the bundle. Bundle might be your best option to grab one before they go away. So we'll see. I think a lot of people are going to be getting the bundle. Yeah, probably the bundle. Seems like we're going to get a lot of people getting the bundle, which in my opinion, call me terrible for saying this, but I really want to host community nights of Mario Kart World in the future, and the more bundles that people buy, the more people I can get in on those, like, community nights. Call me a scumbag. I'm just throwing it out there. Most people would own Mario Kart. It's kind of like the Uno with the Xbox 360. It's like, yo, you got Uno on your Xbox 360? If everyone gets the bundle, a lot of people can join me for Mario Kart, and we can have Mario Kart community nights. I'm sorry. I know what I'm about. I want to have fun with my chat. It sounds good. You see how it is? Listen, I'm just being honest. You guys deserve my honesty. But again, if somebody was like, yo, I'm not getting the Mario Kart bundle, I'm not getting Mario Kart at all, I respect that. I'm not going to, dog on you. I don't have Uno. You have Uno.
That was a nice
Love the Sonic Advance 3 sprites on the desk. Yeah, we got the little stream avatars down below. I figured we can at least keep those because they are quiet enough for a podcast.
Let's introduce some new tricks that'll help you.
But yeah. Oh, and redeems are gone for the podcast? Yes. So I kind of went over those early into the stream, but redeems are off for the sake of just the pacing of a podcast. That way there's no random sound alerts going off and random like little jump scares as we're kind of talking about video game stuff and whatnot. I am going to chime in with my good friend Omega. I don't know how long he'll... Actually, hang on. Oh, there went my screen. Sorry about that. I am going to personally bring my good friend Omega in here so we can kind of talk about the Switch 2 and the Mario Kart Direct since he was there for that. I don't know how long he'll be here, but we'll have him for like a short little bit. So let me grab my screen here. We're going to go to the guest screen real quick. We're going to go to the guest screen real quick. I had Deku here as my example, so we're going to go ahead and remove them. Sorry about that, Deku. And then Firefox. I'm not even really using Firefox. I'm using Opera GX. We're going to put this... let me see here. I believe I'm going to be putting this here. I'm going to kind of move this in. We had the regular Nintendo Direct as background, but here, I'm going to put this in the corner now. We're going to bring the lovely Omega in here. There we go. Now it's in the corner. Sweet. A little bit of on-the-fly action. Sorry about that. All right.
In time trials, it's you against the clock.
Hello, Omega.
Here you can race without any other competitors.
Ba-ba-da-da-da-da.
I was muted. Hello there.
Hello. Could you possibly give me your Discord reactive URL? Because if I go on my Opera GX, it's going to, like,
Oh, yeah.
show that.
Give me one moment.
Thank you very much.
You can use the classic rule set of running
That ain't Omega. That's cardboard cutout Deku.
There you go. I
Got a
sent
little
it
less-
to your DMs.
You got a little less than an hour. Okay, cool. Thank you very kindly. Alright, copy link. Browser. Omega. Doot. Doot. There we go. A little on the live action here, chat. There you go. I'm gonna go ahead and put Omega behind the desk. Y'all can see the behind the scenes a little bit. There we go. Very nice. Okay.
The illusion is fading, chat.
The illusion's fading a little bit, but that's okay. We're all adults here. I'm sure we all know that Santa's real. He's just dead. That's all. So there's a big
Wait,
difference.
I thought that was the Easter Bunny.
The Easter Bunny? The Easter Bunny, I think, is alive. I'm sure he's got like a horror movie or something coming out.
Not for long.
Not for long. Oh, that's a gun. Waiting for the games to get a Switch 2. Not a lot of launch titles interest me, and the ones that are on Switch 1 are on 2 games. True. Never hurts to, like, wait. It's definitely not a problem waiting. Also, totally got rid of my footage there. There we go. I need a preview screen. There we go. For my guest screen. There we go. Yeah, well, come on in, Omega. You're the first guest of the podcast.
Yippee!
Yippee!
Oni, don't worry about it.
Jump off from way up here.
I just realized. Like, is that a gun? Also, thank you so much for the stretch and posture redeem.
Switch over there. Hit hundreds of
Penguin. Heck yeah. But yeah, so safe to say the grind railing's cool. The blue coins they're bringing in is nice. I'm very excited for the blue coin missions. I know people kind of moan and groan about blue coins. I think the blue coins being added is like a nice touch. There's Peach medallions. That'll be a fun collectible to go collect. They seem like the Peach, like little logo from the Peach's castle, so that's nice. There's panels that you see above my head. My big old head's in the way, so I apologize. Maybe I'll dunk my donuts into my chair just a little bit so you guys can see this screen a bit better.
I could probably see like the POW blocks and the coins and all those being used to either get new like outfits.
Yeah.
Or cards, possibly.
Yeah, like being able to like buy carts or maybe even stickers for the cart. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see. You have an average size head? Why, thank you. Omega's a freaking hawk snurk.
I'm actually a falcon. Get it right.
Actually a falcon. Alright, chat, hope you don't mind. I'm going to take just about a good 20-30 seconds to message somebody back. It seems to be a little urgent, but I just want to make sure that I get back with them. You do have Omega here, but Omega, if you need anything, I will bounce back with you. But if you want to, feel free to, like, throw out some of your Mario Kart opinions, by all means, throw some out there, and even bounce back
Oh,
to
yeah.
chat if you desire.
Up to 24 players from
Yeah, I got you,
around the
Z.
world can join a race or battle.
Yes,
in
Oni, it's an
online
Omega
play.
takeover, but on Zonic's channel. I am not Captain Falcon Leoli. But no, honestly, regarding the Mario Kart World Direct we got today, definitely some interesting parts about it that I like. I'm very excited for knockout mode, personally, and the just the entire world being able to explore that. I feel like it's going to give a lot of exploration and a lot of playtime for that. Just trying to, you know, get everything done, 100% of everything.
See where your friends are and travel to their location.
There are, I will admit, you know, the whole $80 price point people are talking about, I personally don't feel like this game is that. I'm still going to get it, just because I'm a Nintendo shill, I'll be honest. But,
That's fair.
no. Oh, welcome back.
Hello.
Also, Oni, I would never do that, but if you want to go subscribe, follow, twitch.tv/Omega097.
There you go.
With game chat, enjoy an expanded experience.
We know Kart World is going to be good, but Nintendo needs to address why it's 80. Yeah, it's, I mean, what's funny is they could be adding more stuff later, but I feel like there's, like, I don't know, call it a hunch, but, like, I feel like they're still holding back information.
I think so too.
Like, there's something they're not telling us yet, and that's kind of dumb because we just said it. Like, if they did hold information, that's going to be very controversial because they just did a direct. Now, I'm not saying, like, spill the details of every single thing in the game, like Rainbow Road and all that. It's obvious they want to keep that quote-unquote secret, even though it got leaked. But, yeah, I don't know. It's... Oh, by the way, yeah, Big Donut coming back to Mario Kart World. I'm very excited for that. Big Donut was one of my favorite battle, I don't know if you want to call it, of course, battle maps, I guess, for Mario Kart 64. And I had my fingers crossed that they were actually going to bring that back. And they did. I wasn't banking on it, but they did. And I'm pretty excited for that, so...
Oh yeah, no, Big Donut looks like it's going to be a lot of fun.
It does, it does. Also, the tariff thing, we'll be talking about that here shortly. For the time being, we're going to stick to the Mario Kart topic. I don't know if the question was more so like, is that why it's making the price $80? I can guarantee you it wasn't. Nintendo had confirmed that none of that was affecting the Switch 2 pricing at first. That stuff came after they had announced the Switch 2. It was really bad timing, but technically Switch was first, and then all of that kind of went down. But we'll be getting to that here in just a bit. But maybe be able to say without a doubt the game will have DLC. I want to say it's going to have, like... I don't want to be the one to say it'll probably have free DLC, because, like, as nice as that sounds, I don't believe in free DLC from Nintendo, unless you're, like, a subscriber of their online. I don't see us getting, like, you know, free DLC for that game. But if they want to do, like, free events or something, maybe, we'll have to wait and see.
Honestly, I can see the DLC. I don't see it free, considering they're already charging you, like, what, $6-7 for that tour of the Switch 2?
True. It's very true. Let's see, Oni says, I'm throwing hands if their next Pokemon game after ZA has Poplio, just so I can realize that I don't have the pesos to buy the Switch in the Pokemon game. Nah, I feel that. Not to get too off topic, but other consoles have been going up in price in other countries already. It's shifting over. I remember people were like really pointing fingers at Nintendo being like, this is your fault. It's really not. It's just how the world is right now. And I knew the like PlayStation and Xbox were going to have like different that domain eventually. So while everyone was, you know, busy pointing fingers at Nintendo because they were the center of attention, I was over here on the side going, guys, I'm pretty sure this is happening to all of gaming and to like a lot of locations. So, you know, kind of called it, kind of saw it coming, but it seems to be the reality of things. But again, we'll dive into that shortly. But yeah, safe to say I'm personally looking forward to Mario Kart World. Definitely getting my $50 out of it if I get the bundle, but even if it was $80, somebody like me would definitely buy that regardless. I'm looking forward to it a lot. We have a lot of costumes. We have a lot of... it's got a lot of detail. The items in the game are fun. I'm looking forward to the Mega Mushroom, the Ice Flower, the hammer from the Hammer Bros. All that sounds really fun.
So sick.
It's so cool. It's kind of refreshing and weird at the same time that we're only getting 32 tracks. I know that sounds dumb because it's like, we had so many in 8 Deluxe, and now we're only getting 32. There was no way they were going to fit in like 90-something courses into this new, you know, Mario Kart game. So that's asking too much. But I think 32 is a good start. safe to say we are getting DLC one way or another. I think we'd be foolish to say, like, this is the game and, like, that's how it's going to stay for years. They're going to add DLC, whether it's paid or not. We're getting DLC. I can almost guarantee it.
Oh, yeah.
So...
It would be such a mistake if they don't do the DLC with this game.
Yeah.
There's so much they could actually do.
Yeah. Yeah, Sony did the whole thing and didn't cry about it. That's true. They did price changes recently in a few other countries, and I feel like people didn't complain about that as much. But I'd also argue since the PS5 has been out long enough, a lot of people have PS5s. If you didn't get one yet and they went up in price, it's just kind of an unfortunate circumstance at this point. And I feel for those who did want one as that price goes up. It's still normal here in the States as of right now, as of this podcast, but we'll see if that changes in the near future. You think I'm able to sell my 3DS to have enough to buy Switch 2 doing the math? Ooh, that really depends because 3DS is out of market and I've seen them go up in price because of being out of market, so that's actually a really good question. It might be worth looking into, but yeah, look into that maybe. I want to say this to anyone who will be getting a Switch 2, be picky. Yeah, this is going to be a generation where you want to be picky. If you're not certain about a game, or if you're like, yo, I don't know if this is for me, be picky. Don't just go out of your way and go, like, I might play this and put it down after a couple hours. Like, don't do that going into the Switch 2 era, because it's going to be a very expensive era. Make sure you do your research. Make sure it might be something you want. They have the whole, like, you can share games thing with other Switch 2s. So if you're able to, like, borrow from your brother, your sister, your cousin, your whoever, you know, mom, dad, aunt, uncle, whoever, you know, borrow said game and try it out. I believe you can have your own save file and all that, and then kind of go from there. But yeah, that's a good way to, like, maybe try out like a full game if you're not sure if you're like wanting a said game. So.
Oh yeah. No, see, I know what my plan is. I'm just gonna let Zonic buy all the games. I'm just gonna drive down.
There you go.
Steal his copy online.
Every
and
2
then,
weeks.
Give back and portate. Exactly,
Every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll meet up every 2 weeks. You'll borrow. It'll miraculously just zip through the Nintendo Air, and it'll go away when you don't need it anymore.
Exactly.
That's how that's gonna work. Do we know how many games are backwards compatible? I believe it's pretty much most of them, other than like a good couple dozen that they're trying to look into fixing some of them. But for the most part, most Switch 1 games are backwards compatible. There is a website where they tell you all the compatible games, which ones aren't working right now. You can always go look that up. But there is a list. Most of them, it's a list of the ones that don't work, because there's no list of the ones that do, because most of them do. So just make sure you look into that. Remember to give Omega Zero a glow up. A glow up.
A glow up.
You want glow up? Zinni out here always cooking. Definitely want to get DK, but man, yeah, DK is going to be fun. But $70 in the middle of July. I'm praying that nothing else releases in July. I know there's like, what is it? There's the FNAF stuff coming out in Dead by Daylight, but I don't expect that to be like a bank breaker, so I'm not too worried about whenever that comes out. Unless it releases the day of the Switch 2, then go freak yourself. But love the jump feathers returning. It does seem fun. It does seem fun. How much money will I get trading my old Switch doing the maths? Apparently, now I don't want to give GameStop too much credit, but as of right now, GameStop is giving a pretty okay amount of money for original Switches, Switch Lites, Switch OLEDs, etc. Maybe worth looking into, but who knows? I'm going to leave that up to you guys, because I don't quite want to vouch for GameStop too much.
Yeah. See, I would be doing that, but I have already told my mom I would be giving her my Switch when I get a Switch 2.
These extended races take you from one end of the world to the other.
Because I know she has a few games she loves to play on it, so it's like...
That's fair. That's fair.
But you've got to place.
Zach, there's a question I got for this whole new Nintendo announcement. How do you feel about the raise in prices, and do you think they will raise the price to another 20? Are we talking about, like, video games in general, or, like, the console? We could talk a little bit, since we're on the topic, we could talk a little bit about the prices and whatnot. So, again, we're not going to be getting political of any kind, because I'm not going to be throwing that out there. But, yeah, in terms of, like, the games and whatnot, I saw another comment up in chat that said something about, like, no more $14 indie games. Never say never. I think anything's possible. I believe, which one was it? I believe it was Lethal Company that was super cheap from the get-go, and that got popular. And there's a lot of indie games in this day and age that could still sell for like $10, $8, 15, etc. Repo's a really good example of a cheap indie game that came out and super popular. So indie games are definitely still going to be just all like that. That just depends on the developer and what they value their game and how they want to put it out there. But in terms of like Switch 2 games. It really, I think it's Nintendo just said they don't have a bar for how much the price of Switch 2 games are going to be. So $80 for Mario Kart doesn't mean we're going to be getting $80 games left and right. It really just depends on the game. I'm expecting anywhere between $50 to $80 depending on the game, the replay value, the quality, the developer, etc. Something like Metroid Prime 2 on the Switch 2. Sorry, Metroid Prime 4 on the Switch 2. I'm so sorry. Metroid Prime 4 on the Switch 2. I can see that being 70. I don't think it's going to be 80. But I'm going to see that game being 70 because it's a single-player experience through and through. So that one's going to be 70. Donkey Kong's going to be 70. The new Pokemon game, the ZA game, on Switch 2 version is going to be 70. That's just my guess, though. I'm not confirming these things, but that's my guess. If there's official prices, let me know. There might be placeholder prices, I'm not sure. But is there going to be another $80 game? Maybe. Maybe the next Splatoon might be $80 because they jam-pack it with stuff. We never know. It's really just a matter of again, Nintendo's calling the devs and how much they pour into a game. Mario Kart is going to have like a crap ton of replay value, and I'm sure they're going to be adding more as time goes on. So people may not like the $80 price tag right now. I can see them justifying it later, but the only thing I fear about Mario Kart is them adding DLC and making people pay for it, because that's flat out just going to pee off the casual consumer. That's going to be like, I already paid 80, why am I paying another 20? I can see that absolutely ticking people off. So I'm hoping that maybe they throw in some free DLC, or at least make it like, yo, if you're a Nintendo Online member, it'll be like 80. Free, and you can just, still work off the Nintendo Online membership for DLC. So that'd be great, but we'll see. I think Pokemon Switch 2 games said 70. I believe it's supposed to be 70. Switch 2 variants of certain games are going to be like 70. That's really not the worst in my opinion, especially if it's like the upgraded ones that, I believe these games are getting like Switch 2 upgrades, and they cost like $10, $20 for upgrades depending on the game, so I can see them being just like base 70. That's perfectly fine. I can live with that on a personal.
No, I honestly agree. Like,
yeah,
having the different price points is, kind of especially with the 80. But I think depending on what the game is and, how much work they put into it, especially because that is one thing I know Nintendo said and I am happy with. They said they're not going to be switching over to, like, AI or anything because they like the human touch, which I know I'm happy about.
I'm very happy about that. Xbox has unfortunately dipped into that. Not to change subject, but they have, unfortunately.
Yeah. But no, so like with that in mind, I think, yeah, the $80 price point is a bit high for a game, but as like you said earlier, as long as you do your research and it's something you want, I think you'll be happy with it.
And I'm going to say worst case scenario, wait for a discount if you're not comfortable with $80 Mario Kart. I know a lot of people are going to tell me, but Zonic, they never do discounts on Nintendo games. They don't normally, and they don't do it very often, but they do. They do it every now and then, and even retailers, they might even put out used copies of it. You might see discounts depending on the store, etc., etc. I don't expect Mario Kart World to go on a discount. I'm going to be real with you, maybe this year. They can absolutely bank on it being full price and get away with it. But I could see maybe next year, maybe being some kind of like Mario Day discount or holiday discount. It's obvious they're heavily relying on the bundle this year. It's going to be the bundle if you want to save that 30 bones, and it's a good deal. I'm going to throw it out there. If you're not bothered by the physical and you're getting a Switch 2, I think the bundle's your best bet. But if you're like, yo, I'm a physical kind of guy, I have to have physical copies, then but you're not willing to pay 80. Wait for a discount, get it at GameStop used, do something on those lines. That's going to have to be your best bet, because otherwise you're going to be kind of staring at an $80 price tag for about a year. If I had to take a guess, that's just my guess though. I'm no professional, and I can't tell you like that's going to be confirmed, but that's out of the experience of being a consumer and buying these games over so many years. I feel like that's going to be the direction that Nintendo goes in for this new Mario Kart game. They can absolutely sell it at full price first year, and then maybe we'll go from there. But that's just me. So.
No, I do agree with like waiting for if you're a physical person, waiting for like pre-owned games already or something like that, because that will helpfully drop, or that will drop the price.
Yeah.
So it won't be as much. Usually it's around like a $5 discount, so it might not be much, but it is something.
Right, and we don't really have the vouchers anymore, at least not for the Switch 2, which is very unfortunate. I'm sure with the $80 Mario Kart, we can kind of see why now. But hopefully we get some kind of new rewards program in the future. They replace whatever, the My Nintendo thing with gold coins and whatnot, because we lost that not too long ago. I'm sure there's plenty of people out there with gold coins that if they had held on to them, they would be like, $80 for Mario Kart. It's a good thing I got gold coins. I could have knocked it down a few pegs. You probably could have. You might even still be able to. Don't take my word for that, but I believe gold coins, you can no longer earn them, but I do believe they last several months. So I don't know if you can use that on Mario Kart 8. But again, at that point, you're buying it digitally with gold coins, right? Just get the bundle. Like, it's $50 at that point. Like, just get the bundle at that point. But I mean, that's just my philosophy. Again, I know that's not everybody's kind of thing. Flame Crystal says the console game combo, the game is digital. Yes, the game is digital. So if you're willing to take the $30 discount and go digital, then it's fine. But if you're somebody like you have to have physical, yeah, you're paying that extra 30, which in the opposite direction. As somebody who like goes all digital these days, yes, I'm scum. So for somebody who goes all digital these days, $50 is a steal for somebody like me. That's a good deal for Mario Kart World. Where the polar opposite, somebody who likes physical games, holy crap, is that like a slap to the face. Slight side note, above my head, we had the penguin jumping off a cliff in Mario Kart World. That is a reference to Mario 64 where people throw it off the penguin because they are playing Bomb on Battlefield in the background, and I did like that touch. I didn't quite connect that earlier today, but I had watched some videos when I was at work, and I'm like, oh, they did. They had the penguin jump off a cliff, Mario 64 style, with the Bomb on Battlefield in the background. So that's a fun little nod. I like that.
Listen, all I know is I'm going to be maining penguin and cow. You can't stop me.
Dude, there are going to be so many penguins and cows on the court. Like, I don't even expect, like, that many, like, Marios, Waluigi's, etc. It's going to be a lot of cow. It's going to be a lot of cow on the field, and maybe even penguin, and I think the occasional, like, Waluigi with the sombrero, Dracula, Waluigi, you know, so forth, so forth. But there's going to be a lot of cow in the field. We got to do an all 24-player Moo Moo Meadows cow run. But come on.
Yes.
That'll be incredible. Just 24 cows on a bike or something. That'd be crazy awesome.
Also, Evil Conquer brings up a good point. I don't know if they mentioned it. I could have forgotten. Were they going to raise the prices for online, or is it
not
still
to my
gonna be the
knowledge? That's the beauty of Nintendo's online. As of right now, as of this podcast, as of April 17th, 2025, mark my stamp. That the online hasn't changed in terms of its pricing, at least to my knowledge. PlayStation raised their prices recently, I believe in Canada. Again, this is just really recent information. But the Nintendo Online has stayed the same. I believe it's like $100 for a family plan in a year, and then I believe is it 50?
I want to say it's 50.
It's 50 per like single person. Yeah, 50 for a single person, and like USD for the record, and then 100 for those who do the family plan. I'm on the family plan on a personal, so I pay about $11 a year for the Nintendo Online. That gives me like GameCube Online, everything's included. For me, that's definitely worth it. I'm very excited to be able to play like the GameCube Online and whatnot. So we do have that on hand. It's 80 for the family plan. Let me look it up real quick. Actually, Alexa, how much is the Nintendo Switch Online membership expansion pack? I may have forgot the expansion pack at the end.
You can quickly see where your friends are and travel to their location.
What about the expansion pack? Alexa, how much is the Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
$50 a year for the Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack for an individual membership, and $80 for a family.
Oh, so it's 80. Okay, so that's not even that bad for the family one. Then I thought it was 100 for some reason. I know after tax it gets close to 100, so that might be what I was thinking. If it's $250 for an online a year, I will quit paying for PlayStation Plus and will only pay for Nintendo. Yeah, PlayStation, especially if you get premium. Premium is the most expensive. If it's just basic, it's like nowhere near there. But again, I'm going to try to stay on topic with Nintendo since that's the topic of the podcast. But good luck to everybody out there who pays for PlayStation Plus, because that is kind of getting worse. Wasp Wario and Funky Biker Waluigi will be peak. I agree. I'm loving the costumes that we have in this game. We have a lot of Toadette costumes that are very cute. Pauline, from what I heard, only has a couple, which people are a little miffed about. But we do have a couple Paulines in there. Quite a few Rosalinas and Daisies and Peach. So many outfits. Very excited for the Toad and Toadette ones. I ain't gonna lie, I'm not even the biggest Toad or Toadette fan necessarily, but their outfits are like just awesome. They got Explorer outfits, but it's basically Captain Toad and Captain Toadette alongside like a couple other outfits. It's really cool.
Oh god, the outfits in this game are so good.
They're
like
very good.
The kimono Peach, for example.
Yeah. Also, can we talk about the four teams thing going on? We can have 4 teams of 6 now with 24-player online.
Oh yeah, no, that honestly, that's gonna make for some interesting like race nights.
Yeah.
If you can have different teams of people.
Yeah.
Because honestly, like, instead of fighting against each other, every man for themselves, you have a team you can work with to frick over other people.
Yeah, that's
honestly,
very true.
depending on what happens in the future, I kind of want to see about getting like a team tourney going.
I would love a team tourney. That'd be very fun. People can like coordinate and train together and all that kind of such. That is the dream for me as of this point, because we've hosted a lot of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe nights on my Twitch channel. I'm hoping that we could do Mario Kart World in the future, and really do like 24-player online sessions, and even have like 4 teams of 6, or I'd even settle for 3 teams of 6, where it's 18 people. Like we've had Mario Kart 8 Deluxe session nights where we like cap, and people are like, can we join? They're like, no, we're full right now. We can't have any more. Anyone else join? We have too many people. I'm somebody who takes a spot, so we have to have 11 people pop in, and then we cap, and then people are like, oh, I can't get in. You guys are full in your lobby. This is 24 players, but that cap has went up, so we can even have we can have 16 people in a lobby and do 2 teams of 8. That's incredible. So that'll be super good. We'll definitely be looking into like doing tourneys and whatnot for those who can sign up. I'm probably going to give the tourney thing like a couple of months though after the Switch 2 launches, only because I want to make sure people get the console, get the game, have the ability to play it, unlock stuff, and then when we do the tourney, there will be more of an opportunity. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people getting this at launch, but I want to make sure like I'm not just like, tourney day 1, and then people are out there like, I can't do nothing. I don't got a Switch 2. Like, no, but not everyone's going to be getting one of these day 1, or we'll have the ability to get one day 1. So we'll give that a little bit of time, but we'll be looking into like tourneys and whatnot, so that'll be fun. Maybe prizes and all that, like we did the last time.
There's a lot in store, and we're
I've been wanting to give away a copy of Mario Kart World, but I ain't gonna lie, Chief. That was the original idea. Then when I heard it was $80, I was like, do we got that $80 giveaway money? Omega was like, oh, I'll help you with that. I was just like, that would at least not make it seem so scary, but man, giving away an $80 game is pretty crazy.
It is.
Pretty
Again,
crazy.
we can always talk about that later, because if you would like, I still wouldn't. I wouldn't be opposed to helping out with that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that.
Hey, also, give me 2 minutes. I need to do one thing, and I will be right back.
That sounds good. See, Big Game Lancer 12 says, I only do the individual plan for Nintendo Switch Online. No one else plays Switch other than my dad. Don't know if he still does, and I don't live with him. No, that's fair. On my personal, if I didn't have the family membership, I could see myself getting the individual like expansion pack membership every year. $50 is still not breaking bank. I've paid more than double for like PlayStation Online and whatnot, which I'm not proud to say I have, but I have. But $50 a year is not so bad for the expansion pack stuff, but with the family membership, it ain't so bad. I do enjoy like the N64 Online, Super Nintendo, etc., and the fact that we're getting GameCube, that's gonna be pretty good. You could argue you could also just run Dolphin, but I'm glad like on a Switch 2 I can like take that on the go and have like Luigi's Mansion and this and that. I'm pretty excited. So Evil Conquer says I won't have a Switch 2 till 2026, maybe later. Hey, you never know if they'll have like other bundles or like designed Switch 2s down the road, or like bundles. Like I already said bundles, but like they'll have discounts on games. They'll have a bigger library by the time the Switch 2 comes out, so you'll be able to like pick things you really like. It's gonna be quote unquote slim pickings at launch. I know a couple of you guys in chat have said like you're not too interested in some of the launch titles, and that's fair. I think there's enough for me at launch that I'm definitely getting one. Like I already have a Switch with Switch 1 games, so I'm gonna be able to like convert everything over. So that's not gonna be hard for me to like even if I had nothing at launch, I would have a Switch 2, just the better system, alongside like Mario Kart and all my Switch 1 games. So it's gonna be worth it to me on a personal getting it at launch. But if anybody has to wait like a year or several months, you'll have more of a library to pick from when that time comes. So it's not a bad thing to wait. So yeah, the 4-team thing looks like it'll be fun. And by the way, one last time again, I promise you can actually choose which courses to drive to if they are next to each other, making your own Grand Prix. Yeah, that's gonna be super fun. The Grand Prix thing is gonna be fun. The driving to your course before your next race, that's gonna be super fun. Very exciting. Also, Sam, welcome on in. I opened up a program.
101 just raided with 41 viewers.
Yo, Sam, welcome on in. Welcome on in, Raiders. We are currently hosting my first podcast episode. Welcome on in, everybody. We're talking about the Switch 2, and we're kind of just shooting the fan about Mario Kart World and all that kind of stuff. Also, I saw the lovely GK out there earlier. I don't want to ignore that. Hi, honey. Hope you're having a lovely day today. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for being here. But yeah, welcome on in, everybody from Samson. Hope you all had a lovely stream. I believe you guys were playing Repo. Good couple of you guys were playing Repo today. Very exciting.
And now, get ready for Grand Prix.
Can't
Yeah,
miss
it was
the
a
first
fun collab
episode.
to watch them.
Yeah, it was very fun. I was able to watch like the first hour or so. Very good.
Races are held all around the game's
Is that
world.
Omegle?
Race through 4
Oh, Amigo. We would never do
Is
that,
that-
Z? Huh?
Is that my forbidden lover, Icy NATO?
It's the Icy NATO trademark. Oh god, the caps. I was like, you know what's funny? The all caps wouldn't have freaked me out, but like seeing the lowercase z, I was like, oh, that's like a caps thing. I figured as much. No, you're good though. But yeah, welcome on in, Nocturne. It's good to see you. Chaotic Neko Goofball, welcome on in. Welcome on in, everybody. But yeah, we're hosting my first podcast episode ever. I'm very excited for today. We've been just yapping our heads off and really going to town. Zinni enjoyed the Lurkaloo. Highly appreciate you.
Have a good look, Zinni.
Yeah, we're kind of just going over Mario Kart World right now, and then soon we'll be like deep dive talking about like the actual Switch 2 and whatnot. We have a lot more to talk about, I'm sure. I'll try to maybe stream for another 2-ish hours or so. I'm not actually opposed to my stream being fairly long. We're about almost an hour and a half in, and I feel like we've just gotten started. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, I hope you're all having a lovely day today. Welcome on in. And everybody in chat land, if you're not following the lovely Sam Gamer 101, please go give Sam a follow for me. Send some of that cinema love. I know most of you out there are following Sam, which is morbidly correct because she's awesome. But please, please go follow her if you're not following her. She's fantastic. But yeah, other than that, yeah, like I said, we're just kind of going through Mario Kart World, talking about the features and whatnot. We got Knockout Tour, so you gotta like stay ahead of the race. You'll get knocked out if you're not in the top 16, 8, etc. Very exciting. I'm almost pretty much done talking about Mario Kart World. It is my most anticipated video game of this year, alongside games like Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. Very much looking forward to 2 racing games. 3, actually, with Kirby Air Riders coming out. I recently played the original Kirby Air Ride, and it was a lot of fun. So I'm definitely looking to Sakurai's next one. Very, very excited. But yeah, I'm on a personal really looking forward to Mario Kart World. That Rosaline outfit was very nice looking. Ice Flower's coming back. Ice Flower looks incredible. The hammer looks savage. It looks like you can throw a bunch of hammers at once. So it looks like a very powerful move. That's one thing somebody pointed out to me earlier. There's a lot of defensive items in this game. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was very bad about defensive items. You would have like green shells, red shells, the horn, a couple things here and there, but not the best defense in the world. We have a lot more defense this go around. So I'm very excited for that. You can throw ice balls backwards. I don't know if you can throw the hammers backwards, maybe. Be kind of a a-hole move to do, but I would love to see that being possible. Doesn't matter, Anton Blast is better than all of them. Listen, Zinni, I'm going to take your bacon away. You've lost your bacon privileges. You've lost your bacon privileges.
Okay. I will admit, throwing hammers backwards sounds like a brutal move. You throw the hammer back where you get stunned, and then you just rewind time.
Yeah, that's true. The rewind feature is very interesting, by the way, which I believe it's only for single player. But I had a bit of a thought when I was at work earlier today, because I really didn't know if the rewind was going to really be all that worth it. But it's Nintendo; they have an idea for it. My thought process. This is my thought process, fellas. How many times have you been in first place, and you're like, I'm afraid a blue shell is going to show up, or somebody's going to try to aim a red shell at me? What if you rewind just enough in the single player, mind you, not online, but in the single player, you rewind just enough with like red shells or something that you fall behind first place, you go into second, so you knew somebody was about to sabotage you. You go behind them with red shells, and you go with the rewind, and then there you go. Then you can knock them out and make them fall back even further, and then proceed to bypass them again. It could be like a technique where you sabotage them with the rewind, go back, hit them, and then pass them up, and then slow them down even more. I don't know. There's going to be technique behind it, I'm sure. But I had that thought of, like, what if you rewind and, like, hit them a certain way to, like, maintain the status quo? Like, what if somebody throws a blue shell and you rewind? Will it still hit you? Or will it make the person who was in second, who goes in the first, get hit instead? I don't know. Just a bit of a thought.
My thoughts with the replay, and because we never knew about this or heard anything about this. How far can you replay back? Is it a set amount that it replays back, or is it like you just hold the R button and you rewind till however far you want?
That's
true.
That's
going to make or break that decision.
Yeah, that's very true.
You can go from like first place to like 5th, 6th if there are so many people behind you.
It would be really, like I say, this is a joke. It'd be really funny if they pulled it up like the NES, Super Nintendo, and 64 online. You go to rewind it, like pops up the screen, just kind of pull it back a little bit. God, that'd be so crazy.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
It is in real time, though. It's in real time. If you rewind, everybody can still pass you. Some people don't see the appeal behind that, but I'm sure there's good reason. It could even be like a collectible on a path that you might need to grab, and you can like redo that jump. It doesn't even have to be maybe even a race. It could just be like, oh, I missed my jump for this, collectible. Rewind. Let me try that again. Like that'd be handy right there. That'd be good.
Oh yeah.
So
Honestly, I just like the fact that you can basically just King Crimson yourself.
I agree. Rewinding sounds like a lot of fun. And of course, it's not on the online for a very good reason. That would just absolutely destroy everything. That somebody's gonna find a way to ruin that for the rest of the class. That ain't gonna fly. Be kind and rewind. There it is on the screen. That was a Blockbuster reference. I didn't mention that earlier in the pre-recording, but that was a flat-out Blockbuster reference they threw in there, and I really appreciate that.
I do too. I miss Blockbuster.
I do too, and Hollywood Video, and for all of two people that remember Game Crazy, because that existed for a very short period of time. Because we basically just had GameStop. Or EB Games at one point. Or Babbage's if you're old as crap. Yeah, let's see here. Well, there's probably you lose any items you have when you get blue shelled. Yes, I believe you lose your items when you get blue shelled. And from what I've seen in some gameplay online, there is the dodging of the blue shell with a ghost power up or even a mushroom, I think is still possible. So I think they've left that in, maybe intentionally, or it just so happens that it's happening again. But it's really funny. I've seen somebody dodge it with the ghost. The horn is back.
I think if they're leaving it in, it's most likely intentional.
Probably. So if you have red shells, they're gonna, once you get it, the rewind function will be something to use for sure. True. Yeah, if you get red shells, rewind, frick a motherfricker up. Again, it's gonna be in single player. You don't want to do that in online because that'd just be awful. It'd be funny, but it'd be awful.
Yeah.
Rewind will be for practicing and building your shortcut paths mainly. True. Yeah, it's gonna help you like get accustomed to tracks and like help you learn out the layouts and whatnot. Stop making me feel old with Babbage's. Hey, I hit somebody with it. Let's go. That's one on Nocturne. Anybody else that make me feel old? Feel old remembering Blockbuster. That took me back. That's fair. Man, Blockbuster sure was a time. I would actually go to, like, if Blockbuster came back, I would go out of my way to like rent stuff again, because I never really got to rent stuff growing up, believe it or not. My dad was very like, you either buy it or you don't. So I never really got to rent anything. So I would totally rent stuff in this day and age if I could help it.
Dang, I'm wondering if we just have the same dad now.
Honestly, I don't know what it is, but like my dad was very big on like ownership of games. He never rented things. I actually admitted to my mom like a week ago. I was like, you know what I didn't like that Dad did? I said he never let us rent anything. I really hated that. I always wanted to be the person that like rented a game and like ordered pizza and just hang out with the homies. But I really only got to like, you either own the game or you just didn't have it. And and because of that, chat, I never got to play Paper Mario 64 as a child. I had to wait until the Wii U. I got it on the Wii U with the Virtual Console back in like 2016 or 17. So unfortunately, it took me a long time to finally play Paper Mario 64. But I remember seeing it in a Blockbuster. My dad's like, "We're not renting it, but we definitely can't buy it. We gotta go." And I'm like, "But if we rented it, I would have at least tried it." Dang it, Dad. Dang it.
Dang it, Dad. You had one job.
You had one job, Dad.
Also, no worries, Nocturne. Come on, Grandpa. Let's get back to bed.
It's time for bed, whippersnapper. We got a demo disc at best. That's true. The demo disc was my hero back as a kid. We at the very least had that. Thank God. It was kind of like renting, but kind of not. It was kind of similar, depended on the game.
It was the poor man's renting.
So, yeah, it was the poor man's renting, and honestly, some demos were so good that like you could have fun with it multiple times over. It was really great.
Oh
like,
yeah.
Demos in this day and age are kind of hit and miss.
I know that's why I like Monster Hunter demos, just because they have so much replayability.
That's fair.
But no, back on topic. Okay,
Yeah.
so my thoughts. What are your thoughts on the characters we've seen so far?
So the characters we have are good. I've seen a lot of like people discuss and get upset about the whole like, oh my god, I can't believe like we got Dolphin, we got like the Dead Fish, we got all these characters in before even getting like, you know, big characters like King Bomb or some other like, you know, bigger character. And I totally understand where they're coming from. It to some people that could be considered a slap in the face. There's not even Diddy Kong in this game yet. I say yeah because you never know. But I see why they're adding like Cow and the Goomba. Goomba deserves it, by the way. Goomba's been in the Mario games since like Super Mario Brothers. Goomba deserves to be in Mario Kart, be a playable character. I think that one's at least passable. But like Cheep, Dolphin, etc. I understand why that pisses people off. I think it's just Nintendo's way of saying almost anybody can be a character. Like even like the little bad guy characters or like the side characters, anybody like that, like anybody can be a character. And that's, I don't know, I think there's something special about being able to play as like these like little extra characters. I think it only really ticks people off when you know certain characters are missing, like Diddy Kong, Funky Kong, etc. But somebody also had a theory I heard earlier in one of the videos I listened to. They think maybe Donkey Kong Bonanza might be a game where they introduce Diddy Kong or maybe even other Kongs at a later point, and maybe they'll be added into Mario Kart after Bonanza comes out, so that way people could be introduced to like the Diddy Kong redesign, even like Cranky Kong and all these other characters. We'll get maybe them later after Bonanza, and then they can be like, yo, for all those out there who are enjoying Bonanza, consider getting Mario Kart or playing Mario Kart. You know, they're in the game now. You know, they could totally do stuff like that and really spruce up the game. So I think that might be a contributing factor and a possibility. But I think we got a good roster. It's strong. We have a crap ton of costumes. I think the only thing of criticism I can really throw out there, not that it's going to bother me as much as other people, but it is bothering a lot of people, is the menus. You know, you go through every character as like a costume. It's crazy how long it takes you to go through all those pages just to select certain characters. If they give you the ability to favorite a character or a costume, that might be great, but otherwise you have to go through so many pages just to maybe select Cataquack or Kimono Peach or something, you know, or Western Mario. So either A, I hope they fix that at some point, or B, they find a way to simplify it. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe had you like select certain Yoshi colors or you know, like different Inkling colors, etc. That was great. I wish they would do that for Mario Kart Worlds. Maybe at some point they'll update it with the criticism thrown their way. But it's also Nintendo, so I'm not quite banking on that. But we'll see. We'll see. Let's see. Who knows, Diddy might be DLC? That's true. That's very true. That says that was from Lancer. Cereza says, I heard that from a friend that originally King K. Rool was going to be in Tropical Freeze, but they decided not to because they were saving him for Smash Brothers Ultimate. Could be the same idea. K. Rool not being in Tropical Freeze, but being an Ultimate as like a big surprise. In all honesty, that is a fun way to go about it, because you would have never suspected K. Rool to be in Smash Ultimate just all of a sudden. But if he wasn't like Tropical Freeze, speculation for K. Rool would have risen. People would have definitely expected it.
Oh yeah.
So that's fair.
No, honestly, I like what you were saying earlier about how once the new Donkey Kong game comes out, they add like Diddy Kong, Funky Kong as DLC. I would actually be okay with that, just because it's like we get to see the new designs, how they did them, and then get them into the game without having it spoiled for the main Donkey Kong game.
Agreed. And having Donkey Kong and Mario Kart from the get-go, I mean, that just makes sense. So they're not holding him back, but they could very easily be holding back the other Kongs, and I think that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, especially since this game has the new redesign for Donkey Kong, so it makes sense, honestly.
Yeah, and the redesign looks fantastic. I really love it still.
So now, I am curious though, speaking of DLC and whatnot, who is a character you're hoping we get for DLC?
Ooh. So, the character I'm fighting for first and foremost, I really want Professor Egad, but we'll see. I mean, I'm not banking on it at this point, but I would love Egad. Side note, I do agree with a lot of people. We need King Bob-omb in this game. We don't even have a playable Bob-omb. I think, like, with Goomba and all these other characters, we need, like, a Bob-omb, King Bob-omb, something, you know, on those lines. But I would like Egad. I swear there's, like, one other character I want. Obviously, I want my bud Diddy Kong in the game. I need Diddy Kong back. He was in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe at the tail end after almost 10 years of waiting, and they've taken him out again, so hopefully he gets to be put back in.
I hope so.
What would you like?
No.
What would you like as a character, or two?
Honestly, I agree with the Bob-omb. Like, we need to stop delegating the Bob-ombs to just an item and actually give us a playable character.
Yeah, imagine a Bob-omb throwing a Bomb-omb. That'd be insane.
The other one I would actually like to see, this is something I saw online, is maybe give us some like Paper Mario characters.
Yeah,
like
I would
Vivian,
love that.
Flurry, or just even characters from like the Mario and Luigi series, like Fawful, Cackletta, you know, stuff like that. I would love to see like the spin-off games actually come into like a racing game.
You can even see, like, they can even come into the game 2D style, like Paper style, or they could even try and attempt at 3D. But I would say if it's Paper Mario, especially if you're throwing in the Paper Mario, you know, obviously you're going to want that to be 2D, because at that point you're just bringing in Mario. So I'd say leave them 2D, leave it like that fun little 2D artistic kind of thing going on. That'd be fun.
Yeah, it's definitely a stretch for like Paper Mario. The Mario and Luigi series I could definitely see, but
yeah,
it would still be cool to see no matter what.
It'd be fun. Lancer says, what about Bowser Jr.? It is a little strange that we don't have Bowser Jr. in the game. None of the Koopalings or anything.
Do we not? I thought we did.
Yeah, Iggy was my main in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, which is more so towards the end of that game cycle. That being said, I'm not going to lose sleep over the Koopa Kids, but I think Bowser Jr., I mean, they're in Mario Party. They're in a lot of things these days. I'm a little surprised we don't have Bowser Jr. from the get-go, but I don't believe they're in. I've not seen them. So, Don't ruin Diddy and Funky, dude.
To lots of new courses.
Don't ruin Diddy and Funky.
There's
I don't think they'd ever ruin Diddy and Funky.
Peach
Pretty sure they'll be cool. I would love to see a Funky redesign and see what they do with that. That'd be exciting.
And more. Nostalgic courses from past titles are also
You know,
here.
I didn't actually
But
notice
now
this, but
they're
apparently we're getting
reimagined
Wiggler
and
as a
spread
playable
throughout
character.
the world,
Wiggler.
where
And then
races
according to Zinni
start
Jr. was in the
or
leaks.
ignite.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if some characters still haven't been shown, but it'd just be really funny if Nintendo held back information after the freaking Direct. Again, Rainbow Road makes sense to hold back. Maybe that's a surprise for later. But other characters, like, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, I guess.
And
Oh, yeah.
Yoshi.
No, honestly, I was surprised they added baby Rosalina in before we got Bowser Jr.
Yeah, we got baby Rosalina in there. They definitely want the babies in there. Baby
Yeah.
Mario, Luigi, Daisy. There they are right there. Daisy, Peach, Rosalina.
Select your character.
Some people are not very happy that certain colored Yoshis are attached to certain outfits. Like that, like grayish-white Yoshi has a particular outfit. You can't just be regular, like, grayish Yoshi. You have to be, like, grayish Yoshi with, like, the bandana and or the neckerchief and whatnot. So people aren't very happy about that. It's fine, honestly. It'll be fine.
Oh yeah.
Knockout tour.
Also, I want your opinion. What are your thoughts on the kart mechanics, where instead of having to like build the wheels, the frame, and all this, it's just one kart now? Do you like it, or do you like the old way we had in Mario Kart 8 better?
Look out for cars that
Ooh.
shoot bullet bills.
Say that again, just to make sure. Like the
So like in this game, right?
Yeah.
Instead of having to build the kart, like you need to choose
Oh,
the
it's like they're
wheels
just as
and the
is.
frame. Yeah, they're just as is. Did
Right.
you like this better, or did you like how it was in Mario Kart 8, where you actually got to like pick and choose the different parts for your kart?
I think the customization was fun, but I'm very much down for just straightforward, like, this is the cart you're given. I'm not opposed to that. It's kind of like Mario Kart DS, because I believe in DS you could, like, change certain carts and whatnot. I thought that was kind of fun.
Yeah.
I'm personally okay with it. They murdered my boy Rob and made him a bike. Which is really, yeah, they actually have Rob the robot as a bike. You'll have to look it up, but it's kind of funny. You know how, like, Giganto and Sonic Racing Crossworlds is a thing? As a bike, they have Rob as a motorcycle, like, bike thing. It's really funny. I know people wanted Rob in the game, and he got murdered and turned into a cart. It's really funny.
I see that. Okay,
Yeah.
that actually is kind of
It
funny.
is cool, though. Like, I ain't gonna lie, it's cool. Like, it could be better than nothing, but yeah, they massacred him.
They took him out. He was too powerful in Smash. They had to nerf him for Mario Kart.
He was too powerful. He got a little too far in life for what he was. Dude, the man was supposed to just spin discs, and he got a little too far.
Ready for a sprint.
He went from spinning discs
You've got to
to
place.
spinning you off the edge of the map.
Stay in the race.
To getting a hole in his tire.
True.
We want Rob in the game, Monkey Paul's finger curls. True, true.
I love that.
That's a very true point. But yeah, I think in terms of Mario Kart World, I think I've gone over most of what I want to talk about with that. It's very exciting. Definitely looking forward to it. It's, you know, I'm going to get my money's worth out of it. I'm getting it day one if I can help it. I'm going to talk about pre-orders here in a bit because that'll likely be something we want to talk about. But yeah, no, I'm definitely getting Mario Kart World. For those who are getting a Switch 2, this is more so for those who are getting a Switch 2, will you be picking up Mario Kart World day one? And will you be getting the bundle, or will you be getting it physical? Let me know in the chat which one you'd be aiming for. And if you're not getting a Switch 2 immediately, but you'd like to get a Switch 2, are you considering Mario Kart? Let us know. There's a lot of polls out there right now where people are like putting out like, are you getting the game? And even with all this negativity, people like going around being mad about $80 and this and that, there's a lot of like, yes, I'm getting it. So to safe to say, this is going to be a hot cake. They're going to be selling a lot of hot cakes this summer, going into the fall and winter. So Cereza says bundle. Lancer's saying they're debating on the bundle. I'm also bundle gang. I'm getting the bundle. I don't know if I'm getting it day one, but I'm definitely getting Mario Kart when I get a Switch 2. Hey, let's go. Yeah, so regardless, you're getting Mario Kart. All right, Omega, what you doing?
I know I'm going to be getting a bundle, hopefully.
Definitely getting the bundle, hopefully. That sounds good.
Yeah.
I'm somebody who, like, I'm by no means in the field of scalping. I'm very against scalpers. I am getting a Switch to, hopefully through regular pre-order, through, like, Best Buy or something. But if I so happen to get one through Best Buy, and then Nintendo invites an offer to me, and they're like, yo, Switch 2 through my Nintendo, you know, hey, you know, you'll be able to get a secondary Switch 2. if I have the money for it, I might try to snag a second one. Not to like keep it, but in case there's like a homie that's like, yo, I couldn't get a Switch 2. If I can get one for them and just have it sent to their address, that'll be like a backup plan. So far it's my backup plan in case I can't pre-order one normally. But if somebody's like, you know, like let's say for example our good friend Deck who's like, I couldn't get one, what do I do? I could put it like in their name, they give me the money, I order it, boom, then they can get one. Like I would do that at the very least. But I'm by no means a scalper. I'm not gonna go out of my way and buy a second Switch and be like, yo, I could resell this. Like I hate frickers like that.
No, I
It's
agree.
awful.
Like, if I'd honestly be doing the same thing you did.
Yeah, just looking out for the homies or looking out for friendos
Yeah.
that like may have missed out. It gives me a second chance basically. But I'm going to try to fight for the try and true, you know, getting a Switch 2 at like an actual store and whatnot. Apparently, that you know, I'll dip into the subject a bit, but apparently every GameStop out there is getting roughly 100 Nintendo Switch 2s at launch, which is an insane amount. Somebody had put a post up saying like they remember working. I forgot what content creator it was, but they had worked at a GameStop back in the heyday during the 360 era. Their GameStop was one of the busiest. And they got anywhere between 10 to 15 Xbox 360s, maybe 20 if they were lucky. Think about that, 10 to 15. That would sell out so quick. That's nothing. 100 Switch 2s per GameStop? That's really good stock. Like this is going to be the fastest selling system of all time, guys. Mark my words. I don't care about all the negativity out there, people saying like drop the price and all that. You know, to each their own. I totally get that. I totally understand people not liking the price. But this thing is going to sell like hotcakes whether we like it or not. It's going to sell like crazy. So
Oh, definitely.
stock is going to be insane. It's going to be fantastic. I'm very much looking forward to it. You'll be waiting a while to get the Switch 2? That's fair. That's fair, goofball. That's fair. Like I said earlier, though, I really wish they'd have put out the OLED option, even if it is a little bit more. Yeah, I feel like they might do the OLED at some point. I wasn't quite convinced that they would, because apparently people are saying the screen is really good without it even being an OLED. But I wouldn't be surprised if they dip into that territory at some point. So that'll be quite a few years down the pipeline, I'm sure. They're going to be focusing on like regular Switch 2s at first. But we'll have to wait and see.
You can wall ride for a short period of time.
Well, it is 10:22 for me, and I need to start heading out for work.
That sounds good.
But yeah, no, thank you for having me on here. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, you're very welcome. I'm planning on going for about maybe another hour or two, we'll see. But if you ever have a point in time you think you could jump back in, I'll come back to the screen. But until then, I hope you have a good day at work. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, of course. I will catch you all later.
That sounds good.
How to best approach a course.
All right, to the no guest page. That sounds really depressing in hindsight. It's just me again, chat. Hello. Look at that clean transition, by the way. We were able to go on over here, and it's just little old me. It's pretty cool. I'm not used to having like more than one little area to be at, but yeah. I'm pretty sure they're probably going to. At least the new screen is better than the OG Switch. True. So, by the way, I wanted to share with you guys really quickly. I bought 2 accessories for the Switch 2 before it came out, and you're probably wondering how. It's stuff that you could buy ahead of time, basically. It's not really, like, Nintendo-owned. One, I got the 1TB micro SD card. That's the Express card. Very expensive. It was $200. It's insane. I believe it's on a bit of a sale, but it's also on a bit of a backlog. I believe it's like 173 or something on Amazon. Anyway, still very expensive to get a 1TB micro SD card, because you got to get the Express one. So I do have that on hand, but I'm going to hold it real quick, actually. You guys can't see me, obviously, but I'm actually holding right now the Switch 2 screen protector, like the little film you put on your Switch 2. It doesn't say Switch 2 on it, but it is for the Switch 2. I'm sure it's from China or wherever it is. Yeah, made in China, designed in the USA, etc., etc. But this, as you guys can hear here, this is the screen protector box that I have. It's like a little template where I can like put the little film on the front of the Switch 2 so it protects the screen from scratches and whatnot. I'm holding it, and the reason why I'm holding it is because it is the size of a Switch 2. It's going to be the size of the screen. I'm holding my, I will actually take a photo for you guys, really. Let me get a photo for you guys, because this is very fascinating. And keep in mind, this is the screen protector, not the entire Switch 2, because, you know, controllers and whatnot. But I'm going to take a photo for you guys real quick of the screen protector on top of the box. There we go. Sorry, it's taking me a while to get a photo. Extra memory is a must. It's very important. The Switch 2 is going to be coming with 256 gigabytes internal, which is great. It's actually a pretty good storage, which is probably why it's a little bit more expensive. But we do have extra storage, which is fantastic. So 256 should carry you if you're just converting over a couple Switch 1 games, and you know, that kind of thing. But if you're somebody like me who's all digital and you had a lot of games on your Switch One, you're going to want that 512 gigabyte micro SD card, or maybe even the 1 terabyte. I know that's very expensive. Not everyone can drop $200 on a micro SD card because that is insane. But I thankfully had the ability to at the time. So let me go ahead and download this photo real quick. You guys are going to love this comparison because I'll explain it as best I can. The bomb on Battlefield in the background right now is really good. I'm loving the music of Mario Kart Tour. It's very, very nice. We'll go ahead and tilt that to the left. Hang on here. Select, rotate to the left, copy. I'm going to go ahead and change that. There we go. Sorry, the photo was taken in a very weird way. Of course, because I'm rushing. That's okay, though. Okay, so I saved the photo. I'm going to put this on the screen now. But guys, take a look at this. This photo right here is my Nintendo Switch. Keep in mind the Joy-Cons are on the side and everything. What you see in the background, that white box, is the Switch 2, you know, film protector. And of course it's not going to be the exact same size as the box, but the fact that I can lay my Nintendo Switch on the box, you know, that's crazy because the actual film is going to be bigger. So safe to say, this is an OLED, by the way. This is a Switch OLED. This isn't a regular Switch. This is an OLED. So the screen protector is going to be freaking huge, which means the Switch 2 is going to be so much bigger. It's going to be bigger than a Steam Deck, to my knowledge, which I do own a Steam Deck, and that thing's pretty hefty. So I'm pretty excited that, you know, that this new Switch 2 is going to be pretty big. It's going to feel, I've heard from, you know, people who've went to the Switch 2 events that it's going to feel good in the hands and whatnot. So very exciting news to hear. You got those Joy-Cons? Oh, the orange and purple ones? Yeah. I ended up getting the orange and purple Joy-Cons at one point because I didn't really care for the black ones I had. I wanted some colorful Joy-Cons, and I went for the orange and purple. I think I even ended up selling my gray ones because I just didn't care for the gray Joy-Cons. Got some money back, got the orange and purple. Very cool. Oh, the Wario Waluigi Joy-Cons, I have those same ones. Yeah, they're so fun. They're very, very fun. Then I shall swapped the magenta / purple one for the blue one, so I have a Sonic and Tails. There you go, there you go. I love the color combos for Joy-Cons. I'm hoping in the near future we get other colored Joy-Cons for the Switch too. I'm sure we will, but at launch I suppose we're getting like the orange and blue like that. I think it's orange. It's not really red anymore. It looks kind of orangey, like an orangey red, kind of like Yoshi right there on that screen. But yeah, no, the Joy-Con colors are like as is. You don't have two options to go around. It's either the reddish orange, whatever you want to call it, in blue, and like that's it. That's like the Switch with the Mario Kart bundle being a secondary option. So we got that. But anyways, I think I'm done talking about Mario Kart World. We are going to finally move on to the regular Switch 2 topic. So I'm going to go ahead, and I believe if I play this video, you guys should be able to see this. There we go. We're going to play the regular Nintendo Switch 2 Direct in the background to kind of just dissect some random Switch 2 talk. So we'll have that play. I'm sorry if the audio's not there. Give me a second. There we go. Now we got audio. But we're going to be talking about regular Switch 2 stuff now and talking about pre-orders, prices, etc. So, let me go ahead and go through my notes. I had a whole thing of notes here for this episode. So hopefully I don't, like, just fall off the beaten path and not know what to talk about. So I wrote this down about a week ago. We are starting off with Switch 2 pre-order delays, unless updated. I put that in parentheses in case that changed. It did not change. Switch 2 pre-order delays. So we were supposed to be able to pre-order about a week and a half ago or so, and so far we still don't have pre-orders. There's a rumor that pre-orders are going to be happening either April 21st, I think 23rd or 4th, one of those days, or April 30th. There's a bunch of different like pre-order rumors right now. Safe to say, with the My Nintendo pre-orders going up, possibly on May 8th for those who are selected, you gotta have pre-orders between now and May 8th. So I'm expecting pre-orders to go up sometime before the end of this month. As for when, we don't know. We still don't know as of this episode. So I don't know if this VOD will be up by the time pre-orders change. But keep in mind, this is April 17th. Pre-orders are not available here in the US of A. So sadly, we still can't pre-order. I'm very much at the ready to pre-order, but we still can't do that yet. So that's unfortunate. Now let's talk about pricing a little bit, chat. Let's talk about a little bit of pricing here. I'll read a little bit of chat and then we'll move on to pricing. I got the Animal Crossing theme Switch. Yo, the Animal Crossing theme Switch is super nice. We do love the Animal Crossing one. The dock is very cute. Talking, though, with customer service with some third party I bought it to get replaced. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. No, that's fair. I I have thankfully never had Switch 1 issues. I had Joy-Con drift at one point, but like I said, I ended up like getting new Joy-Cons. And then I even sold my original Switch, the one I had at launch. I went for the OLED, and I'm keeping the OLED going into the Switch 2 era. I want like an original Switch still on hand. So I'm not parting ways with my OLED going into the Switch 2 era, but I will be converting everything over, safe to say. Yeah, let's go ahead and move on to the next subject. So, the price and whatnot. So it's $450 for a regular Switch 2, and $500 for the Mario Kart bundle. That's a turnoff for some people, and I totally understand. It is still cheaper than a PS5 as of right now, without changing in prices and whatnot as of today. But the $450 price tag is $50 cheaper than a PS5. It is on the go. It's pretty on par with the PS4, if not maybe slightly better than a PS4 in some aspects. And yeah, it's a really strong portable console. It's got the mouse controls. It's got a whole bunch of stuff going on. Really strong screen, 4K support, 120 FPS on certain games. You know, it's 256 gigabytes jam packed into the system itself. This thing is powerful, and it's got a lot of like storage to it and whatnot. I think $450 is a pretty reasonable price actually for what it is. Now, for the consumer, I totally understand that alienating some people. There are people who feel locked out. There are people who feel like they can't afford that. I totally get it. It's a more powerful Nintendo Switch through and through. And some people have even said that, I think like one of the old people from PlayStation, I say old people, forgive me, have said that Nintendo's kind of losing its identity. You know, they're used to innovating the game sphere and whatnot, the gaming sphere, and we're kind of more so just getting a more powerful Nintendo Switch 1. With like mouse controls and such. So people are thinking like Nintendo's not really Nintendo anymore. They're just making a more powerful console. Well, to my knowledge, there's a lot of people who love the Nintendo GameCube till this day. They praised that system even though it didn't sell well. And that was just a more powerful system. It was a more powerful N64 with like small discs. It really was just a more powerful system, and people love the GameCube till this day. So I think it's a little unfair to be like, yo, Nintendo getting a more powerful console? That's dumb. You're either one of two people. You either like the Wii remote or you don't. You like innovation or you don't. You like the gamepad or you don't. You know, people like Nintendo for innovating, and I think they still are. I think this whole camera thing and the Joy-Cons, like, it's neat. But here we are. We got a more powerful Nintendo console, more possibilities. It's portable. It's gorgeous. This Mario Kart game is gorgeous. This Donkey Kong game is gorgeous. We have Cyberpunk 2077 on the system running pretty darn well with a 7-week build. You know, it's a very impressive handheld. And I think we should be fairly thankful that we have a really powerful Nintendo Switch 2 coming out. I totally get the whole $450, $500 is like alienating and not the tastiest thing in the world to some people. But I think compared to a PS5 and even a PlayStation 5 Pro or Xbox Series S and X, which is its own little subject I'll talk about on another day, I'm sure. Different system, different company, different everything going on. But I think $450, I don't think that's asking too much. I think that's a really good price. People would have preferred $400. I was in that same boat. I wanted $400. But $450 is not asking too much in my opinion. I think that's just the right price for what the system is giving you. Now, if it was $500, maybe they'd be singing a different tune, or even more. Anything above $500 would have totally peed people off. It still pees people off, but I think $500 would have absolutely like peed people off. It being a bundle for $500, that's reasonable. You know, you get Mario Kart in there. That's pretty good. But I think $450 for like a base Switch 2 is pretty solid. And if for any reason that's like gross to you, you know, I'm sure there'll be used consoles out there or a cheaper way to buy. Maybe even a refurbished console of some kind at GameStop. So, you know, keep that in mind. I'm not sure if people remember, unless my memory is tripping. PS5 was selling for $500 to $600 upon release. It was $500 at release, with $700 being the Pro version. And I believe there was like a discless version for the PS5 that was like $400, but you couldn't put discs in it, of all things. You had to get like a separate attachment. It was kind of crazy. So yeah, people complained about that, but not nearly as much as Nintendo fans have been complaining about the Switch 2. So it's kind of crazy. Razor says they wanted the GameCube to be the Wii. They couldn't develop the motion controls fast enough, so we got the GameCube how it was. That's true. That's very true. I still love the GameCube, but yeah, it didn't sell so well at first. The PS2 took the world by storm at that period of time, so very unfortunate that the GameCube didn't sell nearly as well as we had hoped. But I know I was one of the very few who very much enjoyed their GameCube, for sure. I still enjoy the GameCube till this day. We'll talk about the GameCube Online here in a bit too. Very exciting to talk about the GameCube Online. But yeah, with the whole, we're gonna say, just really quickly, tariffs thing and whatnot. I don't know if the price will change in the future for the Switch 2. It could very easily be anything in the future changing. You know, PS5, Xbox, Switch 2, etc. Also, Stoner Stan, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the cinema. It's good to have you, bud. nothing is to say we might get price changes for all of gaming in the future. The future is uncertain in that regard. And again, it's not really my domain to talk about it, but don't be surprised if the PS5 here in the USA or Canada changes at some point, or the Xbox or anything for that matter. That might change at some point. We will have to adapt accordingly. It's just the way of the world. It's very different. It's very new, but we're going to have to deal with it. It's just, it's somewhat out of our hands to a degree. We can try to stand up for it, fight for it, but at day's end, it's we deal with world issues every day, so we got to hope for the best. Hopefully that none of that comes to pass. But we'll have to wait and see as of right now. But as it stands, I'm personally okay with $450 being the Switch 2 on a personal, and the $500 bundle. I think that's pretty cool. So I'm getting the $500 bundle with Mario Kart. That's going to be worth it to me. I'm very excited for the new screen, the new Joy-Cons, the new everything. I'm going to be trying to get the Pro Controller at launch. I don't know if I'll get the GameCube controller at launch. We'll have to wait and see. That might be hard to grab. Apparently accessories are going to be kind of hard to grab day one. So if anybody out there is getting a Switch 2, keep in mind Pro Controllers, cameras, accessories, all that's going to be a little harder to grab. They're wanting to make sure the console's out there, but the accessories are going to be secondary. So if anybody out there wants to get like a Pro Controller, keep your eyes peeled, because that might be the harder thing to grab. Very much enjoyed my GameCube for the few games I had for it. Heck yeah. I mean, that was like a huge part of my childhood when it came to like Sonic Adventure 2 Battle and Sonic Heroes and so forth, so forth. I know you could like play that on like PS2 and Xbox, but I was very big on the GameCube versions of those games. So yeah, no, I love the GameCube. And hey, who's to say we can't get those games on the Switch too, You could totally get Sonic Adventure 2 Battle or Sonic Heroes on the Switch too, which is insane to say. I'm not saying we're getting them, but you never know. It's not impossible. We got Soul Calibur 2 of all things coming to the Switch GameCube Online, which is very exciting. So, very excited about that. Yo, Kart Yash, welcome on in. How do you think about the Mario Kart Direct? So we actually just got done giving a whole elaboration on the Mario Kart Direct for this podcast. So if anybody missed out on the beginning of this stream and us going off about Mario Kart, feel free to watch the VOD when that goes up on YouTube / when this VOD goes up on Twitch. But I will at least give you a little bit of a rundown as to how I feel about the Direct. So that way I'm not just leaving you in the dark. I'll answer your question. So it was slightly disappointing, but it was also pretty straightforward. I feel like it could have been its own video, like a breakdown video or something. And I don't think it quite needed to be a Nintendo Direct. But it did show off some stuff that was pretty exciting. A lot more in-depth details on things we didn't know. There's a rewind feature that's fascinating. We got to see a couple more costumes. They were super cool looking. Big Donuts coming back. We got battle mode stuff. Not a whole lot, unfortunately, for battle mode, but Big Donuts coming back, and that pleases my soul on a personal. I loved Big Donut back in the N64 days. Very excited that that's back. Don't know about the rewind, to be honest. Yeah, there's some kind of rewind feature. It's only for single player, though. Again, keep in mind, if anybody missed out on the Mario Kart World Direct, you can always go back and rewatch that on YouTube. And again, this VOD will be up on YouTube pretty ASAP, so I'm hoping to get this uploaded by tonight, going into tomorrow, so that way if anybody missed tonight, you can watch it on YouTube. But we just gave a whole breakdown analysis on Mario Kart World, and we even showcased the reaction me and Omega had watching the presentation together, so that'll be up on YouTube. If you're listening to this VOD right now, it is up on YouTube, so hi everyone of YouTube land. Streza says, yes, I loved my GameCube. The GameCube was a fantastic console. We absolutely love the GameCube. I'm glad Chibi Robo and like all these other GameCube games, like, Gale of Darkness and Coliseum and Luigi's Mansion, all of that's coming to the Switch too. Very excited. We'll talk about that here in a bit, but very excited. We finally got to see Toad's Factory, though. We did! There was a lot of people clamoring for Toad's Factory to come back, and it sure did. I'm very excited for that, so that's awesome. Yeah, let me go ahead and continue my notes. We kind of went over the Switch 2 price and what it was. I had notes here for the Mario Kart World, but this was pre the Direct, so it was more so me just talking about like the roster, the tracks, the open world, costumes, character designs, photo mode, $80 price tag and bundle. We kind of already talked about that, so I'm going to skip that in my notes. Let's talk a little bit about Donkey Kong Bonanza. I'm not going to stay on this topic for too long, but Donkey Kong Bonanza is a brand new 3D Donkey Kong platformer, the first one in over almost 25 years, and it looks fantastic. It sounds fantastic. It's a platformer. Say less for me. I'm buying that day one. Comes out this July. That'll be a month after the Switch 2. Absolutely getting that day one. We got new Kong characters that are going to be in the game. They seem like villains. Cranky Kong has been confirmed for it throughout certain like showcases. The new DK look, yeah, it's interesting. It's a very interesting look, but he's very expressive. He's very cool looking. It's still Donkey Kong through and through. Even the original Rareware Donkey Kong designer was like, yo, give this new DK a chance. He gave me a chance years ago with that design. Give this new design a chance. It's actually done by an actual artist. He kind of dogged on himself a little bit. But yeah, I think it looks great. I'm very much looking forward to the new era of Donkey Kong. It seems like Nintendo knows what they're doing with Donkey Kong, and that's always good to hear. They really didn't know what to do with Donkey Kong there for a while. They were really hamming up like the old Donkey Kong Country Returns and Tropical Freeze games, but really not doing anything too new with him outside of that. So it's good to see DK getting his own footing back on the Nintendo platform of things. Nintendo's making their Donkey Kong, and I think that's great. New design. You get a destroy lot in that game. It's a very destructive game. Apparently the game remembers everything you destroy, so when you destroy something, it is like destroyed. That is it. That's done. That's it. It's awesome. Very detailed. We don't have Diddy Kong and some other Kongs in the game yet. Will they return? Who knows? I'm hoping Diddy Kong shows up alongside maybe some other Kongs. We don't know the developer of Donkey Kong Bonanza. A lot of people are kind of pointing at the Mario Odyssey team. Some people have even made the joke that it's Rareware. You know, who knows? I doubt it's that, but it's a very gorgeous looking game to say the least, and very excited for its release. Chat, let me know if you're looking forward to Donkey Kong Bonanza, and if you're looking forward to picking that up at some point in time. Let me know. It's going to be a day one for me on a personal, so very much looking forward to Donkey Kong Bonanza. Also, Riker, welcome on in. Yo, what's up, Zach? Long time no see. Welcome on in. Long time no see. We are currently doing our first podcast of the Twitch channel, so hope you enjoyed the rest of this podcast. We're talking all things Nintendo Switch 2 right now. If you ever want to chime in and talk anything about the Switch 2, feel free to chat about it. We have a new page and everything here with Broadcast64. I got the logo and everything, so I'm pretty excited to be doing my first podcast right now. But yeah, welcome on in. It's good to see you. Moving on to my next topic, Kirby Air Riders. Unfortunately, not a lot of information on Kirby Air Riders. It is directed by Masahiro Sakurai, classic of developer, classic of director. He worked on pretty much every Smash Brothers. He's the father of Smash Brothers, practically. You know, he's a famous man. We all know him for mostly Smash Brothers, but he did the original Kirby Air Ride game, which I had the pleasure of playing for the first time recently. Very fun game. It's Sakurai being able to work on another Kirby game. What a blessing. What a blessing in these times. Hopefully we get to see another Kid Icarus game someday, or maybe a remaster of Uprising. Who knows? But Sakurai's cooking. We don't have gameplay of Kirby Air Riders, but it's coming out this year, so he said wait for further information in the future. I trust the man. He is awesome. We love Sakurai. Anytime Sakurai releases anything, I'm there. He's like one of the very few directors I go, oh, Sakurai? All right, what you cooking? I'm there. I'm going to buy whatever it is that you're throwing out there. I trust the guy. So, 2025 release. We know very little. No gameplay yet, but still pretty exciting. So, very much looking forward to that. Thank you for the stretch of posture redeem. I might actually go quickly use the bathroom. I apologize if, knowing this is a podcast, that I'm kind of like leaving the room for a sec, but we'll have like a video playing in the background that you guys can kind of like look at and chat away. Leave some questions in chat. Let me know if you have any questions for me about the Switch 2. I would love to hear those as I go use a break real quick. But I'll read a couple comments and then I'll go take a bathroom break and stretch. If Diddy Kong appears in Donkey Kong Bonanza, I'll be drawing a lot of OCs. Yeah, and I think I saw a comment up above about where was it? Something about the Donkey Kong OC, like not OCs, the Donkey Kong characters. Artists are going to town on that new girl Kong. Yeah, we don't know her name yet, but very exciting to see some new Kongs. Let's go. I love Kirby Air Ride. Kirby Air Ride was so much fun. I'm hoping to get a physical copy of that game someday. I would love to play Kirby Air Ride on like an actual GameCube. I very much enjoyed that. We're definitely going to be hunting for a physical copy of that game someday. It is going to be expensive, but I will grab it if I can help it. I'm going to quickly use the bathroom real quick, chat. Give me like a minute and a half. And yeah, I'll be back and I'll read a comment. I see Riker wrote up a paragraph. I'll definitely read up on that here shortly. So hang tight. I'll be right back. Enjoy the video. Chat away. Ask me some questions. I'll be right back.
Place your Nintendo Switch 2 however you like with a large, sturdy stand. You can move it freely, like this. In addition to the USB-C port found on the bottom of the system, there's one on top as well. It's handy for connecting a USB-C camera or charging in tabletop mode.
Nintendo Switch 2 comes with 256 gigabytes of internal storage, 8 times that of Nintendo Switch, for storing your game downloads, save data, and more. Reading and writing data is also faster. Use the Nintendo Switch 2 dock to connect to your TV and enable up to 4K resolution for compatible games. HDR is also supported in TV mode.
Whew, okay, I'm back. Tried being very quick. I've returned.
The Nintendo
Alright.
Switch 2 dock has a
Karyosh
built-in
asks,
fan
what do you
and
think will be at the
system
Game Awards this year?
that helps
Ooh, really good
stay
question. A little early, I guess, for the Game Awards speculation. But if I had to guess for the Game Awards,
On Nintendo Switch 2,
I
you
wouldn't
can
be
play Nintendo
surprised
Switch 2
if
games,
Sony had
as
some
well
kind of
as
big announcement at some
compatible
point.
Nintendo Switch games. Physical and digital
Again, a little
games
off
are
topic from
supported.
it being the Switch 2. We are going to try to stay on topic with it being a Switch 2 podcast. But I wouldn't be surprised if even Nintendo, for once, decided to throw a bone at the Game Awards. I know they tend to do their own thing, but I know they're advertising like crazy for the Switch 2. So I wouldn't be surprised if Nintendo threw a bone at some point. And yeah, I don't know. It's a little too early for the Game Awards, I think, for that, because that's in December. So we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, we're mostly staying on topic of the Switch 2, so that's a good question. But yeah, see, maybe this time they'll actually show gameplay this time. Possibly, you never know. Technically speaking, the Game Awards is supposed to be about the awards and less about like the showcasing of games, but they do try to do a little bit of both. I think last year's Game Awards were really good. They were pretty solid.
Is actually inside the game itself.
And then Riker asks, I mean, the only thing I have in mind is Bravely Default HD Remaster, which makes me so happy to see it back, but sad it's a game key card for a physical copy in Street Fighter 6 Amiibo support, because we have a Terry Amiibo, but no idea if it'll be supported. We at least know that the OG Ken and Ryu Amiibos will work with the game. I actually didn't know this, so I'm glad you brought that up. The Terry Bogard Amiibo working on that would be pretty, like, awesome, and I don't want to say out of left field, but it'd be, like, a really interesting take. But, yeah, sorry, I said you were asking a question. You weren't asking a question. I had said that at the beginning, so that's my fault. But I appreciate you throwing that out there. Yeah, we're getting Street Fighter 6 Amiibo, which is crazy, getting 3 of them. And they're bigger than most Amiibo. And I believe they're $30 each, so they are going to be a little expensive. It's going to be $90 for the whole set. After tax, it's going to be like 100 bones for 3 Amiibo. So, if you want to get that whole set, you're going to be forking over a little Nintendo. But I'm considering Street Fighter 6 for the Switch, too. That'd be a very fun port of the game to own. I just don't see myself playing it that much, if I'm being honest. So maybe I'll get that at a discount or something at a later point. But we'll have to wait and see. But thank you, Cereza, for that stretch of posture redeem. Definitely needed that. I feel a lot better. Maybe we'll get menu themes and music for the Switch too. So menu themes might be a possibility. Music maybe. They have confirmed that the Nintendo like online like shop will not have music, and their reason was they did not want the music to interrupt trailers as you like go to check out games as you're shopping. Which some people could argue, well, why can't you make it optional? Why can't you do this? Why can't you do that? Nintendo just locked in an answer and called it a day. So unfortunately, the Nintendo shop will not be getting music. But in terms of themes for like the Switch overlay, hey, you never know. You know, I'm at that point. I'm not banking on it. It sounds like Nintendo doesn't care for that. But we'll see. We'll see. They have been doing some things for the Switch 2 that the Switch 1 didn't have. So we'll have to wait and see. But hopefully we could get themes. I would love to see themes come back. Also, Sonks, welcome on in. It's good to see you. The only reason why I say Terry, because he is a DLC character in the game. True. Yeah, Terry Bogard is in Street Fighter 6. And if they had the Amiibo be compatible with that, I don't know how they'd go about it, but that'd be like the really... Like, that'd be like the coolest little attention to detail. I would really love that. Just give us themes. It'd be nice if we had themes. Also, keep in mind, chat, look at this on the screen right now. I know most of you have seen the Direct, but micro SD cards do not work on the Switch 2. The original SD cards in your Switch will not work in the Switch 2. The Switch 1 micro SD cards will not work in the Switch 2. You gotta get the micro SD card express cards. They are very new. I had to buy a brand spanking new one recently. That is what I had to do. So keep in mind, I've seen some people talking about getting like regular micro SD cards, or even being like, yo, that gives me an excuse to get like the Sonic the Hedgehog micro SD card or the Shadow the Hedgehog one. You can't do that. You can't do that. So, just letting you know. Also, hello FBI agent, welcome on in. Which is because the Wii U and they still had with the Wii U and they still had trailers, so it feels kind of dumb, like a dumb reason. No, it's true. Like I feel like with the Wii U, it perfectly worked fine. Like you would have music in the eShop, and then you'd like click a trailer, and it would mute the music as you go to watch a video. So like, what's really the excuse? I don't know. I feel like it's Nintendo just kind of trying to aim for simplicity, but I feel like they could have done music on the shop. But yeah, it says available June 5th for the Switch 2. They have not, or like, you know, they've not budged on that date even after the Mario Kart Direct. It said June 5th, so it seems like we're locked in for June 5th, regardless of any of the world things going on. So that's interesting. Zinni says he has an amiibo card, so he'll probably be compatible. That's true. There are the cards as well. So I wouldn't be too, with that information in mind, I wouldn't be too surprised if the regular amiibo worked for Terry Bogard. There are Street Fighter 6 cards coming out that are amiibo cards, so we got that. I do think the mouse mode for the Joy-Cons is going to be a major game changer, pun intended. I agree, Razor. I think the mouse controls are going to be a huge game changer. It's going to be something that they implement into a lot of Nintendo games for creativity. There's going to be a WarioWare game at some point which requires the mouse. I think that'll be fun. That's a guess, though, not me confirming anything, but that's a guess. They're even implementing the Joy-Con stuff on the Super Mario Party Jamboree DLC that we're getting for the Switch 2 version, so we'll have to wait and see, but I'm very excited to see what the mouse stuff does going forward. I definitely want to dive into more games with that. That sounds like a lot of fun. Karyosh says, think we'll get a new Paper Mario. I think we'll definitely get some kind of new Paper Mario game. I would love a remake of the original 64, but I'm sure with Thousand Year Door being remade, they're not going to go back and do the 64. We have that on the online. I'm sure maybe they'll make a new Paper Mario a la the Thousand Year Door formula, like the regular Mario RPG type formula. So hopefully they took a look at the Thousand Year Door sales and went, yo, let's make one like that, not like Color Splash and Origami King, etc. Let's go forward with like that Thousand Year Door formula and make like a brand new Paper Mario. That would sell like hotcakes. So hopefully we get something like that in the near future. Don't worry, I'll have 2K and money, so by then I'll have a lot of money. Waiting for Wario World. Heck yeah. I have also been saving up a good chunk of money for these Switch 2 things, so I've been trying my best to save up some money. I'm absolutely ready for pre-orders. The fact they confirmed mouse controls for Metroid Prime 4 makes me think that other FPS-type games will also have mouse controls. Yeah, and there was also rumored, like, what's it called? The Halo Master Chief Collection coming to the Switch, or Switch 2. So if we had that with, like, mouse controls, I think that'd be really, really freaking cool. Other FPS games, would not be surprised if Call of Duty came over, would not be surprised if other FPS games came over and made use of that. I'm sure Fortnite might even use of the Joy-Con, which would actually be pretty cool for a console version of Fortnite, because giving people the ability to aim with a mouse in that game would be pretty revolutionary, actually. Whether you like Fortnite or not, you gotta admit, like, that would be huge for people who like FPS games. I'm fighting for Mario Paint. I say we can either get a new Mario Paint game, or they could put it on the Super Nintendo Online exclusively for the Switch 2. Give us Mario Paint. I feel like that's easy enough to do now. So that'd be cool. That'd be like a little novelty thing you could throw at us. New Mario and Luigi. Yeah, so they might make a new Mario and Luigi game. I don't know if the latest one sold super well. I'm sure it did okay. I know a lot of people dogged on the recent one. I've heard a lot more downs than ups for Mario and Luigi lately. People were more initially happy at launch, but I feel like people have been dogging on that game lately, at least from what I've heard. So, but I think they could definitely make another Mario and Luigi game and make it even better than the last one. The last one was kind of like a resurgence in bringing it back. So, you know, give it some time to cook. Maybe we'll get another one. Also, it'd be super helpful for sim-type games like Roller Coaster Tycoon for the Sims. True, yeah. Roller Coaster Tycoon, sim-type games. Those could be very compatible. Point-and-click titles. We could very easily get stuff like that in the future. Your Sam & Max games and whatnot. That'd be really fun. I gotta finish my Battle Pass on Fortnite. Oh, man. Man, I haven't been on Fortnite in a hot minute. Maybe I'll have to dive into that one of these days. Riker says, when I heard that, I was mad because it's forcing players to get the new micro SD cards that are harder to find, fewer companies as of right now make, and are supremely expensive. I agree with you, Riker. You're talking to somebody who did manage to get a hold of the micro SD card, but man, boy howdy, let me tell you something. Those things sold out immediately. I only really knew about it ahead of time because it was rumored about that for the Switch 2, and as soon as it was announced, I went to my Amazon immediately, and I was like, grab a micro SD card. I was wanting to get one of those for the Switch 2. I got one. at $200. It's expensive as heck for the 1 terabyte. And it was still back ordered, so I didn't get mine in like the 2-day Prime shipping. I got it like a week or so later, which wasn't really a long wait. You know, I'm not going to be able to put that into Switch 2 yet. But let me look it up right now on let me look it up right now on Amazon. Sorry for tripping over my words. I have to use my phone because I forgot on my web browser. I can't really look that up right now. Or can I? Actually, I can. I'm no longer sharing that right now. Let me go to Amazon real quick. Doing a double take. Yeah, okay, it's not showing my screen. Micro SD card express. And again, just kind of putting it out there. This is April 17th, 2025, so this is a period of time. Let's see. We're looking for the express card. Express. I'm finding it harder to look it up. Hold on here. 1 terabyte.
In Kirby and the Forgotten
Is there actually an Amazon Basics one? No, that's a slower one. Hang on, let me go to my purchase history, because I know I have one of these in my purchase history. Uno momento. Yeah, but yeah, no, $200, chat, for a 1 terabyte. That's very expensive, but it's because it's very new technology, so keep in mind it's very new. Regular micro SD cards are cheap because we've had a lot of them in abundance and over time, so... Oh, okay, here we are. So, the micro SD card that I have, the 1 terabyte, is now officially temporarily out of stock again. So, they are out of stock, unfortunately, if you're looking for the 1 terabyte. Now, if you get the 512 gigabyte, which is half a terabyte, alongside your 256, it's $90. Not the worst. Pretty good. It would actually hold you out for a while there. So, consider maybe getting the 256. Metroid Prime 4 is on the screen. I want to talk about that real quick while that's on here. But yeah, mouse controls for Metroid Prime 4. Guys, that's sexy. Like, pardon my weird words suddenly, but like, that's hot. This is really hot to see. I've been playing Metroid Prime 2 with the Prime hack with mouse and keyboard controls, and it's been phenomenal. This is going to feel like bread and butter. This is going to feel phenomenal on Switch 2. So very excited for that. The Ayo in chat. Listen, I have to be honest. It's very hot. It's very cool. Doom 1 and 2 port. Hey, you never know. Yeah, Doom 1 and 2 ports. I don't know if they'd go the extra mile to do that, but knowing Bethesda, God knows it'll give them another excuse to do Doom 1 and 2 again. So, hey, you never know. Dr. Alexander says, if Mario Paint does return to Super Nintendo or the new game, Vinesauce must play it. Oh, yeah, Varg Skeletor from Vinesauce, correct. That's true. I would love to see them play that. I know if Mario Paint came out, I'd be there, so very cool. It's preferable that to what Microsoft did with their proprietary expansion cards. I had to spend more than that for the 1 terabyte SD Express for the same storage on the Xbox Series X. True. Xbox installing the storage on there is easy, but getting one was like a pain in the A. I feel like getting storage in this day and age is kind of a pain. I would argue the Switch 2 is probably one of the easier ones to install storage, but yeah, it's just kind of expensive right now. So if anybody's not quite convinced on the micro SD cards being like the price they are, give it some time. They will become cheaper with time. So even though I don't got school stuff to do, I'm gonna go sleep. That sounds good, Kart Yosh. Thank you so much for being here. Highly appreciate you. Zenny says you go to those mouse controls. Listen. Not gonna go that far, but it might rile a fella up while playing the game. I don't know. Jokes aside, nah. Just more so looking forward to that being an option. Very exciting. Let's see here. Last I checked, it's slightly on sale. Yeah, so the 1 terabyte was slightly on sale. It is now officially like off, like sold out and whatnot. The 256 is available for $47.79 as of this podcast, and 512 gigabyte is $89.54. So even if you just want to double your Switch 2 storage from 256 to 512, just getting a 256 gigabyte micro SD card will only run you $47, about $48. With tax about $50. That's really not the worst if you just want double the storage. So if you're just going into the Switch 2 brand spanking new, you know, not a whole lot of digital games, you know, and you want some decent storage, the 256 gigabyte for $48 is really not a bad method. I would even recommend the 512 because you have almost a terabyte on your Switch 2. Now for me, I have the 1 terabyte already with the 256 built in, so I'm gonna have 1.25 terabytes on the Switch 2. I have a bunch of Switch 1 games that I'm going to be transferring, so keep in mind with that, the new Mario Kart, the GameCube Online, I'm going to have a lot to download, so I'm going to be tearing through that 1 terabyte ASAP, but I will be putting pretty good use to it. I'm going to need a 2 terabyte someday, and I know that sounds insane, but whenever that gets produced and invented, I will be there on that, so there you go. But yeah, I think that's about it for the micro SD card talk. Let's go ahead and move on to the next thing. GameCube support. Maybe we'll talk about that closer to when the GameCube support shows up on the screen. We'll wait for that to appear. Let's move on to Switch 1 game upgrades. That did come and go in the video. So Switch 1 game upgrades. People are wondering the cost for certain upgrades. How can you upgrade? You know, what works on Switch 1, what works on Switch 2. People have wondered if you own Switch 2 upgrades and you decide to put it back in your Switch 1, does it work on Switch 1? It does not. Switch 2 upgrades are specifically for Switch 2. I'm sure that's straightforward. Some people have wondered with like Kirby and the Forgotten Land, can you buy the upgrade without the DLC or vice versa? I believe you have to buy all of it in one package for $20. Kirby's is 20. The Zelda ones, I believe, are free with Nintendo Online memberships, but if you don't, I think they're like 10 each or 15, somewhere in that ballpark. I don't know the exact prices for all of them, but Mario Party, I think, is 10 or 20, somewhere in that domain. If you buy something like Pokemon ZA out of the front gate, physically, you're going to have the upgrade built in for the Switch 2 version. You have a Switch 2 copy, you have everything. But let's say you buy the Switch 1 version and you move to the Switch 2 eventually, and you want to upgrade Pokemon ZA, you could buy that separately for however much that's going to be. I think it's a pretty good method as to how to upgrade games. You're not forced, by the way. If you don't like have the money for Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom upgrades, you can still play them through and through the same way on a Switch 2. They're more so just offering if you want like the 60 FPS, the 4K, all these options that you can have on these older Switch games, whatever resolutions are available. You're going to be able to upgrade with some money. If you have the Nintendo Online, there's going to be a lot of them free. I believe like Mario 3D World and ARMS and a whole bunch of other Switch games are getting upgrades, and there's probably going to be even more in the future. So, chat, name me some Switch games you would love to see get some like Switch 2 upgrades. I'm in the field of, we definitely need Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity to get an upgrade. I know we're getting a new Hyrule Warriors game, but I think Age of Calamity needs that upgrade. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet absolutely need it, but they have been confirmed to get upgrades, so good. They absolutely need upgrades for the frame rate and other such. Trying to think if there's like any other Switch games that really need upgrades. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe absolutely does not. We're moving on from Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I'm sure, so they're not really going to get an update. If it does, that'll be surprising, but I mean, for all of those who want that kind of thing, there you go. Safe to say we're going to be getting a lot of upgrades in the future, so... Razor says Fire Emblem Warriors could use a render distance update. Yeah, in all honesty, yeah, there's a lot of big, hefty games that really just push the Switch to its limit that could honestly use some upgrades. I wouldn't even be surprised if games like Pokemon Sword and Shield got upgrades at some point, because those could use some touch-ups and some extra stuff. Not DLC, it already got DLC, but you know what I mean. Some need upgrades, some could take DLC. I could see certain games getting DLC. Speaking of which, Zenny has mentioned, I want Smash Brothers to get bigger lobbies and working online for the next re-release / installment. They easily could give us Smash Ultimate with an upgrade, extra characters, upgrades, etc. I'm not quite ready to move on from Smash Ultimate. I know that sounds weird, because we've had the same game for so long, but having Banjo and Kazooie, Pac-Man, Sonic, Mario, all my favorite little guys in there at once, it's going to be a little strange if we moved on from it and did like a new Smash and not having certain characters in there. So I'm in that boat. If they just want to upgrade it for the Switch 2, I'd totally be down for that. Could totally roll with like another Smash Ultimate with upgrades. While Sakurai is working on Kirby Air Riders and maybe even like Kid Icarus Uprising remake, remaster, sequel, whatever he wants to work on, I'd be okay with that on a personal. Let's get some new games. I don't really want to, like, personally don't need a new Smash Brothers game. Zinni says, I don't want a new Smash game either, just a better one. Exactly, like, we just upgrade what already works. You know, we love Smash Brothers Ultimate. Just give us more reason to play that game. And yeah, you got people, you probably sell people on a Switch 2 copy of the game too. So 16 people lobbies would be insane. That'd be really great. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, but I would love to see like Switch 2 upgrades for stuff like that as well. That'd be great. I'm actually going to pull my Switch out of the... almost said Switch 2. I'm going to pull my Switch out of the dock. I'm already ready to say Switch 2. I'm going to pull my Switch out of the dock and like go through some games that I could see getting upgrades. Yeah, Mario 3D All-Stars. No, I'm kidding. Let's see here. So... I don't think Luigi's Mansion 2 HD needed upgrades. That one was pretty good. Unless there's like a frame rate thing they want to fix. Mario Luigi Brothership could technically get an upgrade. Donkey Kong Country Returns HD was perfectly fine. I think the Pikmin collections were fine. Thousand Year Door was fine. I don't know if they need to upgrade that, but they, you know, if there's like frame rate and whatnot, they could. I think that game was good though, as is. Going through other games, Luigi's Mansion 3, they could probably upgrade frame rates. Who knows? Frickin' Tony Hawk with the SpongeBob DLC. I think that's insane. Still. Kind of going through more of my games here. I'm not really going to be listing off third-party games, so I have things here on my Switch like Monster Hunter Stories, you know, Bayonetta. I'm not really going to be naming off third parties. That's completely up to third parties if they want to upgrade their Switch games. So I'm not going to be naming those, but I'm kind of going through like first-party stuff. Funnily enough, we got Portal 1 and 2 for the Switch. I don't know if they want to do Switch 2 versions of those, but yeah, I would like to see Switch 2 versions of those, even though those are third party by Valve. I think getting upgrades for those would be awesome. Omega says, hello, y'all. I'm back at work now. Yo, welcome back, Omega. Welcome back. And if you ever want in, let me know. I can bring you back on the stream. We're kind of going through Switch upgrades right now. Switch 1 upgrades going into the Switch 2. Freaking 007. I'm looking forward to that game, though. I love James Bond. Mario Strikers, you could upgrade. I don't think anybody wants to touch that. I think we're all kind of just waiting for Mario Strikers on GameCube for the online. Mario Maker 2, I don't think that got confirmed for upgrades, but I could see that getting maybe more. We'll have to wait and see. Pokemon Legends Arceus could definitely use some upgrades for frame rate and such. So I don't know if that was confirmed at any point or not, but that would be a good one. Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. I mean, if you want to add more frick, I'd play it. Nintendo, if you're hearing me, I would play that. I can't remember if Big Brain Academy was one of the games, but I do own Big Brain. That'd be fun. Tropical Freeze, I think, was pretty perfect as it is, but if it did get upgrades, that'd be sweet. We'll have to wait and see, though. That's by the people who are doing Metroid Prime 4 right now, so I'm not expecting any upgrades on that. Going through more of my Switch games, going once, going twice. But new Pokemon Snap. We all forgot about that game, so don't worry about it. Sorry if anybody likes that game. What else we got here? Clubhouse Games, I think, was on that list. Skyward Sword HD, I think, was fine. Hyrule Warriors, the original Hyrule Warriors, you could probably upgrade if you really wanted to. Animal Crossing, question mark. I'm at that point I can see them just doing a new Animal Crossing, so I'm not too worried about that one. Mario Golf Super Rush. Yeah, I don't know. I think the ones that we're looking at right now that they've confirmed are pretty good. So I'm not expecting like a ton of upgrades, but I would love to see third party dive into the upgrades. Bayonetta, other games, like anything that wasn't perfect. I'm not saying Bayonetta's not perfect. I'm just saying like anything that had like not perfect frame rate, I would love to see like get upgrades and such. So maybe some third party might throw their hat in the ring. But yeah, feel free to hop back in. I'm cool with that. Yeah, that sounds good, Omega. I'll go ahead and go to the double screen here. Let's go ahead and switch on over. Let me make sure I'm on a good page here. Yep, we're good. I'll go ahead and swap on over to the guest page, and Omega will just miraculously appear. There he is. There he is. That was perfect timing.
Poof, I'm here.
Fantastic. But yeah, we were kind of just more so going through like Switch 1 upgrades and whatnot. Shoot, I just realized the freaking. I don't think I had the. I wasn't expecting to do a guesting today. I think initially, so I didn't actually have the Switch. Yeah, so it restarted the trailer. I think I could like move in the. Okay, I got an idea. Give me just a second. In the meantime, Omega, list me some Switch 1 games you would like to see get upgrades. Do you have any that you would like to see like get upgrades or DLC or frame rate fixes or anything like that?
Well, as I said in the chat, Scarlet Violet. I'm pretty sure you said that.
Scarlet and Violet, I believe, were confirmed. They were definitely like on my list of like you need to fix those a little bit.
Yeah.
I would probably replay them if they got upgraded. I'll be honest.
Honestly,
I would.
Super Mario Odyssey DLC would be nice.
Yeah, Mario Odyssey. You never know. Honestly, that could hold us over into like a new 3D Mario game.
Oh yeah. What else?
Skip ahead into. There we go. I think we
I
were
guess
like here. We'll just go here. Okay.
Alright, hear me out. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Enhanced.
Okay, so I just got done talking about that. Go frick yourself. I'm just kidding. Nah. My team is goofing off, so I'm going to be late. Yeah, no worries, Annie. No worries. I'm planning on going for at least another hour, maybe hour and a half. If you want to pop on in, I'll go as long as I can. If you ever want to pop in, so that way we can get you in on the episode 1 canonically. You'll have to share a chair with Omega, though. We only have the one chair. Or if you get your PNG out where you're sitting down and drawing, I could put you down on the desk, like a sitting dog on the desk. That'd be fun. Yeah, I think that's like the Switch 1 upgrades I would like. Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity is... I don't know if they'll go back and fix that one, but I would love to see it get fixed. It had some frame rate issues, and I would love to see that get like a patch.
Oh, yeah.
Pokken Tournament, maybe. I don't know how imperfect that game was, but maybe Pokken.
Pokken seeking and like an upgrade for it.
Yeah, I'd also just be down for Pokken too, so I'm at that point. Genesis the Werehog says, "What if we get a Bowser 3D game? That would be awesome. I would love to see other like I say side characters. Bowser's the the bad guy in the Mario games, but it'd be kind of cool to see like you got Mario games, Luigi games, Wario games. Give us Waluigi at some point, but a Bowser game would be fun, like something just based on like playing as Bowser. That would actually go pretty hard. Peach got a game recently. Who's to say? So that'd be awesome.
Waluigi for Smash when?
Waluigi for that'll be the Switch 2 upgrade. It's just, hey, we increased the frame rate and stability, bigger lobbies, Waluigi, everybody go fight each other. Okay, like that's all you gotta do to holler at the boys and get us to fight again. So
honestly, that is another game I don't know if they're gonna work on or not. But Mario Luigi Brothership, because I know it wasn't the best game,
and it did
still have some frame
hiccups.
stutters in it. So
yeah, that one could use upgrades. That one could use like a frame rate fix and whatnot. I'm really excited actually, because one thing I'm going to be doing going into the Switch 2 is I'm going to be buying at least maybe a game or two that are like specifically for the Switch. Oh, I just realized the gameplay I have in the corner is like super delayed.
Oh.
Hang on, let me make sure it's not because of my windowed projector. What if I get rid of this? I'm like hearing gameplay of GameCube stuff when I'm seeing Zelda. Let me see if I can fix that real quick, chat.
Nintendo Switch Online Plus
Oh, it's unfortunately like super out of sync.
On Switch 2.
What if I pause it and then I press play?
And with Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion,
It might be fixed. We'll see.
you can enjoy a new membership.
Yo, Bird Girl, welcome on in.
On Switch 2.
Hello, Bird Girl.
Take a look at this.
Okay, I think I fixed it. Yeah, we're good. I've learned something
Hey,
today.
look
There's GameCube support in the corner. We're going to be talking about that here in a second.
Ready.
But yeah, oh, there was something I was going to say, but I got off track. Oh, well, that's what I was going to say. A game I'm hoping to get for the Switch 1, the original Switch, going into the Switch 2 era. I'm hoping to get Kirby's Return to Dreamland and do co-op with GK. I thought that'd be like a fun, like, scientific experiment to, like, play, like, a Switch 1 game on a Switch 2 going into the new era. And I recently got the Mario vs. Donkey Kong game, so I'm kind of hoping to try out a few, like, regular Switch games on the Switch 2, just to see if, like, I don't know. It's probably just going to be a Switch game through and through, but it'll be kind of cool to, like, continue to play Switch 1 games on the Switch 2 and try those out, so... Hoping to grab that game. Maybe it'll get an upgrade. Who knows?
No, I'm excited for the Switch 2 and the upgrades. There are so many games that actually need it.
There are a lot. They're definitely hitting like the important ones. They have like the Zelda games, Scarlet and Violet. They have really important titles after getting the upgrades. And I say that as we have ARMS. We'll see all of like 5 of us go out there and be like, yo, the ARMS upgrade? I don't even know what's in the ARMS upgrade. I'm just curious if it'll revitalize it or if it's just like, oh, it's stability. Great. Anyways, nobody goes back to it. Who knows?
Hey guys, we got this ARMS upgrade. That's cool. Anyways.
It's gonna take a lot more than that to impress me. Bark. ARMS 2. Oh. Sorry, as it says, my BF has been begging for a Waluigi game. I want to know what that would look like. Any thoughts? Ooh, it would be a very bizarre game. You gotta make it weird as heck. Waluigi's a very weird as heck character. I'd say like similar to like JoJo's Bizarre Adventures level of weird. You gotta make it weird.
Oh, I have an idea.
What's that?
Waluigi fighting game.
Waluigi fighting. Waluigi's Liar's Bar. Well, how about Waluigi's Fight Club? Where he trains up to beat Little Mac. But one of his first opponents is like Ken Masters, and everyone's like, what is going on? Just be the most insane out-of-pocket game. Who knows? Not the punch-out anyone asked for, but definitely will take, right?
Listen, I'd buy it.
I would too. I would want one where he wears the sombrero, and if you get punched once, it just goes flying off, and like you don't have it for the rest of the match. Let's see if you can hold on to your sombrero the entire fight. That'd be great. Now we're thinking Link in chat.
Okay, that would actually be sick though. A Waluigi like RPG style game where you're going through different Nintendo worlds.
Yeah.
So like Legend of Hyrule, Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
Honestly, I could see that working and it'd be very funny.
Waluigi's just a little crossover guy. He like puts himself into other people's games. Oh, there's
Only just the Deadpool of Nintendo.
there's Deltarune above my head. God.
Deltarune.
I'm very happy that is coming to Switch too. That's gonna be great, and I believe it's coming to like just all platforms that same day. So fantastic.
I think so.
But yeah, no. So I've always this could be a little off topic, and I know it's against my like philosophy of these podcasts, but we're still talking Nintendo. I've always wanted a 3D. This was before Kirby's Forgotten Land, by the way, ever was mentioned. I would love a Kirby Yoshi 3D platformer where they work together, because Yoshi's got the licking and, you know, Kirby's got the sucking, and I know it sounds terrible, but they could genuinely like make like a cool combo team for like a platformer of some kind. But we'll, you know, maybe we'll see.
Honestly, I could see that working out really well.
3D Yoshi would also just be cool.
Honestly, yeah. Give us another Yoshi game.
Give us another Yoshi. Hey, Kirby's got 3D. Let's see Yoshi in 3D.
Listen, we got Mario Odyssey. We got Donkey Kong Bonanza. Yoshi's.
How about Yoshi's new No, wait, that's a terrible idea. Hold on. Yoshi's Other Island. Yoshi's Last Resort. Yoshi's Crappy World. Wait, no, wait. No, I'm kidding. No, Yoshi needs another shot. Yoshi's Crafted World, I heard, was just okay, whereas Woolly World was a lot of fun. So I never got to play Crafted World, but I heard it was just okay.
No, that's fair. Also, that actually does bring up a point I want to make with like Donkey Kong Bonanza.
Oh yeah.
I like how Nintendo is starting to like give their main mascots like Mario, Link, Donkey Kong, like their own open world game, like how Mario had Odyssey.
Yeah,
Zelda had
like that level of
Tears
quality.
Yeah, I would love to see that for like other games, like a new Kid Icarus game.
Yeah.
Or Yoshi even.
Hi, I'm Lionel Jinx, and I'm
Dude, imagine a Kid Icarus game where like the open world hub is how you travel, and like you get to go from like mission to mission and story points and whatnot. Like you get to free your own with flying, kind of almost like Skyward Sword if you remember the flying in that. But like it's your pit, and you're like going around to like locations. That would go hard.
I would love that.
Yeah, that would go
I would
super
also
hard.
love, like Sonic the Demon Lord said, I'd love a Mega Man open world
A
game.
Mega Man open world game would be, that would go so hard. I would be down. I'm not even like the biggest Mega Man guy yet, but I would buy that. Absolutely. I'm just a sucker for open world stuff, and we're in that era where that's becoming a lot more normal. So, definitely would take that. I know we kind of already moved past the GameCube Online when it was on the screen, but let's talk a little bit about the GameCube Online. And if anybody else in Chatland wants to pull anything back from the upgrades or anything else, let us know. But let's talk about the GameCube Online a little bit. So at launch, we have Soul Calibur 2, Wind Waker, and F-Zero GX. Wind Waker is the original game. A lot of people wanted the HD version on the Wii U to be a port on the Switch, and now we're on the Switch 2 with the original Wind Waker. I'm okay with this. I think in some ways the original Wind Waker ages better graphically, because I think the cell shading and the more so the bloom in the Wii U version was a little too much. Unless they like set that back a little bit and then ported it to the Switch 2 or Switch 1, I think the GameCube one is better, at least graphically. But in terms of like the enhancements of the Wii U version, it is kind of a darn shame that we don't have the life quality improvements, and you kind of have to go back to that primitive version. But I think through and through, you know, Wind Waker being on the Switch through the GameCube Online, and it, you know, being a part of the online expansion without a price upgrade is great. Alongside F-Zero GX, which people have also just flat out said like, oh, I don't even need a new F-Zero game, just give us GX with online, and I'd be happy. Well, there you go, we got that. And Soul Calibur 2, of all things, that has Link in that game. I am one of the very few people who did grow up with Soul Calibur 2 with Link, and seeing that on the Switch 2 was like, whoa! So, very excited to see Soul Calibur 2 coming to the Switch 2 Online, alongside a list of GameCube games. We had both Pokemon Colosseum and Gale of Darkness, Chibi Robo, Luigi's Mansion, Super Mario Sunshine, outside of 3D All-Stars, which is great. Omega, was there any other games I missed from that list? I'm sure I'm not thinking of a couple. There's like a few more in there, I'm sure.
There's a few more. I don't remember off the top of my head. Let me see. If I can look it up.
Yeah, you look it up. That sounds good. I think there's like a couple more. Chat, you might know which ones we were missing. Cindy says was going to be Legends 3, but Inafune had to ruin that. They canceled a lot of Mega Man games. at one period of time. It was very unfortunate. Chaotic Neko Goofball says, I heard Mega Man and I will agree. Heck yeah. And then Sonk says, just give me Tony Hawk Underground. I feel like at the rate we're going at with the Tony Hawk remakes, we're going to get Underground and Underground 2. I will say. We're going to get Underground 1 and 2 remakes. Absolutely. Yo, Diggity, welcome on in. Welcome on in. And we're currently doing my first episode of the Broadcast64 podcast, and we're talking all things Nintendo Switch 2. I hope the day is serving you well.
Okay, so we're gonna be getting stuff like what you said, you know, both the Pokemon Gale of Darkness and Coliseum, Wind Waker, F-Zero. We're also gonna be getting Super Mario Sunshine.
Yes, Sunshine.
Fire Emblem Path of Radiance.
Fire Emblem, there you go. There's that one.
Mario Kart Double Dash, Luigi's Mansion.
Wait, Double Dash? I don't think Double Dash was confirmed.
What I see, I don't know if it was confirmed or not. This is just from what I'm reading.
That's fair.
Let's see if this actually has a list of it. Super Mario Strikers.
Super Mario Strikers is one of them. Yep.
And Chibi Robo.
And Chibi Robo. Okay, so that seems to be the list. So it seems like the only one I missed was Fire Emblem and Mario Strikers.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the entire lineup as of right now. And I'm sure we'll get more games in the future. But yeah, the question I wanted to ask you, chat, was what GameCube Online games would you like to see be added to the Switch 2 Online with the GameCube and all that? Obviously, being Sonic fans, there's a lot of us out there who are like looking for like maybe Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, Sonic Heroes, etc. I'm not expecting like Mega Collection or Jim's Collection, nothing with like collections in mind, but like straightforward games. So, is there anything you guys would like to see? Maybe even like I've heard people say like, "Yo, Sonic Riders on Switch 2 would be insane." Shadow the Hedgehog, etc., etc. What would you guys like? I would like to see the original Kirby Air Ride show up at some point after Air Riders comes out. You gotta let that game come out first, or you could throw out the original Air Ride and sell people on Air Riders. You never know. So, what do you want, Omega? Is there any GameCube games you would like on the Switch too?
For me, I know most of them are actually going to be on there, like Wind Waker, Path of Radiance, and the Pokemon games. Just because, besides Wind Waker, the other three are so expensive to even buy. It's just worth it to, you know, do a little sneaky
I got a good question for you, Sedley. You can go back to answering more, but like I got a good question for you. Do you think we'll get Pikmin 1 and 2 as GameCube Online games, or do you think they're going to pass because there are technically versions of that on the Switch? Very good question. Well, we have two copies of Pikmin 1 and 2, because that'd be really funny. I don't think they will, but you never know. They're kind of essential GameCube games. Like, Pikmin was like early. So I don't know.
Honestly, I could see them bringing out both the original Pikmin 1 and Pikmin 2.
Yeah. Because we have Sunshine twice, technically, now.
Because we had Pikmin on the Switch, though, right?
Yes, we have Pikmin 1 and 2 on Switch. We have all the Pikmin games on Switch, actually. So you can play every single Pikmin game as of right now, outside of Hey Pikmin on 3DS. All the other Pikmin games are on Switch, too. You can play them on Switch, too.
I think with that, they might not. Just because since the Switch is compatible with those games, or the Switch 2 is, they might not worry about that.
That's fair.
Oh, also, give me one moment. I will be right back.
Yeah, you're good. I want to pick out Zinni's comment here real quick, because this is actually a pretty good comment. I'm betting on Ocarina of Time Master Quest or Resident Evil 2 for GameCube. So I'm glad you brought that up. Ocarina of Time Master Quest would be a good one. RE2 would be huge. RE3, like Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. Also, Resident Evil Remake. I could see Resident Evil Remake or even Resident Evil 4 making its way on over to the Switch 2. Who's to say we won't get Resident Evil 4 Remake on Switch 2? You never know. But I would love to see like the original Resident Evil games make their way on over to the Switch GameCube Online and all that. Could even get Resident Evil 0 and other such. Code Veronica could technically come to the Switch 2 via the GameCube. It'd honestly be sick.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back. I was kind of just telling everybody about Zinni's comment because they had brought up Ocarina of Time Master Quest and Resident Evil 2 being on GameCube. You could technically get Resident Evil 0, the original 1 remake, 2, 3, 4 in its original format, and Code Veronica. All of these Resident Evil games on the Switch Online. They might even like go back and do like Resident Evil 4 remake and remakes of 3 and 2 on the Switch 2 Online, or not online, the Switch 2. But yeah, a lot of the GameCube original Resident Evil games could come over to the Switch 2. Even Code Veronica, that'd be insane. Wait, Code Veronica was never on GameCube last I checked? I swore it was, but I could be wrong. I could just be wrong. I know it was on PS2, but...
No, I'm seeing it on GameCube.
Yeah, okay, so it was on GameCube. I was pretty sure it was. It's very expensive. But yeah, Code Veronica's on GameCube, so that's still technically a possibility.
No, honestly, some of the games I kind of hope we get for the GameCube Online, the Metroid Primes.
Yes, absolutely.
Smash Bros. Melee.
Melee's a must. We have to get Melee at some point.
And then they could actually add, because I know a lot of people were talking about giving us like a Wind Waker and Twilight Princess remaster for like
Yeah.
Switch. They might not do the remaster, but instead bring Twilight Princess to the GameCube.
Yeah, I can see the Twilight Princess GameCube version coming over to the Switch Online, which, again, we have Wind Waker, so that'd be our gateway to having both. Not everybody would like that answer, but it would technically be versions of those on the Switch, and Switch 2 more so. So, I'd be okay with it on a personal, but... Let's see. Alexander says, Nintendo should not do pre-orders, as scalpers will find a way to bypass the requirements before selling them. I feel like that's going to be inevitable regardless, but I will say that they're doing a lot better about getting rid of those. Even people have been like helping to like get rid of the eBay ones that don't even really exist. People are like promising pre-orders before they even have them on hand. They're like taking them down off of eBay. So I don't know if that'll persist, but I think it's impossible to like get rid of all scalpers. But Nintendo's definitely being like one of the few companies that are like handling it better than anybody else with their like My Nintendo version of the program, and I'm sure GameStops and places are gonna do like the one per person kind of thing. So unless somebody's ordering them online with a bot and being a scumbag, you know, otherwise I think we'll be fairly okay. There will be people who like will buy one and resell it though. You can't really stop people like that. But
Just
hey.
imagining someone places a bunch of orders at like GameStop with different emails and accounts.
Yeah, you
and
could.
places that
Yeah.
big pickup goes in. It's like, yeah, I'm here to pick up 15 Switch 2s for this person.
Yeah, or somebody could be like, yo, I'm bringing in my wife or a couple of my buds, and like all they gotta do is bring in a different person and all that kind of such. Or they can even order one from GameStop, Best Buy, Target, Walmart, wherever. Have like 4 or 5 on hand just from buying from each one. You'd have to be on the ball for each one of those, but you could probably do that. Now, I'm not trying to give them ideas, you know, but they know what they're about and they know what they do. So I'm not gonna get into that subject too much. It's not really my domain. But yeah, let's read the next comment. We got Razor saying, to be fair, they added Mario 64 despite it being in 3D All-Stars. Yeah, we got Mario 64 twice, and we got Sunshine twice. When are we getting the Wii Online so we can have Galaxy twice? And no Galaxy 2, just to pee people off.
Okay, off topic a little bit. I never actually cared for Galaxy 2 personally.
That's fair.
Galaxy 1 more enjoyable in my opinion than Galaxy 2.
I like Galaxy 2, but Galaxy 1's got the charm. It's got the charm I really enjoy about like the observatory. The story itself I actually do care about, even if it's simple. Whereas Galaxy 2, it's kind of like an extra adventure. It's really nice, but it's very extra.
Yeah.
I'd argue like Galaxy 2 is kind of like Toy Story 4. Not necessary for say, but if you like more of a thing you enjoy, like, yeah, there you go, enjoy it. I say that as somebody would be like, you cannot compare that to Toy Story 4. Like, that movie sucked. There's people who don't like that movie. Another subject for another day. But to me, like, I like Toy Story 4. It was unnecessary, but I enjoyed it. It's kind of like Galaxy 2. I don't think we needed Galaxy 2, but I loved it. I'm going to personally go back and play Galaxy 1 if I had choice.
No, honestly fair. I'll be honest, I've never seen Toy Story 3 or higher, so I can't really say. But honestly, that is a fair point.
Ooh, Leo says no one remembers this game, but it'll never happen. But Gotcha Force for GameCube. There are some very obscure games that they've thrown out for like Game Boy Color, etc. I would be too surprised if there's a few oddballs out there. I don't know if anyone's heard of this GameCube game, and I believe it's by Atlas, if I'm not mistaken. But big random shot in the dark. Chat, if any of you guys out there even remotely know this game, I've not played it, but I am aware of it. If anybody knows this game, I give you props. But what about Go-Go Hyper Grind? Like,
I feel like I've heard of that.
It's not a very well-known game. It's very expensive by today's standards, but like, imagine that coming to the Switch 2 with the GameCube Online. Like, you'll all have to look it up. It's a very obscure game. I remember my brother buying it at GameStop for like $6 or something, and now it's like a crap ton of money. But people want like rare little oddities like that. You know what? Give us Donald Duck going quackers, Nintendo. That's a real man's game. Actually, a pretty decent platformer. But anyways, or Crash Bandicoot: The Wrath of Cortex. Don't do that. No, I say that I would actually play that. I'm trying to remember if Crash Nitro Kart was on GameCube. I believe it was. Yeah, you could technically get us a couple Crash games on that list. And Spyro.
Okay, hold up. This is some ideas I'm seeing. Donkey Konga games.
Donkey Kong. How would you go about that? Like Joy-Cons, just banging on them, or? Using the
Probably Joy-Cons, or
Yeah.
you can use like the GameCube, just doing like a button mash kind of thing.
That's fair. I feel like Donkey Kong would be a kind of a weird one. I wouldn't be opposed to it, but it'd just be such a, I don't know.
Yeah. You
Give
can also
us-
do like the Budokai games for
Give
Dragon
us Donkey Konga with the barrels from Nintendo with the chat button for $80, which is way more expensive than that game was at launch. With the
actually-
with the bongos.
Ball. Hold up. Give us a Donkey Konga remake.
Donkey Konga remake. That'd be fun. That'd be fun. Wouldn't be opposed to that. Donkey Konga 4, and everyone's like, wait, there was a 3? Wait, what are we doing? There was a 3, by the way. But anyways. Ziddy says Galaxy 2 with the mouse controls would be cute. That's really not a bad idea, especially with certain Wii games. You never know.
I'm
But-
gonna be honest. I really am hoping we get a new Pokemon Ranger game, or even just a remake with the mouse controls.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be really nice.
This is my copium.
One copy of Bejeweled. Zinni says, well, Galaxy 2 is a retcon of Galaxy 1 due to how the game ended with the universe resetting. True, so technically Galaxy 2 is the quote-unquote canon, which is really unfortunate because I love Galaxy 1. Galaxy 2 is the quote-unquote canon. It's kind of a Sonic 06 situation when you really think about it. Not that I'm going to think about that too hard. We have Rosalina in our lives, and that's what matters. And Luma, for that matter. It was the Crash games ran like Boo Boo Water on GameCube for some reason. Well, I believe the GameCube Online isn't like enhancing certain games, so maybe that wouldn't be so much of an issue, but you never know. Leo says Wacky Racers. That would be an oddball to throw in there, but I am aware of Wacky Racers. Give us more Kart.
That was a brand new 3D platforming action
But,
game starring
yeah.
Donkey Kong.
So yeah, there's quite a few Sonic games I wouldn't mind on there. Gosh, let me look at my GameCube collection. I'm sure there's some like games I'm not thinking of. If I had one GameCube game, chat, if you all had one GameCube game, you could have any GameCube game. You know, if you've already listed it, you've already listed it, but feel free to list it again. If I had one GameCube game I could add to the online, no matter what, probably Melee. And that's, you know, I'm a Sonic fan. I would love like Sonic Adventure or DX or Sonic Adventure 2, etc., but Melee on GameCube needs to be a thing. That needs to be a thing.
Nintendo Switch 2
No, I
is
100%
on
agree
June
with you.
5th.
I would love to have Melee on it. And then I have GK's answer right here, because we all know she wants Shadow the Hedgehog.
Nintendo Switch 2,
She wants Shadow the Hedgehog?
as well as a bundle
I didn't actually
that
realize it till
includes
now, but
digital
Shadow
version
the
of
Hedgehog
Kart
is a
World.
GameCube game, so...
It is. You honestly, God, could put that game on the
For more
Switch. It'd
details,
be a bit of a
please check
curveball if
the
you didn't
official
add any of
Nintendo
the other
Switch 2
Sonic games,
website,
but I wouldn't be
which
opposed to
goes
Shadow
live
being on
later
there.
today.
Pac-Man
covered a
World
lot of
2,
information,
technically,
But that's all we have to share.
True.
For today.
and Pac-Man World Rally.
You'll have to wait just a bit longer for
Give
launch.
us Ed and Eddie the Miss Ed
We are very much looking forward to everyone being able to experience Nintendo Switch 2.
Ooh, Ty the
appreciate you
Tasmanian
joining
Tiger.
us today.
True.
Thank you
Actually,
very much.
not only Thai. Oh well, even though there are Thai versions on the Switch, that you can already get. But hey, who's to say you can't do it? Double dip. We've been doing that a lot. I am going to throw out a game that I think would be good. Me who just looked at my shelf and walked away and forgot. Here's the big one: Star Fox Adventures by Rareware. We could get that. There's no
Oh,
rule
that's
saying we
true,
can't.
actually.
Also, I saw the DK64 win. My guess is that they're going to add it to the N64 Online in July, right before Donkey Kong Bonanza. I can see them adding that, being like, "Yo, you got Donkey Kong 64 and Bonanza." Imagine that.
Yeah, it would be criminal, if they don't give us
That'd be
DK64.
like, imagine how strong of a hey, here's the first N64 game to release while the Switch 2 is out. It's Donkey Kong 64. That'd be strong. I would love Diddy Kong Racing, but I could see them doing DK64. No Assault, Star Fox Assault. Yeah, you could add that as well. You could add Assault. That would be a fun multiplayer game. If anything, they might even add that first. Who knows? But yeah, it's kind of like the GameCube Online breakdown. Definitely looking forward to it, so that'll be great. Tons of potential for GameCube Online. Chibi Robo is
Honestly-
definitely something I look forward to, because I never got to own that.
I think GameCube Online is that is the main reason of why I'm getting the Switch 2.
Fair, honestly.
Because I got a GameCube, so for me personally, I didn't have a GameCube growing up. I got one when I was in high school from a friend who
That's
gave it to
fair.
me.
I feel that.
So like I have a very limited selection, so being able to actually go back and play through these games like Coliseum, Gale of Darkness, Wind Waker, it's just gonna be basically me reliving a childhood I didn't have.
No, that's fair. Dude, I've been getting a lot of that in my veins recently with, like, I played Kirby Air Ride, I've been playing Metroid Prime 2, things that, like, it's an era I grew up with, but I missed out on that. I even, you know, with Coliseum, you gave me that copy of Coliseum that you do, like, stream and whatnot. I've been playing, like, pretty much 3 GameCube games lately. Did not grow up with, but I understand that era, and it feels like I'm going back in time and refixing, like, missing out on certain games. I remember when I didn't grow up with Thousand Year Door, finally played that, and I'm like, yo, I get it now, and I love this game, and it feels like I grew up with it even though I wasn't really there for it. I'm hoping to also undo me not beating Wind Waker. I got to the shard collecting and never finished, which, you know, was closer to the end of the game. But I would love to, like, dip back into that and finally finish Wind Waker. So I'm hoping whatever... I mean, that's going to be a day 1 launch. I'm hoping to mix Wind Waker into my plans early summer.
Oh yeah, I'd love to stream Wind Waker.
That'll be fantastic. Wait, that's the Switch 2 game upgrade we need. Burnout Paradise.
True.
You know what's funny? I joke, but I also kind of wouldn't mind, because that's a pretty good game. Yo, we got a raid from Gino the Puppet.
Gino the Puppet just raided with 7
Gino
viewers.
the Puppet out here with the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. You'll have to let us know what you are streaming today. Everyone in chat land, please go give the lovely Gino a follow for me. Fantastic content creator. Very, very wise fella. Loves Super Mario and whatnot. We were literally all about that here, so please go send some support over there. And send a follow. It's a free click away. It's a button away. Wouldn't cost you a nickel. Might cost you 3 cents, though. These days, tax is a motherfricker. But please go give the lovely Gino a follow for me. Played Crash 2 for the first time. Ooh, what'd you think? So Crash 2 is my favorite Crash Bandicoot game of all time. So I'm very curious as to what you think about it. And if you've ever played any other Crash games. My soul runs. I feel that. Yo, your soul hurts. Your soul hurts. It's definitely not an easy game by today's standards. It's very of the time. So I've always been curious about like a somebody who hasn't grown up with the kind of mentality, like how they feel about those games. There's Metroid Prime 4 above my head, hot as frick game with the mouse controls. Can I get an ayo?
Ayo.
Ayo. He had some God Gamer moments, but yeah, Crash did what Crash does. That's fair. 33% so far. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. I would love to see the. I'll have to maybe catch the VOD or something for that particular stream because that sounds fun. I'd love Crash too. But yeah, guys, welcome on in. We're doing our first episode of Broadcast64. My new podcast series. We're kind of talking all things Nintendo Switch 2 today. Funnily enough, halfway through the stream, I came up with my next stream idea for like episode 2 of the podcast. We're hoping to kind of go all over the board with topics. It doesn't have to be all things Nintendo. It's gonna be like some other such. I'm even gonna be doing like interviews and such. So I'm pretty excited for that. As he says, I was supposed to be there, but I've been stuck at work still. Do you have any idea when they might let you out? Hope they don't keep you around too much longer. It sounds like you've been there a while.
I hope we get out soon, Zinni.
Yeah. But yeah, we're just kind of talking all things Nintendo Switch 2 tonight. And is any worst case scenario, if you're not on episode 1, we'll figure out a time for episode 2. I know Deku's already shown interest for being on episode 2, so I'm hoping to get Deku. I'd like to get you. And I'm not sure exactly who I'm getting all for it. It depends on the subject. I have a subject I want to bring for episode 2, but in the off chance that like Omega or somebody else wants to be in on it, I can always have like a different topic. I could save that other idea for like episode 3 or something. It's actually kind of exciting coming up with these episode titles and these like ideas and whatnot. I feel like it'll be like a nice little like down memory lane, upload the VOD. Just anyone can like go back and like listen to these. And I don't know. That's been a comfort for me at my job, is like listening in on like people's like compilations or long videos of just talking about stuff. So that's been like one of my biggest motivators to put out a podcast, is I want to be able to like put something out there for you guys to like listen to while maybe you're at work or you're going to bed and you just want something to listen to. I think that'll be nice. But if you guys catch these streams on the fly, then there you go. You got your live podcast. You know, you get that action ASAP. You can even bounce back with me.
Yeah, it also just helps to actually be able to talk about some of these topics that usually wouldn't be able to talk about on stream.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm playing like Metroid Prime 2 and somebody like talks about like, Switch 2 stuff, it's really hard for me to bounce back with you guys, like talk about everything there without just not playing the game or getting off topic or not focusing. Like this is a place where we could just throw it all out on the table, just chatting stream. I never thought I'd be capable of a just chatting stream. I'm somebody who could talk a lot, but I always have to be playing a game. I can't just sit there and like just talk and nothing be happening. But I think having the gameplay up in the corner, having a couple people out and about here, like at the table, just talking about games, the chat up there, this is fantastic. I was a little nervous about tonight, but this has been a really good episode 1, and I've really enjoyed just talking about all this stuff. So if you guys like this kind of thing, please let me know, because I'll definitely look into doing more episodes. They're not going to happen weekly all the time. There might be a week where we don't have one. I don't want to force out an idea just for the sake of an idea, but I would love to do this on a regular. So if I could do one every week, I will do one every week. I'm not planning on doing twice a week. I think once a week should be fine. Once every 2 weeks would be cool. But I'm hoping to get these out like every week, every 2 weeks. So, and again, it just depends on the cards. I'm not going to like just go, oh, I have nothing to talk about. I'll force a podcast episode. I'm not going to force one unless I've got an idea on hand, but I would like to keep these regular. And with the world and the news of like gaming and whatnot, we typically have a lot to talk about, so I'm not going to be too worried about subjects. We have a lot we can kind of dive into. I would like to also dive into the VTubing scene of things and bring on VTubers and talk about VTuber experiences and this and that. I know for a fact Sam would love that. That's the one I would like to get her in on. It's like topic of like VTubing and whatnot and content creating, so would love to have like guests and whatnot.
Get the VTuber one going, bring on Sam, just title it The Lion, the Witch, and the Audacity of the
That would be that's the best title right there. There you go. I would just name it Sam Gamer 101 ... Why? Why and how come? No, that's funny. That's really funny. She would love that though. I know she would love to be a part of this.
Are you small bottom?
She is. She has definitely shown interest.
Okay. Why?
Why though? Like guys, come on over to this stream. This will be the breakdown as to why she's so small and so yellow. Spoiler alert: Jaundice is a mother frick. I'm just kidding. That's terrible. All right, we're off topic. That's my fault. That's my fault. So, back to the topic on hand. Also, yeah, Razor showing like interest in like wanting to join. I would love to like bring people in from the community as well. So Razor and everybody else out there. Cereza, I would love to have Cereza on at some point. I'm just wanting to collab with them in general. They're really cool. But yeah, so let's get my notes back out and continue talking. We can kind of go over this super quickly. I kind of talked about the micro SD card express, the micro express SD cards earlier, but let's talk about the other accessories a little bit. We don't need to talk over it too much, but we got the camera, we have the C button, the Discord looking chat. I'm not really going to talk about it too much. It seems like a cool feature for families out there who can like connect with one another. Maybe you've got a daughter across the country and you can't really talk with her too often, but you all get to sit down and like play Mario Kart together or just chat. Maybe Mario Party. Maybe you can have like families across the country to like play with that. I think that's good in that regard. But if you're like people like me and Omega and we're like, we got Discord and we got our own webcams and models and all that, we're really not going to dive into that too much. I don't know if I'm going to buy the camera. I might get it at some point just to like have it for certain mini games for Mario Party and other such, but otherwise I don't see myself like really diving into it too much. I'm glad it's here. I will not be using it very much, but the C button is something I probably won't touch upon very much. The camera's neat. Again, I think that'll be good for certain games, but the actual like chat features and whatnot, it's not for me. But for those who are going to use it, there you go. $50 camera. There's a cheaper option, the Piranha Plant camera for $40 at 480p. No, don't do that. Don't do that if you can help it, unless you're just not picky. And yeah, then what do you think about the camera, Omega, and like the chat options and all that? It's a little strange.
So for me personally, I'm not going to use it because again, I have Discord. This is what I'll be using.
Okay, but what if I use it? I'm just kidding.
Well, now I gotta go buy a Piranha Plant camera.
Now I gotta drop $40. Here's $10. Don't be a goob. I'm just kidding.
True. No, honestly, I think the idea is for like, if you're trying to play with friends or family from across the distance and you don't have access to Discord, I think it is a nice way to be able to actually interact and actually, see those people you haven't seen in a while.
Yeah.
But like again, for you and me, we have Discord. this is probably what we're going to be talking on anyways. Personally, I'm kind of hoping there's a button where we can just disable that, so we don't
Hogwarts
accidentally
Legacy
hit
jump
it
scare.
and open it.
I'm just kidding. I did not mean to drag you in there. Holy crap! You were like gone.
I just saw myself just
Gone. There we go. I had you there. I was like, man, I'm dragging you. I was gonna say Hogwarts Legacy jump scare. Ah!
Whoa.
Whoa.
No, I will say, the idea of actually having a camera for certain games, I do find that idea interesting, especially for like Mario Kart.
Yeah.
I saw that earlier. Just the face just spinning around when you get hit.
Being able to detect 4 faces at once, by the way, again, not my cup of tea to get one and use it, but like, I'm impressed that it can like detect 4 different people and give them 4 different icons. I think that's going to be awesome.
Oh yeah.
That's great.
I'm gonna be honest. For $10 less for the Piranha Plant camera at $480, that just
for
that
10
feels like a
FPS, chef's kiss.
Yeah, really. Oh boy, I love crunchy frames.
I'm assuming they'll fix it over time or maybe stabilize it, but they're definitely not very good at selling it from the get-go, unfortunately.
Yeah, no.
There are going to be people who buy it, but like, I'm going to be real with you. If I'm spending $50, I'm going to take that 50 and go, if I add 30 to it, I can get a Pro controller. I'd rather just get the Pro controller.
Honestly, yeah. No, I will admit that Pro controller.
It's nice looking. It could honestly be one of the best controllers of all time.
Honestly, yeah, it's like
Definitely
what's the
top
rate
tier.
that? Cheaper option is honestly just Discord.
Yeah, just honest to God, like this could sound dumb. Even if you paid what is it, $100 a year for Discord Nitro, like for 1 year, or you even just do 5 months of Discord Nitro, you know, you're getting way better features for all these Discord things and camera and quality and blah blah blah. You know, just get Nitro at that point. I know it's a subscription and that would quote unquote go away. But, I mean, I don't know. You also have to pay Nintendo Online to use the camera at some point after it's done being free. So, hey, weigh your options, right?
Honestly, yeah.
See, Cindy says should have been done 40 minutes ago, and the coworkers are lollygagging, so I have no idea how much longer it'll be. Gotcha. We got out at the same time yesterday with half the crew we have, though. Gotcha. I feel that. I feel that. We were actually, you know what's funny? Not to be too off topic, but at work today, I was down 2 coworkers. But because we hired 1 coworker recently, this really felt like we were more so down 1 person, and that wasn't so bad. I can't complain. I had a pretty productive day today, so I was pretty happy about that. I got to actually go to my boss's office. She had her carpet redone. We're getting the whole building done, carpet-wise and wood floors-wise. They had redone the carpet in her room, and I had the, she was like, I need to call Zach from IT to help me hook up my computer, my this and that, you know, rearrange all these cords, yada, yada, yada. She just wanted somebody from IT to do it because, you know, they know what they're doing. And I was in her office. She goes to call Zach on her phone, and it calls me. And I'm like, I'm right here. And she's like, you know, hey, Zach, do you know any of this? I'm like, yeah, I love tech and computers. Let me do this. And she's like, you could, honest to God, be an IT guy, Zach. And I'm like, I'm tired of cleaning toilets. I would love to do IT. Because, like, I could totally do that stuff. So it'd be, like, more pay. So she was like, yeah, you know, if you're ever down for that, maybe one of these days. So I might look into a higher field, you know, just from being in that room. But anyways, that was just off-topic stuff. But, yeah, we were down a few people today with work, and I feel that. But, hey, you know, we manage.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm honestly really glad that happened. That's actually, like, a really good stepping stone for you.
Honestly, it is. I can see myself being an IT guy. We'd have 2 Zachs in IT, and funnily enough, the other Zach, we were both orientation buddies. We wore the exact same vest to orientation, and he was just like, well, one of us have to change. I'm like, I like this guy, and I still like him. He's a really cool guy. He actually doesn't live too far from me. We talked one time, and obviously without doxing myself, he lives like probably not even 5 to 8 minutes away from here. It's really awesome.
Oh, that's sick.
He lives near a Sheets. We love Sheets.
You love Sheets. What's a Sheets?
You probably don't have Sheets where you are. Funnily enough, we didn't have Sheets until recently. Sheets has been a thing in other states, but we got Sheets recently. It's almost like a gas station that provides like drinks and foods and whatnot. I would argue it's better than like your 7-Eleven, Speedway, whatever you want to call it. Super good, super good. I love doing a Sheets. I'll have to show you what Sheets drinks look like. Like if you ever came over here, I'd take you to a Sheets.
Oh, definitely. Okay, it looks like we actually have one where I live. I'm actually curious.
There you go. But anyways, sorry, super off topic. I'm going against my own rules. I get to break my own rules, chat. You have to understand. That'd be so fun. I've been meaning to pick up live streaming again soon. Hopefully get more time to do that. I would love that, Soreza. I would love to see you get back into the swing of things. I always see like your model and you've like tinkered with it and all that kind of sets, and I'm just like, man, whenever she gets back into the scene of things, I would love to like collab and hang out. And we could even just like do hangouts, watch anime with like other friendos, and I don't know, that'd be fun. That'd be a lot of fun.
I know it's your podcast. I'm gonna chill a little bit. Go check out Cereza. They're such an amazing
Yeah, shout
person.
outs to Cereza, absolutely. Anybody in chat, if you're not following Cereza, please go give her a follow. She's fantastic. Thank you for doing that, Omega.
Of course.
Please,
Gotta look
please
out for
do.
the homie.
That's true. The Piranha Plant camera looks cute and goofy. So you know what I would do with the Piranha Plant camera? You can either do one of two things. You can either 3D print a Piranha Plant and put it around the real camera, or get the real camera and then get the crappy-ish Piranha Plant camera, just configure it and put it on the good camera. You could always do something like that. I don't know how you'd go about it. But you'd at least have a Piranha Plant camera that looks good, and both looks and quality of the camera. You guys are so sweet. Thank you. Yeah, you're very welcome. Anytime at all. Anytime at all. I believe that's it for that topic. I really didn't want to talk too much about the C button in the chat, because in all honesty, I'm not too impressed, and it's not really my domain. But good for those who like that.
Yeah, like I said, I hope there's a feature where we can just turn it off. Otherwise, I'm probably gonna accidentally hit it.
Same. I'm gonna skip to the new Hyrule Warriors game a little bit because it just showed up on the screen not too long ago. New Hyrule Warriors game. I wrote down giving our opinions on the third installment. The fact that we have a third Hyrule Warriors game by the Dynasty Warriors folk, like, that's awesome. The fact that we got 3, like, it was amazing that we got 1, but now we have 3. And it's actually canonical. It's the first Zelda game to be canonical and not have The Legend of Zelda in the title, which is insane. You get to play as Zelda. It doesn't seem like Link's in it as of right now, so it's just Zelda and some other crew. That ties into Tears of the Kingdom. I'm excited. I'm definitely getting that game. It seems to be a holiday release, probably November. I'm getting it. I think it looks good.
No, agreed. Like that, The Legend of Zelda game, I have never actually played a Hyrule Warriors game, but I am so excited to actually give this one a go.
Yeah. Good for you that Age of Calamity's technically non-canon, and the first one's totally just fan service. So if you just jump into the third one, you're not going to go, oh shoot, I didn't play the last two. Like, each and every one of these games, you can just play them for their own reason. You can play the first one for goofs, you can play the second one for what-ifs, and you can play the third one for actual canonical story. So there you go.
Like, don't get me wrong, I love hack and slash games. Like, I've played Bayonetta before. I love that game.
I love Bayonetta.
Warriors, love it. I think mostly this one was just I haven't had the money to, or like.
No,
really
that's fair.
It came out, so.
My Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity came out, I think on my birthday or near my birthday, like nearly on the dot with the amiibo set. So you can imagine whatever year that came out, and I was kind of in like my depressed phase. I wasn't depressed for like the longest time, but I was depressed for like a year or so. Out of my entire life, that's not so bad, because it's just 1 year out of 29. So that's not so bad. Anyways, but that game came out when I was kind of in the dumps. So it was like, yo, new Zelda game, Age of Calamity, hack and slash. You could turn your brain off. It's got amiibo support. They got 4 amiibo coming out. Yeah, I was like, I coped and bought a bunch of stuff that day for my birthday. I was like, I kind of want all this. So
hey, you know, it's fine.
It was great, and I'm glad I did, because it definitely helped me get through some stuff. It was very fun. Also, hello, Blade. Welcome on in. It's good to see you. Welcome to the first episode of the podcast. Yeah, that one's going to be a holiday release. I don't know if it'll be a system seller for some people, but I know for a fact we have a certain friend who is absolutely getting that day one and is going to be going insane for that game. So I'm going to be there. Throw them out there. Deku's going to be there. It's going to be great.
Deku scream here.
Yeah, insert Deku scream here. Shout out to the Twilight Deku. Which we hope to get on the podcast eventually. I'm sure they will. Most of my, like, how do I say this? The pals I normally talk with will definitely be on the podcast fairly often, for those who want to be a part of it. Let's see. So I also want to talk about third-party support and what we look forward to. And we're going to talk a little bit about the From Software exclusive. So third-party support's really strong so far. I believe we have over like 70 games already confirmed for the Switch 2, which is a really strong start. Frick you, Virtual Boy. We are already beating you. But yeah, we got like things like Delta Rune, we've got Street Fighter 6, we've got Yakuza 0 Director's Cut, we got Cyberpunk 2077 of all things. We've got this new 2026 From Software game that looks really awesome and intense and huge. It is exclusive to the Switch 2. You will not be able to buy it anywhere else. I don't know if it's a timed exclusive, but it looks like it's just, you gotta buy it on the Switch 2. And it's From Software, so that's gonna be awesome. Chat, if there's any other third-party titles I missed there, I'm just kind of listing off a couple, but we have a whole bunch of third-party. Omega, is there any like third-party you look forward to and or slash Hope to see on the Switch 2. I'm kind of hoping that we actually get a Sonic Racing Cross Worlds Switch 2 version, so we could have that higher frame rate, the higher visuals, etc. I know there's gonna be a Switch 1 version, but I want a Switch 2 version. We're getting Sonic X Shadow Generations on Switch 2. That was confirmed. So, is there anything that you would want on the Switch 2 that is like third party? It could be old, it could be coming out. You know, Sea of Thieves. I don't know, something awesome.
No, Sea of Thieves is a good one.
Hi-Fi
Honestly,
Rush.
the ones I'm excited for coming out right now, like Bravely Default.
Bravely Default, yeah.
Final
40
Fantasy.
bucks. Not a bad price.
Split Fiction, I know, is coming out.
That's a good one. I've heard good things about that version on Switch 2.
The new Professor Layton game.
New Professor Layton?
Yeah, Professor Layton and the New World of Steam. I think that's the one I am most excited for so far.
Yeah.
Just because I'm a huge Layton fan. I would honestly love to see them remake or like remaster some of the old games to bring them out for the Switch. Other than that, there's... I know we're getting Elden Ring, which I'm actually excited to pick up.
Elden Ring. Blade had put in chat Borderlands 4. That one's going to be fun.
True.
If you already own the Nintendo Switch version, you can
There's some other good ones.
Yeah, let me see if I can like look up the list real quick. There's a whole bunch of like Switch 2 third party games. I typed in Switch 3 at first. I was like, oops, hold on now, getting ahead of myself. Final Fantasy VII Remake is a huge one that we're getting. That one's
Honestly,
huge.
I could see GTA 6 whenever that.
Possibly. I think that game. I don't know. That's a really good question. I feel like the game's gonna be a little too big for the Switch 2, but I also don't want to underestimate the Switch 2. It's a little too early to call that, so I would love to see that on Switch 2, even if they had to like downsize it a bit. Let's see here. Let's see here. Oh yeah, The Dusk Bloods is the title of that From Software game. Going through here. Let's see. Rune Factory, Guardians of Azuma, Sid Meier's Civilization 7. People like Civilization games. Shadow Labyrinth. I think that's that new Pac-Man weird game. Story of Seasons, Grand Bazaar. Let's see what else we got here. Arcade Archives 2 Ridge Racer. I might get that because that'll be cheap, and I think I'd have fun with that. That'll be something I download on my Switch 2 day one, I think. Daemon X Machina is getting a new game, to my knowledge. Like I said earlier, Deltarune 1, 2, 3, and 4 for the chapters. EA Sports FC, Elden Ring, Enter the Gungeon 2, Fast Fusion. Fortnite's getting a new version, which is definitely needed. First Squadron Phoenix, Goodnight Universe, Hades 2, which isn't really like revolutionary on the Switch 2, but it's nice that it's going to be there. Hitman World of Assassination, we do have a Hitman game. Hollow Knight Silk Song got confirmed for 2025. We'll see, but that's going to be a big one. Human Fall Flat 2. Obviously, Madden NFL, whatever next one we get. 26. Marvel Cosmic Invasion. My Time at Evershine. NBA 2K. A couple games here I'm going to be just butchering. No Sleep for Kaname Date from AI the Somnium
Oh, AI
Files.
Files.
Yeah. That one, Professor Layton and the New World of Steam, that's going to be a big one. Project 007, that'll be a good one. This is one I'm going to probably pass on just because I don't see the point in it, but Puyo Puyo Tetris 2S, unless they like really showcase those features, I don't get it as of right now. Raito Remastered, The Mystery of the Soulless Army, Sonic X Shadow Generations. I don't really need it since I have a Steam Deck, but also the system's going to be more powerful than a Steam Deck. Maybe, just maybe, I'll get the Switch 2 version. We'll see. Star Wars Outlaws, Street Fighter 6, like I mentioned, Split Fiction, like you mentioned, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4, that'll be a good one. 2 Point Museum, Wild Hearts S, Witchbrook, WWE 2K, Yakuza 0 Director's Cut, and Yuka Replay, one I forgot to mention earlier. Yuka Replay. That was actually one of the first Switch 2 games announced, believe it or not. They kind of just said, you know, next Nintendo Switch, and everyone was like, huh? You can't say that. Playtonic went there.
Another game I would actually be okay with coming to the Switch 2.
What's that?
Because I think it could actually run well. Monster Hunter Wilds.
Yeah, Monster Hunter Wilds could definitely come over to the Switch too. Slightly backtracking to the Yuka Replay, I think I might actually get that for the Switch too. I did enjoy that for, I believe, PS4, and I eventually got the PC port, but I think for Replay, I think I might get that on Switch too, just to really enjoy that like on a Nintendo console. So
honestly fair.
yeah, that'll be nice. But yeah, like you said, Monster Hunter Wilds. Gosh, I'm sure there's some other stuff that we're missing. Some people have speculated Tekken 8 would be too much for the Switch 2. I think now that we've seen a lot more of what the Switch 2 can do, I think we've underestimated the Switch 2, or at least some of us have. Tekken 8 could definitely come over to the Switch 2, absolutely.
Oh, definitely.
So, it'll be great for fuel for PC games ported to the Switch. Yeah, true, very true. Also, Marvel Storm, thank you so much for the lurk, Lou. Highly appreciate you. Let's go back into my notes. Oh, and yeah, like we were talking about the From Software game. That's going to be huge. I would love to see Nintendo continue more third-party support strongly in that regard. That's a huge buyout moment for like, yo, we want you to make a game for the Switch 2. That's it. Like that's Nintendo poured some money into making sure that that stays on the Switch 2. So I don't know if I'll get it. I would like to get it to support it, but we'll have to wait and see. Again, we might have to be picky this generation because that could easily be an $80 game, maybe 70. I wouldn't doubt 70, but who knows? Maybe it'll be 80. Got to keep our eyes peeled.
Yeah. I love this. Like, I love all the games coming out, but like you said, it's definitely a be picky era right now.
It's a bit of a be picky era. I'm gonna love this next topic because we're gonna lay into it a little bit. This is a bit more on the negative side, not super negative, but we, if anybody wants to be positive on this, great. Welcome Tour for Nintendo Switch 2, being not a pack-in title. It is $10, and it is more so a introduction of the Switch 2 and what it's capable of doing. It is optional, but it is not a pack-in. It is $10, and it is called Welcome Tour. I will not be getting that game I will not be getting that game day one, more than likely. I'm not going to be getting it at all. It seems like a game you would play once and never go back to ever again. It's very temporary. Should have been a pack-in title. I agree with most people who say that. It looks neat. For those who are going to support the game and support the devs on that, that's great. I'm just not going to be one of them. Unless there's something that sells me on it, I don't care. So I'm going to probably pass on that one.
I'm going to be honest, I don't think there's anyone it's going to sell on it.
Other than like people who are going to like review coverage type people, like that's like their job. Otherwise, it's not happening. Not very much. People are going to play Mario Kart. Come on now, or GameCube Online.
The fact that they're making it $10 is just not worth it for
it's cheap. But like, why? Like, why do that at all? Just pack it in.
Exactly. Yeah, it's cheap. It's $10.
Yeah.
That's $10 you could use to spend to upgrade the Piranha Plant camera to an actual camera.
That's true. That's very true. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Yo, Sonic Adventure 2B, welcome on in. Funnily enough, we were talking about Sonic Adventure 2 Battle earlier. We're currently doing a Switch 2 podcast right now, talking all things Switch 2. So that's the topic we're staying on, but welcome on in. It's good to see you. The reviewer is going to suffer for us so we don't have to. That's true. We can just watch a YouTube video on Welcome Tour and call it a day, right?
Honestly, yeah, it'll probably be like, what, a 30-minute video?
True.
That shows everything.
Sweet. Yeah. Welcome on in, dude. It's good to see you. Let's see. Feels like the Switch's version of the Steam Deck's tech demo game. Did the Steam Deck have a tech demo? Because I ain't gonna lie, I have a Steam Deck, but I don't think I ever did. I think I immediately jumped on my Steam Deck, upgraded its like hard drive, and just played like all the Steam stuff that I had, plus like Dolphin and emulator type stuff on it. Like if it had a tech demo, I didn't even try it. I'm so sorry.
Honestly, fair.
I also had a refurbished Steam Deck, so maybe it just wasn't on there. I don't know. Maybe it's something you have to download. I don't know. I just didn't see it. But
listen, who wants to see tech demos? We just want to get into the gameplay.
Fair. That's fair. Blade says, I bet you there was an attempt to make it free, but didn't get past the council. My answer is Reggie wasn't there. Reggie quit Nintendo 50 years too late. And if Reggie were here, we would have that as a pack-in.
If Reggie was here,
yeah, that's a joke answer, but you know what I mean. Reggie would have fought for that.
Yeah, if Reggie was still here, I think we would have easily had that for free.
Yeah, that would have been a pack-in. I guess you have to download it. It's called Desk Job. Oh, Desk Job. I think I've heard of that one. Yeah. Is it worth still trying out on a Steam Deck, or would you argue somebody like me who's already like put some hours into my Steam Deck? Like, is that worthwhile, or is it just kind of like not necessary at this point? Maybe it's fun. Maybe I'll have to give it a whirl.
I mean, it's always a nice little review, or like you may find out stuff you didn't know it could do.
I had a topic here that was written Deltarune chapters 1 through 4, Cyberpunk 2077, etc. I don't know why I wrote that because I did already talk about third-party support, so that was a little extra on my notes. But then I had wrapping it up, final thoughts, who's getting a Switch, yada yada. In all honesty, I wasn't expecting to hit the end of the line this soon. Chat, if there's anything you want to bounce back with when it comes to the Switch 2 or anything else that I missed, feel free to throw it out there. Omega as well, if you have anything you want to talk about with the Switch 2, by all means. They are sticking to a June 5th release date, according to the Mario Kart Direct we got today, so doesn't seem like that's budging. I'm assuming the price isn't going to budge for the system, given everything that's going on, at least not yet. But, yeah, I don't know. Chat, what you got? And Omega, what you got? What you guys got?
Apparently Zanini is telling you to move that glass window, so, I'm frightened.
Move that glass window if I were you? Oh, okay. That was like more threatening than I thought it'd be. Like, Jesus Christ, hold on, let me open the window real quick. Scared me, actually. Ooh.
With the Switch 2, I can understand people's, you know, hesitation to buy it, especially because of that big price point. But I do think the Switch 2 is going to be a major stepping stone for Nintendo.
It will. It's going to be a huge generation.
Hello, Zinni.
Has Zinni made it?
Zinni is here.
Zinni is here. Hang on.
I broke your window.
You broke my window.
I'm sorry.
We'll blame it on the cat. It's always Damien's fault.
True. God dang it, Damien.
Redeems are often the motherfucker still went for it. Rude.
We'll showcase more games in the future, so we hope you're looking forward to it.
But no.
Dang, I should have been Anton today.
You should have been Anton. Imagine that being the guest. Hang on, let me go ahead and get browser. Zenny.
I can change it when I get home.
Bada boom.
I think personally, I'm excited for the Switch 2. Definitely gonna try and get that day one, and you know, just start grinding it, especially Mario Kart.
Fair. Definitely gonna be playing a lot of Mario Kart out of the front gate.
So wait, are me and Omega gonna be spooning for a little bit here?
Aw, yeah.
Let's see. Leo says there's an article about Wii Sports when Red D fought it to get it for free. One of the comments were, "We are Nintendo. We don't give games people worked hard on for free." And like to a degree, I totally get that. Like the devs deserve like credit, and when you work on something that much, it kind of sucks if you're just putting it out there for free. But you're also trying to sell a system. There's got to be some kind of deal you can make to where the devs get a little pinch of like whatever the system's selling. Like it doesn't have to be anything crazy, but like I feel like if you're selling that many systems, you can make something work. But I mean, I'm also not a Nintendo pro. I'm not a company pro. I don't know the logistics behind it, but I feel like I want people to support it. I want it to sell well enough to where like the people who worked on it didn't waste their time. It's just, I feel like the way they went about it could have been better. I wish they could have made it $5. $5, like, I know it's, like, still paying for it, but I feel like most people would have been like, oh, $5? Like, that's not much. Yeah, sure, I'll throw that in. They're like, you wouldn't have thought about it as much. $10, still cheap, but $10 for a welcome tour? $5 for a welcome tour would have not been as much of a slap. Like, it would have at least, maybe even me, maybe I would have given it more of a whirl. But it being 10, I'm in that ballpark of like, nah,
Wasn't that why they made Wii Sports Resort?
Wii Sports Resort? Oh, because they couldn't profit. Right, because they can profit off that one. They even included like the Wii Motion Plus and all that, so they were very smart about Wii Sports Resort. I don't know how much it sold, but I'm sure it sold well.
Like, because your tech demos should be about like showing off what your thing can do and like ensuring good faith in like your product.
That's true. That's very true.
And then once you hook them in, you reel them in with Wii Sports Resort, Wii Play, Link's Crossbow Training, and so on and so forth.
Right. I'm going to go on Twitter real quick. We're going to look up some Switch 2 rumors as of this point in time. There's only a couple floating around and nothing crazy. But we do have pre-order release times that are rumored. Let me see here. So pre-orders, let's see, that's an oldie. So apparently the rumor right now is there's going to be pre-orders anywhere between April 21st and April 30th. I feel like it's safe to say like that's a normal thing to think because May 8th is when the My Nintendo, people who registered for that might be able to like put in for a Switch 2 reservation. And between now and then, how many days is that from now? It's officially April 18th over here. So 1, 2, about a little less than 3 weeks from now is when you can possibly order one from My Nintendo if you registered for that. So, and under those 3 weeks, you have got to put out the regular pre-orders at some point. Like, that system comes out a month after. You got to really get on that ball. So, the rumor of it being April 21st through April 30th, it's going to be somewhere in between there. I'm going to almost guarantee it. If it is at the latest, I can see them at the latest doing May 8th, the day the My Nintendo stuff goes up. Because after that, like, there's no excuse. You had 3 weeks there at that point. It has to be May 8th before. But I'm going to say April 21st to the 30th. It's going to be somewhere in that pocket. Like, you've got to start putting out regular pre-orders because this system is on its way. It is approaching. I can even count the days here. As you guys want to chit-chat with me on this, I'm going to count how many days it is until the Switch 2 releases. So, 6, 7, 7, it's...
What, comes out June 5th?
Yes, so 42, 43, 4, 5,
48
6,
days.
7, 8. Yeah, 48 days. So we are 48 days from the Switch 2. You really, if you're going to, like, allocate pre-orders for your stock, you kind of have to really get on that ball ASAP. So,
yeah.
my guess is... I'm going to put out my actual random guess. I'm going to say anywhere between April 21st and April 24th. That is going to be my guess. They're going to announce when you can pre-order it, between the 21st and the 24th. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say April 30th will be the day you can pre-order it. That's going to be my guess. Just a random shot in the dark.
We hope you're looking forward to it.
I definitely hope we get the pre-order soon. My question is, do we know, like, the new updated price for it?
Yeah, so we don't have the updated price yet. We might get that later. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it doesn't change. Analysts are saying right now that it's not going to change. I could see it possibly changing later when things, you know, go through and whatnot. But I think as of right now, it's going to stay the way it is. They're going to try to sell a crap ton of Switch 2s between now and the next however many days, as much as they can ASAP before they ever have to change prices. And if other companies have to raise their prices on their consoles, at least it's not Nintendo saying, we're raising our prices after selling our system. You know, they're not going to go, Nintendo! They're going to see Sony and Xbox go up and go, oh, it just sucks here in the States. At least that way, it takes a little bit of the blow from Nintendo looking like the bad guy, and it's more so, them's the rules, and then PS5 and Xbox goes up. From what I've heard, and this is, again, I'm not going to dive into the territory too much. Apparently, PC gaming-related stuff isn't going to be affected. So if you're aiming for a gaming PC, that's not going to go way up in price. That's going to be excluded. I believe it's like phones and PCs are going to be excluded. So we don't need to worry about that. But consoles, it's already started to show pricing going up in other countries and whatnot. So we got to be on the lookout for more so consoles. But thankfully, consoles are one and done. You buy a Switch 2 at launch, you know, or if heaven forbid you buy it when the tariffs happen and, you know, they go up, you know what? Buy one, you're done. You don't ever gotta buy one ever again unless you really want that OLED for $1,000. You don't ever have to buy it again. So
you won't have to, you know, buy it and then like 2 years later, oh, I gotta go update the Switch 2 graphics card.
Let me do this thing real quick. There you go.
Why, thank you. I could put you on the desk next to the what would I call that? So actually, fun fact, I'm just gonna put out some lore of the room, but the coffee mugs you see on the desk, they are like an orange herbal tea with a little hint of lemon, a little bit of lemon honey in there.
But I wanted yellow herbal tea.
You wanted the yellow, not the orange. We could always swap them out. One of them might be coffee, but I'm not going to say which one. You'll be in for a surprise. So I'm going to personally put you... Well, not back there. Hold on now.
Alright, so hey, what if you put me behind the table and just scaled me up so I was in the middle?
That's actually not a bad idea. Hang on.
So right now, across the lake, my headcanon is that the towers in the background across the river or lake, that is just Twilight Town where Deku is. And where you are right now is in Sinopolis Zone.
That's true. It's all interconnected, intertwined.
It is.
I actually have a couple layouts with this studio to break a little bit of the immersion. We have like shooting stars in the background every now and then. They're kind of covered up by the footage, but that's okay. And we have 4th of July like type fireworks. If we ever have like a celebration, we can always have fireworks as our background. And if it's ever the holidays, we do have string lights that we get to put across the screen. So whenever we get closer to the holidays, we'll have some Christmas flair for the podcast. Hopefully it's still going by then, but I have every intent to keep this podcast going for a pretty good while. Hopefully for a couple years, if I can help it. But hey, you never know life. Sometimes things change. You never how things go. But I would like to go as long as I can, so.
Now, honestly, from how this episode looks like it's went so far, I think I can see this going for a while.
Yeah, I can see this going for a pretty good while. It's something I would like to, again, do every week or two. It doesn't have to be every single week. If I have absolutely no topic or nothing I want to go off about, I'm not going to force it. But we can always just kind of bust out an episode of Broadcast64 whenever we want. Just kind of talk about whatever we want. We could even, like, let's say, for example, just an example. The Minecraft movie came out. We all want to, like, talk about it. We all went to go see it. I bring in people to go who, like, seen the movie. Let's sit down and talk about the Minecraft movie. I could see that being something that, like, we can do. Or, you know, oh, the Borderlands movie came out. The new Mario Brothers 2 movie came out, you know. But obviously, it'd have to be without spoilers, depending on the situation. We could even mix topics. It could be like, you know, let's talk about the Mario Brothers 2 movie, and you know, we got a trailer recently, and also the Zelda movie. We got a trailer for that. Also, you know, Switch 2 Direct. You know, we could like mix things. You know, different topics, all sorts of stuff. I have a bunch of ideas.
I'm gonna be that weirdo, right? I'm gonna be the person who comes into your podcast and says, "Hey, so let me tell you about why Fatal Fury City of the Wolves is coming to the Switch 2."
I also need to move you on the thing. I didn't realize you were clipping into the coffee. Here, you can like lay on my lap.
Oh.
Hello, security.
Dang, well, Soraya might like that.
About Fatal Fury.
I couldn't tell if they wanted that on Omega's lap or my lap. One of the laps.
Come, Denny. Sit on my lap.
Hither.
But not like, I think if Street Fighter 6 does well on the Switch, it'll cause SNK and... Dang, are you Mike Wazowski me right now?
A little bit. Ah! Too bad. Well, chair's kind of clipping. It'd be kind of cool if you were just like way back here.
If you could like edit the layers and then like the next episode, you could probably just have like the table and the coffee be
cool
two separate things.
That's true. I have it layered a certain way because that's how it came, but I could probably do like a personal edit or something. The coffee cup smoke, fog,
don't mind me.
smog.
I need to ban Zenny Milano.
I hope kids don't.
Oh, the time has finally come. I'm kidding.
But now what I was gonna say was, it'll set a good standard for like the other fighting game devs. So like maybe we'll see Guilty Gear Strive or Tekken 8, Fatal Fury, maybe a good port of Mortal Kombat.
True. God, Mortal Kombat absolutely needs that upgrade if it can get it.
Alright, another real question. How long till Skyrim comes out to Switch 2?
Give it a year.
We already got a 1 week build and it comes out tomorrow.
I guess I just give it a year. Possibly less than that.
Happy with that. There we go.
Like Strive and Fatal Fury. Oh, go ahead.
No, they were talking about Strive. I was just going to read that. You go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to say Strive and Fatal Fury are both coming to PS4 as well as PS5. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the Switch 2 is basically on par, if not stronger, than the PS4, right?
Yes, I believe it's on par with the PS4, if not to a good degree, kind of stronger, honestly.
So the only one that might struggle would be Tekken.
Right.
But even then, Tekken 7 is a good consolation prize. Like, you got a whole game there.
True, true. I'm genuinely curious to see how many Switches get sold compared to the number of Switches being sold. I'm very curious as to how many people are going to, like, part ways with their original Switch. People will definitely trade in to chip away at, like, the Switch 2 and whatnot. I'm curious as to how many, like, Switch 1s are going to get, like, dumped off, because there's a lot of Switch 1s that got sold. And
I'm holding on to mine.
I'm holding on to mine as well. I'll be holding on to mine.
I love my Switch stock too much.
I got the OLED, and I'm trying to be better about not just parting ways with like consoles I've grown up with. The only console I've grown up with that I've actually held on to since then is the Wii. Everything else I've had to part ways with at some point and get back. So I want to keep my OLED as like, yo, that's another console I've always had. So anyways.
Also, you got me a Gwimbly sticker, and that's been sitting on my Switch dock ever
I got you a
since.
Gwimbly sticker. It's blessed. It's a very blessed dock.
That and the Zonic sticker where he's like patting Isabel's thigh for some reason.
So, your freaking mom scares me. Or whatever Isabella's do. Is it? Or I thought. Actually, I'm confused now. Never mind. So Leo brings up a good point. Native ports of the Kingdom Hearts collections. I think there's a lot of like cloud games that were on the Switch that absolutely could have native ports. So like Kingdom Hearts, I believe Resident Evil 2 and 3 Remake deserve proper versions. 7, 8. They need to be on the Switch too, and they need to be proper. In Capcom's no stranger to re-releasing games over and over again, so I wouldn't put it past them if we got those on the Switch too. Now, Square Enix putting Kingdom Hearts natively on the Switch too, I can see them doing it. Just a matter of if they want to pour money into that. But I'm gonna put out my bold statement here: the Switch 2 is gonna sell like hotcakes. If you like money, develop for the Switch 2. That's gonna be my 2 cents. A lot of people are kind of saying that. A lot of people are showing a lot of third parties showing huge interest in the Switch 2. If you like money, develop for the Switch 2. So that's my take.
If you open the chat menu and turn on
Cereza says, "I want to hold on to my Switch. It's too cute." We love the original Switch. Everybody who doesn't have to part ways with the original Switch, don't part ways with it. Keep it. Unless you're like desperate for a Switch 2 and you're cool with parting ways with your first one, then keep what you got as a memento. If Switch ones go down in value, I'm going to get one for my parents. That's also not a bad thought. You could always I have grandparents that if I say this sounds terrible. If they were just a little bit younger, I could see my folks being like, "Oh, the Switch one got cheaper. Let's go ahead and get your grandpa one. He would like that kind of thing." I don't think he'd care for it these days, but a couple years back, I could see him being like, that'd be something we give him as like a cheaper alternative. Blade says, "I'm keeping my consoles. Not even the IRS could take them." There you go. Lock that frick up. Don't let anyone take it. Kit says, "I know Mom would enjoy Zelda Echoes." Yeah, Zelda Echoes. That's a good one. I think that game's getting a Switch 1 upgrade, if I'm not mistaken. That's like one of the Switch 1 upgrades, which is great because that game came out not too long ago and probably could use it for like frame rate and such. So there you go. But that's.
Have we talked about predictions?
Predictions. So what kind of predictions we talking about here?
Like games that might come out.
Ooh, games that might come out. We have not really talked about that. I'm sure we've said a few things in passing, but I don't think we've really dove into all the ideas and possibilities. So I would love to go off about that.
I got a couple if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know how we got Link's Awakening and how we got the Oracle games, right?
Yeah.
Hear me out. Minish Cap remake.
Minish Cap remake, that'd be a fun one.
I think.
Would we get Capcom involved in that?
Yes.
Okay.
If not them, then somebody else. Because didn't they have
probably
a Dragon Quest team work on? I was gonna say they had a Dragon Quest team work on Mario RPG, right? Isn't that what happened?
I believe you're right about that. I believe you're right about that. Maybe. If we're not factual chat, you can always correct us. Definitely not going out there and saying we're completely correct about everything we're stating tonight. It's purely just talk. So if anybody, even when the YouTube VOD goes out, everyone be kind. Don't be like you're spreading misinformation. I'm not doing that on purpose. If I ever make a mistake, correct us kindly in the comments. But that's about it.
I think. Now this is going to be intentionally vague, just because it's so far out there. It's been at least 8 years. I think we're due for a Star Fox game.
Yeah, I can see us getting into Star Fox on the Switch too.
Yeah.
It'd be graphically incredible. No, you're good. Beautiful Joe. I'm kidding. Nah, you could technically get that with the GameCube Online. I'll throw that out as an answer.
Or talk to Capcom about that.
Yeah. Okami 2 is a thing. We'll definitely get that on the Switch. I'm pretty darn sure. Okami 2 Switch 2. That sounds right. Honey, hello. Welcome on in. It's good to see you.
Hi, Mom. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, GK.
What did you think?
Mumther.
Mumther.
Our goal was for
but yeah. So more Switch 2 predictions for games. Let me think here. So we have F-Zero GX coming out with the GameCube Online. Will we get a native, just flat out new F-Zero game after all this time?
And I would cry.
I can see it happening maybe a couple years in. We have Kirby Air Riders coming out. We have Mario Kart. I can see us getting a new F-Zero a couple years in. Not quite immediately, but a couple years in.
However,
As long as Nintendo's willing to play nice with Sega.
True. I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. Yeah, we're actually having a pretty good time. Let me check my stream time here. We're currently on 3 hours and 47 minutes, almost 4 hours. Honestly, kind of proud that I made stream tonight almost 4 hours long. I was hoping tonight's first big podcast would be big. I was expecting it to be 2 hours at the least, but we're almost double of that. So, but we're not going to be streaming too much longer. Probably going to wrap up around 1 a.m. max. But I'm sure we got some stuff we can like break down and talk about still until then. Please be sure to keep hydrated. And remember, you guys are appreciated. Thank you, honey. I appreciate you. I might actually go get.
Does ice cream count as hydration?
Chat, does ice cream count as hydration? I'm probably gonna go get like a drink here in a second, but we got a maybe from Blade.
I mean, it's got milk in it, but
it's got milk in it. We got Sure from GK herself. Sorry, as it says yes. So we got maybe, Sure, yes. We haven't had a no.
Okay.
So yeah, there you go, Zinni.
It makes me feel better.
Makes me feel better. That's good. That's what matters. If fish don't swim in it, it's not hydration.
Fish can swim in ice cream. You're telling fish.
Don't underestimate Mr. Guppy. But yeah, so Switch 2 game prediction. So we've talked about Star Fox, possibly F-Zero. I would love to see a Pikmin 5 on the Switch 2, and I can absolutely see it happening. I can see them working on the next Pikmin game. I don't know if that was ever rumored at any point, but I could see us getting Pikmin 5.
So you threw something out earlier in the stream.
Ooh, yes.
That I think is super duper likely.
What's that?
New WarioWare.
New WarioWare. I feel like with the mouse controls. I feel like it's gonna be like WarioWare. I don't know, something that has to deal with the mouse, like title in the title. That seems, I would buy that. I'm not even like, I haven't bought the past couple of WarioWare games because I haven't really had the like huge desire. But if it's like a mouse game, I'm getting it. I will get that day one if it's mouse.
I'm calling it WarioWare Mousecapades.
Yeah, there you go.
And all the characters get shrunken down, and you have to use the mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, WarioWare pointing wall. You get to pick you can literally pick your nose with a mouse. Come on now.
Yeah. What else we got?
Blade says, Blade says, not gonna lie, Pikmin 5 or WarioWare using the mouse controls would be interesting. Pikmin 5 with mouse controls. Ooh. Ooh, that's kind of cool actually. You could like, yeah, I like that. I like that. Viki, welcome on in. It's good to see you.
Yoshi's definitely getting a game. He hasn't missed a console yet.
Yeah, Yoshi deserves another game. I would say sidestep from the Crafted World formula in Woolly World. Let's do something new. I would love a 3D platformer or maybe a true traditional 2D game that is like super good. Yoshi's News Story, maybe? Maybe? What are we doing right now? So, Viki, we're currently doing our first episode of the Broadcast64 podcast, where every week or so we're going to be doing like a podcast episode specifically talking about a topic. And today's topic is the Nintendo Switch 2, the good, the bad Nintendo Switch 2. We're talking about the good, the bad. I'd argue we've been mostly positive this stream. But yeah, we're going to have like specific podcast episodes talking about specific things. And we'll like bounce back with chat and see what they think and, you know, just kind of talk about all things video games and VTubing and a whole bunch of other subjects. So that's what we got going. But Cereza says, now that'd be a cool idea. I like Yasher needs to come back. Where are my Yoshi brethren? I am definitely here. I love me some Yoshi. Absolutely.
Honestly, I would love for like Switch 2, new Kid Icarus game, and for mouse controls, Pokemon Ranger. I am on that
Pokemon Rangers, yeah. Imagine being able to like play a Pokemon game where you can like organize your PC with like mouse controls, or like a new Pokemon game.
Ooh, that would be sick.
I think Omega just solved our problem with Kid Icarus Uprising.
Oh yeah.
Remember how people were saying like, oh well, the Kid Icarus Uprising gameplay is like so unconventional, like you need styles and all this stuff. We have a mouse.
Yeah, the mouse would be perfect. Have a great night, and I'm happy to join and learn. Thank you so much, Marvelstorm. I appreciate you.
Who is they? People
the
on
Eagle?
the internet. Who...
Oh, the Eagle on screen. That's Omega 097. If you've ever seen them in chat, it's Omega. We've been able to get him on streams lately, which is really fun.
You're gonna be there tomorrow.
I will say this. This is gonna sound cheesy, but like I literally went from like Omega being like in the community to being like I've always like had that back in the mind. Like I wonder if like you know who'd be cool to like vibe with and be friends with. Like Omega, we clicked with him immediately. He's a really good friend.
We did. I'm honestly really glad I like found this community and found all of you guys.
Very glad. You're fantastic. You want to join? Funnily enough, in the future, we are considering like guests and people to like jump in on certain podcasts. So depending on the subject, I would love to like bring people in. So everybody, make sure you're part of like the Discord and whatnot. For anybody who's not in the Discord, hop into the Discord. I'll likely be throwing out some subjects and then throwing out some people that like, hey, are you interested in this subject, that subject? We'd love to have people on board. So
I do have a question that's a little off topic.
Yeah.
So I know you and I met because of a certain orange marsupial, and that was all well and fun. How did you and Omega meet?
Ooh.
So
Omega, I think you found. Did you find me?
So what it was is my friend Dylan had showed me a streamer that raids into Sam a lot. Their name is Scared Shyless. They raided into Sam, and I found Sam that way, and then
thank God.
From there we just kind of raided into you, and the rest is history.
No, that's fair. Yeah, I think it was like a one thing led to another. It wasn't anything like super crazy at first, but just like one thing led to another. Next thing you know, Omega just more so like he's kind of the definition of like hung around and just really like stuck around, supported, and we just really got to know him through everything stream wise. At some point, I think like I would hear things like Sam and Omega are on a call, and I'm like, oh, they're actually like hanging out. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. I don't think I've like ever hung out with Omega. So.
Omega. It was Crash.
Oh, it was Crash. I thought you were talking about Casey.
No.
That's hilarious. When you said orange
feeling.
marsupial, I wanted to say like, oh, frickin' Bubsy. Just as I know it's not like a proper answer, but
That's why I said nah. The spinny one owned by the bad COD people.
Oh God.
Is actually inside the game itself.
Omega's a vibe I like him, says Blade. Oh, that's sweet.
Nintendo Switch 2.
Yeah.
I freaking love Blade. They're amazing.
I love this community. You guys are always so sweet, fun, and welcoming. Yeah, I am proud of this community. I'm proud of the people we have in our corner, and bit of a perk here with the podcast. I know this is like any other like Twitch VOD, but you guys, whenever you chime in on these podcasts, you type in the chat. You're literally part of the podcast episodes. So you get to be involved on these. Yeah, top left corner, you get to have like your emotes, your icons, your username. I get to really customize the chat box, by the way. I can add all sorts of stuff. I believe if I say stuff like hi or something, I think my box might be a little different. I got like the live. It shows that like, I'm the streamer. I'm sure I could like add more badges and stuff to my name, but I'm sure that's not too important right now. Anyways, also a bit of a side thing to talk about with the Switch 2 really quickly. Somebody demonstrated what it was like to hold the system and really shake it with the magnetic Joy-Cons. It still wouldn't prop off. You would really have to like forcefully take them off. Like Nintendo wants to make sure if those Joy-Cons fall off your Switch 2 and your Switch hits the ground, you go, oh my God, it is your fault. It's not Nintendo's fault. It is your fault because you were so aggressive. But like the guy shook it and it still wouldn't come apart. Those things are magnetically strong. They have looked into it for several years. They looked into it before the original Switch. They wanted it to be magnets, but they had to do the slides because they couldn't quite get it. Now they get it. So you can shake the heck out of the Switch 2 Joy-Cons. They won't prop off. You have to press a certain button for them to prop off. If you somehow miraculously drop your Switch 2 because the Joy-Con like props off of it, you yourself are the one who did that. So props to Nintendo for being really good about that. So that was one thing a lot of us were worried about at first. We don't need to worry about that.
People were worried about dropping their Switches into the sewers.
Now, I'd like to share some
I know with like my Switch,
Take it. I thought about that, Eddie.
The controllers would just pop off sometimes.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's gonna happen after years. But like, I'm very glad that these are just magnetically attached, and you can actually like shake and they won't fall.
You hid my Switch 2 in the sewers? Let's see. I wanted to read this comment from Leo. They said, not to get off topic, but I wanted to say thanks to everyone that's helped me in my mood after getting some bad news. I won't get into it, not to ruin the mood. We appreciate you. No, by no means, by any means. If this podcast is any way, shape, or form a gateway for you guys to be able to like listen in on something, so that way you can get away from your problems, or if there's anything going on in your life, trust me, I've been there. I've been listening to nothing but podcasts and audio commentaries and such for like weeks now, a couple months when I'm at work, because it gets me away from my problems and my mindset of like being alone or being by myself. Because I work in a building that's kind of empty upstairs. It's peoply downstairs, but I only hang out there for so long. I have to usually clean upstairs. And at this other building I clean, it's also very empty. And having like these podcasts and these videos to like listen in on, I've been listening to a lot of other people's like Switch 2 news. So that way, like going into like tonight's like podcast, I knew how to like really dive into the first episode. So hopefully, as a host, I've been doing a pretty good job. I know I'm not perfect, but I think for episode 1, this went a lot better than I thought it was going to. And I wasn't even expecting guests, and we already have guests on episode 1. So, and I thank you both for being here, by the way. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for letting us join.
Of course, of course. We vibe freely here. We do. You're a great host. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Also, give me one moment. I will be right back again.
Sure. I think being a content creator for as long as I have been really helps me be as good as I am, because if you told me like I was like 1 or 2 years into being a content creator, like if I had to do this back in 2013, 2014, this would be a completely different ballpark. I would not be anywhere near the amount of quality I am now. I'm not calling myself peak, but like it would have been a completely different ballpark. I'm peak? Oh, I appreciate you. There was this post I saw earlier where it was like, guys have 2 moods. You're either, I'm a freaking loser, or I'm the GOAT. I looked at it and I went, I'm the GOAT? If I had to pick one of these two, I'm the GOAT?
Here's the thing, it's true. Ichiban's the same way.
That's so funny. There was something else I was going to talk about with the Switch 2, but I'm trying to remember what it was. We were talking about possible Switch 2 games. I'm going to say safe to say we're going to get a new Mario Party at some point. Not immediately, but at some point. This new Jamboree DLC that's coming out, like it's literally showing up on the screen right now. That'll last us a couple of years. I don't think we're going to get a new Mario Party. I'm going to put out my answer. Maybe 2027, 2028. That's when we get a new Mario Party.
I think Mario Party Superstars 2.
Mario Party Superstars 2?
Focus on the, they focus on the GameCube minigames.
Yeah, make it put a 2 in there. Put a number in there. That'd be funny. Side note, they could also just tide us over with GameCube Mario Parties. We could get Mario Party 4, 5, 6, or 7. So, and there's microphone mini games for a couple of the Mario Party games, but they are adding a microphone to the Switch too. So I don't know if they can incorporate that somehow. But hey, there you go. Maybe that's an option.
Just do what Mario Party 6 and 7 did, where you just turn you could play mic mini games without a mic.
Yeah, it'd be technically on a technicality limited, but they're not a stranger to that because N64 games like Stadium kind of limit some features, so it wouldn't be too out of left field. Razor says the weird fact that the Switch 1 controllers don't wake the console for some reason. The weird fact that, let's see, having an active chat certainly helps. That's true. Yeah, that's very true. Razor says your peak, there's no escaping it. I appreciate that. I will say this, after doing content for so long, like, I'm glad I'm at a point I feel confident in my content. There's always I think when I was a Let's Player, I'll stay on topic as best as possible, but as a Let's Player, back in 2017, 2018, that's when I started to feel like, yeah, I really like my content, I really like my vibe, it's not too bad. Keep in mind, I started in late 2012, and I didn't take my content seriously until late 2013, going into 2014. So that was about a good 5 years until I went, okay, I kind of like my stuff and like me now. Now, obviously, if I look back at that point in time, I'm going to go, oh, God, that's old, I could do better, yada, yada. But it took me about 5 years to really like my stuff. As a VTuber, looking back at it in the grand scheme of things, I think 2 years in, I like my stuff, but especially that third year going forward, like around the time I met Zenny and doing Crash Team Rumble, I felt like I really started to get a grip as to, how I do content, how well I do content, and I'd argue my stuff is better now than ever. And I only hope to progress and get better and better alongside my friends. So we're always trying to constantly grow and give you guys the best possible content ever. And I've got really good people in my corner and in my life to support me in that regard. And I can support them as well. And we can all grow together and have a good time. I'm here for a good time. I didn't do this podcast to gain in numbers or go crazy. I wanted to do this for fun. And we've actually had some new people pop in and ask me yo, you're going to put this on Spotify and this and that. I'm like, oh, wow. I did not expect people to be popping in saying that and following. I got a couple follows tonight. I was not really aiming for numbers tonight whatsoever. So
think about how much we both developed in the 2 years since we've known each other.
We've improved a lot.
Which makes the image more vibrant.
Honestly,
I wasn't even a proper VTuber.
Yeah, and I was I don't know. I feel like I've become more of myself. I've become more relaxed and I'm more comfortable with me as a person. Like I can say things.
Like you don't
say.
have to put up a facade.
Exactly. I feel more of myself now more than ever, and that's been great.
Oh, that's what Razer meant.
Oh, right.
Razer
Refer to the Switch 2 not waking the Switch 1 controllers from what I've heard. Oh, gotcha.
So I thought what they meant was, so you know how sometimes when you have something on sleep mode, you can like press a button or something on the controller, on your controller, and say, "Oh, I'm up."
Right.
The Switch one like doesn't do that, but I see that's not what they meant, so never mind.
Gotcha. Blade says, to be honest, the fact that we have mouse and mic now, I'm fully DS games making a return/remakes. I feel like DS remakes are definitely in the cards. I would even argue some 3DS remakes. We're in that point in time where 3DS games are
very high up there.
Yeah, certain 3DS games are a little older. So I am actually going to put my stake on it and you know, not a sirloin steak. I would love that. I'm going to put a wooden stake on Dracula and kill him, and also state that I think we could totally get Ocarina of Time 3D, but like on the Switch, and it not be 3D. Obviously, it's going to be like just a full-blown Ocarina of Time HD on the Switch too. I feel like we're due for something like that. Not saying we will get it, but I think we could totally go for a secondary remake of that, and just it'd be so beautiful and awesome, and all these options, and it'd be great.
Did you read my really stupid message earlier in the stream?
Potentially.
I basically said, no, we're going to get another Square Enix game in the form of, what was it called? Have you ever heard of world-renowned MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? And how on the Switch too?
So next week's episode, guys, is going to be about the PS5, because we're moving on from Nintendo now. I'm kidding. Sonic Rush Adventure Remake win. That would go hard. Maybe even, well, I'd say Colors DS, but let's be real. They're just going to do Colors Ultimate and call it a day. Have that be the Switch 1 version. That could use an upgrade in all honesty, but it's not going to be an upgrade.
If Sega wants to go the quote lazy route, I would settle with the Sonic games being on the GameCube emulator.
That's fair. Blade says Kirby Mass Attack on Switch. That'd be fun. A couple of the Kirby and the Rainbow Curse. Like those games would be pretty awesome on like the Switch.
Oh, Canvas Curse.
Canvas Curse.
Yeah, Rainbow Curse was like Wii U.
Yeah, Canvas Curse is what I more so meant. Yeah, that'd be a good one. And don't dock those games. I actually played Rainbow Curse. It was actually pretty solid, believe it or not. It was a pretty good Wii U game. Also,
I'm not saying this games are bad at all.
We might be getting a Yoshi Woolly World port for the original Switch because it was quote-unquote leaked during the Direct, but I also don't know if that was an error or if they actually just flat out
I
showed
know
it.
what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
I wouldn't be opposed to it. Woolly World was the better game, so I'd probably get it.
Okay, that actually reminds me of it now. Because I know you were talking about maybe like a Kirby and, you guys were both talking about Kirby and Yoshi, like, collab, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if they did a Yoshi's Woolly World with Kirby Epic Yarn?
I would scream.
That would be fun.
Like, get a mix of the two in there. I would actually love that.
Yoshi's Yarn Valley. Let's see. Rainbow Curse / Canvas Curse would be awesome. Yeah. Did they port Kirby in the Magic Mirror yet? I don't believe so.
Kirby in the Amazing Mirror?
Or in the Amazing Mirror.
Yeah, technically they did.
Is Magic Mirror another game, or am I just crazy?
No, Amazing Mirror's, hang on, I'll look it up real quick to make sure, but I'm pretty sure they meant Amazing Mirror.
Yeah, it's the same game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Cool. There's Squeak Squad.
That'd be cool.
Ultra.
Yes, please.
Yeah, honestly, anything like that would be super welcome. Absolutely. So I remember the wrong title. I was like about to say, like, is that like a British title for it, like Gateway to Glimmer or something like Kirby and the Magic Mirror?
You know what? As punishment, I'm gonna DM you right now.
Who's you? Me or Cereza?
Cereza.
Oh, okay. I hear you, and I'm just like, hit the deck. Superstar Ultra. God dang it, Marks. Amazing Mirrors on Switch Online. Yeah, Amazing Mirrors on Switch Online, correct. We were funnily talking about that the other day. Mouse controls Clock Tower for Switch 2. Funny enough, Zinnia Milan, I was thinking about that earlier. Clock Tower would be a fun, like, Switch Online game with, like, mouse controls and all that. Not online. I'm sorry, I did not mean to say online. It would be a cool Switch game with, like, the mouse. That'd be really fun.
And Marx is a menace.
Great heavens! It's Elden Ring. Superstar Ultra is peak. It is. It is. I wonder if games like Elden Ring could like use mouse controls. Who knows?
All right, here's an interesting topic because
I can see it too, honestly.
we touched on Smash a little bit earlier. If you could add one new mode to Smash Brothers Ultimate specifically, what would you add?
And not counting like a big thing like Subspace or something. Like we have World of Light, nothing like that. Like a mode.
I would say like the biggest thing you could do is like a proper all-star. We'll start from there and work our way down.
Yeah. Boss Rush as Blade.
Boss Rush is a good one. That's what I was thinking too.
That's a really good question, actually. Probably.
Like, you could say like a better stage builder. It could be.
That's a really good question.
Okay, here's a crazy one.
Melee. I don't know if they could do something different with that.
I have something crazy, alright?
What's that?
Take the brawl approach and, I don't know, give us like 10 break the target levels for everybody to play through.
That'd be fun. Port Melee's story mode levels.
If only.
Dude, that'd be sick. I would not argue with that.
But I would want more. I would complain that my belly is not full and then want like 5 more adventure mode levels.
Took my only food.
I would say, Mama, I want some more. Oh my god, Street Fighter 6 on your screen.
Yeah, Street Fighter 6. You're one.
But yeah, if you look right there, when it was showing the 26 character things, that's what the amiibo cards look like.
True.
So, on that earlier subject, that's basically proof that if you have amiibo cards for the character, the amiibos are probably going to function with the game.
Oh yeah, we got Streets. There's a perfect world out there where you can get like Mario cosmetics for Street Fighter, like how they did the one Tekken Tag
with
game,
Tekken Tag Team.
But
I love that one.
I can see why they wouldn't, but I would love that. I want more of
that's
that.
a cool one.
I think Hitman is getting like Mario and Luigi type outfits, but like, why is it just Hitman? I want more games like that.
What about you and Omega though? What Smash mode would you want?
Smash mode, gosh.
Like I said, like the biggest thing you could ask for is like a proper all-star mode because all-star multi-man's stupid.
I would love that. That's a mode I would definitely get behind. Well, let's see.
In relation to amiibos, future amiibos. I think they'll do an
Smash Run
R-Wing
would be
amiibo.
interesting.
Oh, Smash Run, yeah.
Smash Run
I would
be
love
very
that.
interesting.
Because, I mean, if you're going to bring back City Trial and Kirby Air Riders,
Yeah.
gotta do Smash Run.
In relation to amiibos, future amiibos,
I think R-Wing.
people actually clamored for a Mario Kart World amiibo. We surprisingly got nothing. That game has no amiibo support as of right now, to our knowledge. Really darn shame. So far.
I think they're waiting until they figure out what they... Here's the real question. Have we heard anything about Mii's
I was
being
about
a
to say,
part
where
of
the
Smash
fuck are the
2?
Mii's? Yeah, people really
if
wanted
Mii's
Mii's.
aren't a part of it, what's the point?
Like, I don't play as the Mii's on a personal like that often, but I did love the Mii's and the costumes, and I would occasionally use them. But they need to bring that back in somehow, one way or another. I don't care if it's an
I was gonna
update that's
say.
not baked into the OG game. They need to bring it back.
Like, Mii's are like kind of like...
You'll be immersed in the Wizarding World.
I'd argue, like, yeah, you got Mario, but when it comes to these Nintendo products, the Mii's are kind of the face.
Yeah.
Your face.
They became a face since the Wii era.
Mhm.
Let's see. Razor says we shouldn't... Oh, sorry, we wouldn't probably, for the same reason, the deal to get Samus or Link in Fortnite didn't go through because Nintendo wants their crossovers to be Nintendo hardware only, which is sad. Yeah, it's probably why more so, because they don't want to like, cross over to other consoles. I know, but like the thing is, like I remember Rocket League of all games had like Mario and Luigi cars and the Samus car, but if you play that online and you're going up against online players from like PS like 4 or 5, Xbox, whatever, Steam, it transforms the car into something like generic. So I don't see why Nintendo can't go out of their way and be like, oh, it's Street Fighter 6. It's, you know, Ryu wearing like a Mario hat and Ken wearing a Luigi hat, or whoever, you know, Luke wearing a Waluigi hat or Wario hat or something, and like if you're playing up against somebody on PS5 on their end, it's like something completely different or just not there. Like,
And you know what? Let
who's to
me
say?
argue for you. So two things. One, Deku's here.
Hi.
Are they in the call? Hi.
Hi.
Freaking jump scare.
And two, the other thing is, so
You
Street Fighter
came?
6 has this
Dang.
really cool thing, right? Where you can actually pick the presets of what your opponent will wear when you fight them. So, for example, like let's say, like Ryu has this really drippy casual outfit, right?
Yeah.
You can make it so every Ryu that you fight online from that point onwards is going to be wearing that costume and that color specifically.
Yeah.
Or you only want to fight classic Guile.
Alright,
Like,
we officially got Deku on board.
so you would just do that.
The James
yada,
Bond
yada,
music in the
yada.
background. That's how they showed up.
Oh wait, are we doing something right now or?
A podcast.
Yeah, we're on the podcast right now.
Oh!
The stream.
Hi,
Fuck,
welcome
I
in,
didn't
motherfricker.
Oh shit! Oh, hi.
I guess we really didn't title this this little
Yeah.
group. My bad.
Hang on, should we like set it to like a limit of 4 people?
No, it's too late. I'm kidding. No, you can go ahead and do that if you want. I was just being funny.
I just okay. I didn't realize
Yeah,
you were
you
still
might
going.
listen.
I probably should have.
Say hi
Probably
to
should have.
chat.
Hi.
No,
I
you know
was
what's-
just coming in to hang out.
No, it's funny because you just showed up and I was just like, I don't believe they asked. They're like, oh, that's ballsy. I like that. Well, welcome on in. I like that.
I'm
Not
just gonna
opposed to it,
break in
shoot.
anyway.
Yeah.
It's okay. You should have heard my entrance deck.
I
basically
was
said, "You better move your windows."
kind of said it earlier in the chat, but I was gonna say, yeah, chat, get used to this like squad here because we're gonna at least like depending on the podcast and the episode, we're gonna try to get these fellas here that you see on a regular, not all the time. It's totally up to them if they want to be part of certain episodes. But in terms of like the regular peeps outside of like interviews and guest stars and all that kind of such, these are definitely some very close friends of mine that will likely be on board for like future Nintendo podcast episodes, and like I want one for like VTubing and like people's experiences, what they like, what they don't like. Like I want to deep dive into a lot of podcast episodes and just really cool topics. So talk about like, you know, Mario movie news, Zelda movie news, like all that kind of such. So it'll be great.
Also, I should say, you used my you used my cardboard standee as practice. I get to be here.
I did, and I forgot to replace you as I forgot to get rid of that as I started stream. So I was like, oh, it's cardboard cutout Deku. I like yeeted you up to the side and brought Omega in. Now we got the real Deku here. There you go. No more cardboard
So
cutout.
I'm gonna show for Mr. Green over here and say that I think everybody here except for me is actually going to be in your stream tomorrow, right? You guys are doing
Yes,
Repo?
we're doing
Repo.
Yeah, it's Repo.
Yeah, Repo.
My terrible brain had to like check the group to see who was all a part of that. I believe it's me, Deku, Omega, GK, Sam and Kit. Yes, that's the group.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
yeah,
if
it's
you
like
guys
are
are
trading
excited
one
for
yellow person for another yellow person.
Repo,
Also,
true.
Also, if I'm taking over, let's just talk about the trailer that's currently playing in the corner over here.
Oh yes,
right?
yes. I mentioned you earlier on this one.
Stream here.
I'm going to talk for the next 3 hours about this trailer.
Ah, Jesus Christ. All right, well, you go ahead and take my chair, and I'm going to go to bed.
No.
You probably could.
I could. I can. But I won't.
And I will.
Hey, can we do a shout out for Deku? Are we allowed to do that?
Yeah, by all means, please do. Most
But
of
no,
everyone in
I-
chat so far are following Deku, but for any bizarre reason
Yeah.
you are not, let's get that shout out there. And
I
throw
will
them
say-
out.
Twilight Deku, right?
Yeah.
Dang it! Omega, you.
I will say I totally did not mean to crash the stream. I thought y'all were just hanging out.
No,
I
you're
didn't
good.
realize-
I mean, if you want to be here, you can be here. We're not going to be streaming
Yeah.
too much longer, I think, just because we've really went over a lot. But honestly, since you're here, we can have some fresh like talk and take on like anything that's been happening recently. We don't need to go through every single note, but is there anything that you want to talk about Switch 2 wise, or even from the Mario Kart world that you'd like to discuss? I know you did your own reaction and whatnot. We kind of talked about it a little bit earlier. So
I since I'm here and yes, I did watch it. I will say it should have been in the Switch 2 Direct.
It should have been.
I'm gonna be real. It should have been. Now, with that being said, I think they justified the $80 price.
Ooh, so you think because of the trailer they justified it, or?
I think if they had shown all of that in the Switch 2 Direct, now obviously people are gonna still complain about it, like, but I think that's just kind of justify it.
I was gonna say that's bold that you say that, because I've heard so many people like watch the Direct and go, I don't think that still sells people on the $80 price tag. So that's the first I've heard of that, but I like that.
Sorry
I like
to
that
interrupt.
answer. No, you're good.
Sorry to interrupt. But who in your chat was saying Bowser Jr. is not in the game?
I don't remember. Oh, is it Bowser Jr. in?
Literally in the first 15 seconds of this Direct, he literally is right there.
Oh, okay. I don't know who said that, but like they gaslit me into thinking that then, because I don't remember them, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. No, but okay, I said, but if in my reaction, like before I played the trailer, before I played it, I said I wanted to see battle mode. Big donut, big donut, big donut. I will say I was nearly scared for a second, because when they started showing off, I thought we were going back to original Mario Kart 8 where the battle mode was on the tracks, and then I saw the donut, and then I was like, oh, okay, arena, finally, okay,
yeah,
good.
Thank God. I love Big Donut from 64 so much.
Yeah, I like it. I liked it too.
Part of me crossed my fingers for that, and I was like, but will they? I doubt it. And then they showed it, and I was like, oh, I wasn't banking on Big Donut. Sure.
Yeah. They teased Rainbow Road.
I think safe to say we're also getting DLC in the future, one way or another, whether it's free update or through the online service or something. We're gonna get DLC at some point, and somebody had made a good point of like, Donkey Kong Bonanza can come out, maybe if Diddy Kong's in that game and they reveal him, or like other Kongs, then go, okay, we revealed them in this game, now we're gonna throw them into Mario Kart as like a, now they're also available in Mario Kart World, and that's how you can like add in more characters, so who knows?
It is kind of funny that they don't include the other Kongs like they have in the past.
True. We need
but I
Dixie
also
as well, come on now.
I do, on my own personal belief, I do believe it is because of Donkey Kong himself.
Yeah.
And the fact that they redesigned him, I think that's why they're excluding the others for now.
For like main focus, yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Because I also want to pull out a little bit of a, I don't know if it's a conspiracy theory, but just a little bit of a theory. I think they are going to retcon and say Donkey Kong Jr. is the current Donkey Kong.
Ooh.
They're going to retcon it because they kind of hint at it in the Direct with their photo mode section, where they put the characters in front of the classic Super Mario Kart billboard. And they put Donkey Kong there under... Oh.
Yeah, that'd be very bold.
Yeah, they put Donkey Kong under Donkey Kong Jr., implying that they are the same characters, so I feel like they're going to
I've seen that
work.
Effing Delta
I'm also
Donkey 4
gonna...
times.
I'm also going to tell you something about, like, why you're probably right.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember how closely Nintendo worked with Illumination on that Mario movie?
Very.
And if you remember correctly, Donkey Kong said, specifically, you have to fight my son, not my grandson, my son.
That's true. That's a very good point.
So...
They have gone back. I fully believe they're going to rework the story of Donkey Kong.
It kind of works out better that way anyways.
Yeah. I wouldn't be opposed to it, really. It's not like we can't enjoy what we had before anyways.
Yeah, because Junior has just been gone for... They brought him back for Mario Kart Tour. They brought him back for that, but Junior has been gone. So I feel like they're going to do a soft retcon and say Junior is the current Donkey Kong, and that has been that it's Cranky Kong, the Donkey Kong Jr., and that has been it. And then it's just like, oh yeah, now I'm Donkey Kong.
Right.
Better that than being trapped in an e-reader card for the rest of his freaking life.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna read a little bit of chat here. We got the fact that many old tracks are returning is insane. A lot of old tracks and getting really reworked. Stuff like Peach Beach is like completely different,
Also,
but Toad's Factory.
Did you see Mario Circuit?
I want to point something out. I don't know. I haven't seen anyone talk about it, but they soft revealed, like, yes, you could turn off the intermission portion of tracks and do 3 laps in 1 track.
Right.
They did confirm that, and I
Yeah.
was like, okay, that was I love the new intermission. I would be like, okay, I would also like to do like 3 tracks in what is the new Rosalina Observatory track.
Yeah.
Like I would love to do 3
Yeah.
tracks in that and whatnot. So I'm glad that they did soft reveal that. And I'm
Plus,
like,
it gives you good practice too.
Yeah, and I was also going to say, they also had music for the game for courses that really didn't exist. They had like Bomb on Battlefield music. They had, I know Piranha Plant's Lullaby was in there at one point, not during the direct, but I've seen it in one other instance.
It's in the character select.
Yeah, it's in the character select. They had, what was the other one I'm thinking of? They had Yoshi's story music at one point. So there's all this music that isn't like, is it like tailored to a course? Or are we going to be getting like a Mario Kart radio kind of thing where we get music as we drive throughout the overworld? I think that might be the case.
I think we'll get like a Mario Kart radio.
Yeah.
We got MKTV, we're gonna get MKR.
Finally, Mario
Radio.
Kart R. If anybody gets
Mario
what I'm saying.
Kart R. Yes.
Everybody racing on.
Because
the
originally Mario
road.
Kart 64 was going to be called Mario Kart R, but I'm pretty sure they like got rid of that for, you know, get away from Sonic purposes.
I didn't think it was Sonic. I think they just wanted to.
They wanted to change it, yeah, to 64.
My only critique about the game, like without playing it, my only critique without playing it is the character select screen.
Yeah, they need to change that. Too much.
They had a perfect character select in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, where like if a character had an alternate costume, it popped up as a sub menu.
Yeah.
And you got that.
Like imagine being like, oh, I want to play as baby Rosalina, where she's got the sleeves that are too big, which is very cute, by the way. Which page should I go to? I think it's on page 9. Oh, maybe it was 10. It's like, bro, we're playing online.
I did see that you can organize the character select where each character and their costumes are next to each, so it's like a Mario section, a Luigi section.
Okay, that wouldn't be so bad. At least as bad.
I did see that. So.
If they took a fighting game route and let you like pick a character and then it opened up that new page of like, oh, here are all the costumes, pick a costume.
Yeah.
That would be fine with me too.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'd need to look and see if they confirmed it somewhere, but apparently I saw this earlier where the different costumes have different stats.
Oh,
that might be why they're separate character selects and not just under one character. So, even then, that's still weird, but...
So Wasp Wario is going to be heavy as crap, because he's got a lot going on there.
Have you seen the cake on Wario?
Absolute unit.
Also, they killed Rob and turned him...
They did! They killed Rob and turned him into a bike. It's kind of funny, I ain't gonna lie. I would ride that.
Listen, give me Cow on the Rob bike. I'm happy.
True!
Also, Moo Moo Meadows is back.
Yeah, Moo Moo Meadows is back. We gotta do an all 24 player Moo Moo Meadows. Everyone's a cow. Just go. Come on.
I did see, I watched a video of someone's, like, reaction to it, or talking about what they could do for DLC, right?
Yeah.
And imagine, like, to keep with the interconnectivity that the main game has, each cup is a new section brought in that is themed around something. So we could get a theme park one with Baby Park, Waluigi Pinball, and another.
You can even give us like a woodland, like grassy kingdom of some kind, and then that gives you like Zelda, Animal Crossing, etc. Like just things that are kind of connected in that regard.
I have my idea for Zelda, and if you want me to get into it,
I'll leave it to the expert. You go right ahead.
Okay, so I posted about this on Twitter. I posted about this on Twitter, but my idea for a Hyrule DLC, if they were to bring that back, which they totally should, is that it is Hyrule. You race across Hyrule itself, and not the amalgamation track. As much as I love Hyrule Circuit in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, like you get the full continent of Hyrule as an extra bonus. Now, it's not going to be as big as, like, Breath of the Wild or something like that, but
which Hyrule do you want?
Breath of the Wild. But it's not going to be that big. But think about it. You get to race across Zora's Fountain, Death Mountain, Gerudo Desert, and Hyrule Field, right?
I would have been the same way, but with Ocarina of Time as well.
I'm sorry if I'm going off a little too far.
No, you're good. No. I was actually just like, I legitimately asked because I was like, there's a lot of different Hyrules out there, so I wanted to know which one you were basing this off of.
Yeah.
What am I
You good,
reading?
Steve?
I was just reading chat.
Yeah, me too. I'm just,
I was just kind of sitting there like, huh?
Where's
Welcome
the
in,
picture of that one
Christina.
like Kill la Kill character eating toast?
Yeah.
You can use that right now.
All right. So I had an idea. I had an idea for a classic course they could bring back. Imagine the DK. What's it called? Is it Jungle Parkway or whatever it's called?
Yeah.
You're from 64. Imagine that reimagined like in the Mario Kart World style, where you know how you make that big jump over the cruise ship, and like you normally get to the other side. Boats. You just all of a sudden you're in the boat of DK Jungle Park, the Parkway.
Yeah.
You got a boat and you're like, hey, instead of jumping over the cruise ship, you're now zooming by the cruise ship and you're driving around different. Like they have to reimagine it, but that would go hard.
Okay, but hear me out. I'm gonna meet you halfway. All right. The boat is Daisy Cruiser, so you do a lap on Daisy Cruiser and you blast off,
Okay, yeah.
and then you're doing the other half of DK Jungle Parkway. So like they find a way to, or you know what? No, I got this right. So you start on the other side of the island, like after the boat, and then when you get to the boat, it becomes Daisy Cruiser lap 2, and then lap 3 you end up in a different course entirely.
I want lap 3 to be like I was able to crash into a different room of the Daisy Cruiser, and you would think like, oh, where am I going? I've never been in this room. You know how like in Mario Kart 7, you could like dive into the water, and you're like, yo, there's an eel down here. You couldn't see that before in Double Dash because you're not allowed down there. Mario Kart 7, you saw the eel. What if in like the cruise ship, you like crash into another room? You're like, whoa, it's a completely new area, and it's Luigi's freaking casino. Just chips are going everywhere.
Yes.
Just destroy everything. That'd be incredible. It'd be so cool.
I
know I'm
have
talking out my
another
butt at that
idea.
point, but that's just a funny thought.
I have another idea.
What's that?
Rainbow Road, right? It's
Shoot,
not
just ended
multiple.
off there. Rainbow Road. Good idea.
No, but like it's not. It's one cup, but it is only the one Rainbow Road, but it extends across the entire continent of Mario Kart World.
Yeah.
And it is a 6-section race.
Oh,
specifically 200cc, 250.
Hey, so I'm a weirdo.
I'm just kidding.
I'm a weirdo. I want Rainbow Planet, and like you have like
Rainbow
4
Planet.
Rainbow Roads based around like iconic Rainbow Roads. So you got like Mario Kart 64. You got Double
my
Dash.
god, dude! Imagine like Rainbow Road remixes where it's like a good chunk of like 3 Rainbow Roads mixed into one. So like suddenly you're like on the Mario Kart 7 like Rainbow Road. And before you end the lap, you like get launched to the Mario Kart 8 Rainbow Road. Not that I'm saying bring that back, but like have like 64's Rainbow Road cut into Double Dash or something. I don't know. Something like that would be cool.
I think both ideas are very cool.
Yeah, it's something.
Yeah.
You could definitely bring back some old Rainbow Roads.
Oh.
There's something I was going to say, but I like in between the Rainbow Roads, but I don't quite remember.
Quiet. Oh,
what?
okay, there it goes. It went quiet for me for a second. I'm like,
Oh no, I'm just
you're
looking at the
good.
direct to see if I can like go over anything that we might have missed.
Unfortunately, my stream dipped suddenly. Started to really dip. I think it's picking back up. I've been having that a lot lately for some reason. Anyways.
You should tell your brother to stop re-downloading GTA again.
Yeah, you got that freaking upgrade version of GTA recently, and he's doing it again. I'm just kidding. I have no
Dude,
idea what he's
Lost
up to.
Wario, my beloved.
Wasp Wario, yes. Wasp Wario, the Dracula version of Waluigi, who's like a movie star. Oh my god.
Dude, Racing Bowser
Yeah,
is like
Wakula. I'm
adorable.
definitely like out of the Waluigi's, it's either Wakula or the Sombrero one. But
I have
or
my
Mariachi.
I have my main already. Like I have found it. You'll want to see it. I'll
Which
send
one?
it.
I feel like I know the answer, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, hold up.
Listen, I already know my main.
What's
I
your
am
main?
Cow.
You are Cow. No, that's fair. I'm definitely playing Cow a lot in Penguin.
I'm gonna send it in the side chat here.
Zinni, I
Real
can see you
quick.
rocking Goomba every now and then.
But yeah, there's the
Don't mean
outfit.
always.
Oh, that's fair. Goomber. Yep, I knew it. I know you enough.
Yes. Yes.
The second I saw the outfit, I was like, "That is a you. Like, that's yours. That's what
Yeah.
you're
Here,
gonna be using."
let me
Absolutely.
print screen real quick.
It's between
This
this
caught my
one.
attention.
It's between this one and the other casual outfit that Rosalina has, because she has 2.
Yeah. I'm
By the
actually going
way-
to save this and share everyone on stream.
Can we talk about the Flower Cup being all retro courses?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if this is the Wario Stadium, I think it is. We are so back.
I believe you're right. I believe it is, from what I can tell.
It's either so that's either N64 or DS, and I'm hoping it's N64
I'm hoping
because that
it's in
stage needed a
64.
glow up.
It did.
Listen, all I'm gonna say is Nintendo, don't be a coward and show us Rainbow Road already.
In addition to what you saw today,
I'm so glad DK Pass is coming back from DS.
I'm a little worried about Rainbow Road because it's one of those things where it's like they're trying to hold off on it to like not spoil it for anybody who wants that surprise, but it's also like the internet's going to show that way too soon, and I will like
They already
be spoiled. Yeah, they already did technically, but I can see it like as we get closer to launch, like more coverage
Yeah.
on that. This is the one deck you watched the main, by the way, chat. This particular
Yes.
Rosalina outfit's very, very fun. Rosalina only has like a couple outfits in this game to my knowledge, but this is, you know, what more do you need? We've got a couple really
Here,
good ones in this game.
let me find our DMZ. I'm gonna find you the Waluigi I want to main.
I know for a
Pauline
fact,
Pauline
I was gonna say for a
suit.
fact, GK is gonna have the racing suit. That's likely gonna be what she picks if I had to guess. That's a her
Sonic?
choice.
I just had a skin idea for Cow.
Oh yeah. Oh god, a skin idea for
Is it
Cow.
chicken? Is it chicken?
It's just Cow wearing a steak outfit.
Oh my god, that's wrong.
That would be.
on
I mean,
so
they're already
many
gonna eat
levels.
burger. Is any?
Oh.
Is there any like chicken type character that's in the game? Like I know we have the ostrich. Could probably rock like the ostrich
might
and
be
the
it.
cow and like do her bit. We
Yeah.
could honest to God do it.
So yeah,
here you go. Here you go.
I
There's
talked about it
Waluigi.
during my
That's
reaction,
what I want to use.
but and you and I talked about it a little bit, like just in DM Zonic. But man, like that first stream is just gonna be us driving around having a casual time.
True.
There's just so much that you can do just in
It's-
single player alone.
So I've been preparing in my mind, like doing a Mario Kart stream. Like whenever a new Mario Kart was going to come out, I just knew in my mind, like whenever that came out, that was going to be a day one thing, naturally. I think for that day, because I'm going to try to take off work and, you know, just be there for the Switch 2 launch for like a good couple days. I would like for us to like do the hub stuff for like a good couple hours, a good several hours. And then as we get closer to late at night, see if we can make it like an open community thing and just bring in as many people
Yeah.
for like a big online match, make a big
Yeah.
day out of it, and then like the
I
next
think
day go
that'll
back
jumble
in
scares
and maybe
me.
do either more Mario Kart or maybe GameCube online, just whatever we want to do.
Yeah.
But like day one, like let's do a bunch of the hub stuff, earn costumes, earn this and that, and then just
Oh, yeah.
late at night, just be like, all right, now let's rally in the troops, whoever's got to Switch to, and just bring in the squad and just ham it up. That'd be like. I get goosebumps just thinking about that day. It's going to be such a
Oh,
glorious day. I'm so excited.
It is.
We're 48
it's-
days
I just
away.
realized-
Officially 48 days away.
Oh, hell
Z.
yeah.
I
What's
think
that?
it is N64 Wario Stadium.
It is, from what I
Because
can tell.
you know why?
Why's that?
Throughout the direct, they're using the Mario circuit music from N64 or
And that
Mario
was always
Raceway,
repetitive for certain courses.
but that was also on Wario Stadium.
It was for Wario State, for a good handful of the
It
courses.
was
funnily
for
enough.
Stadium, Royal Raceway, and then Mario and Luigi Raceway.
Yeah, which it took us this many freaking Mario Karts to get a Mario Brothers circuit. Like, that's one of those, like, man, we should have
Yeah.
had that forever ago.
Finally, a
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mario Brothers circuit.
Come on now.
They realized Luigi didn't have
Oh.
a circuit last time. They
It
wanted
was
to
always
fix it.
Mario circuit, Luigi circuit, and then multiple of them. Like, let's get a Mario Bros circuit. Come on now.
Can I bring up one other thing?
Sure.
Yeah.
Everyone has ass in this game.
They do. They do.
Like, holy crap!
Okay, don't play this on stream. Don't play this on stream. But Tanuki made something really funny, and I know Z has seen it.
I have seen it. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I thought you were going to go there.
Here, Daka, here you go.
For some
Enjoy.
reason, Kimono Peach really slaps for me. Kimono, first of all, Odyssey outfits from Peach
Oh,
in
I've
the
seen
game.
that.
Let's go. We got
Yes.
Kimono Peach from the Odyssey game. Like, that's awesome.
We got all the Odyssey outfits.
Western Mario, like it's not
Yeah.
exactly the one from like Mario Party. Like it's like a Western Mario.
I saw
I'm
that.
gonna main Western
Yeah.
Mario as a Mario type. That
Me
is,
too.
I'm a Mario Party 2 enthusiast. I'm playing Western Mario.
Mm-hmm.
Holy crap.
Honestly,
Yeah,
I was excited for some of the Luigi skins we got because I know I'm maining him.
Yeah, Luigi's gonna be
Mm-hmm.
fantastic as well. There's a Yoshi for everybody, at least one.
There's a Boshi.
There's a freaking Boshi. Holy crap, Boshi like a Boshi like blue with the glasses and everything.
You know people are gonna see that and immediately ask for Gino.
Oh, you know it. I mean, we got Robin there as a vehicle and all these things. I can see
I-
people stretching for it.
I do want to point out one thing that I'm just like, oh, that's
Yeah, Yoshi's got a beach outfit. What do the Yoshis do?
no Mii's.
No Mii's yet.
At all.
We were, funnily enough, I think we were talking about that right as before you were about to walk in.
Yeah.
No Mii's at all.
Or P3, says Kid.
Oh my god. But like, thoughts on that? Like,
smash through enemies.
I feel like maybe they'll add it in later, but like the fact that it doesn't have amiibo support from the get-go, to my knowledge, and no Mii's, it's a little strange. We could have had a Mario Kart amiibo. Like, come on, that sells.
Yeah.
Street Fighter gets amiibo, Zelda gets amiibo, but not Mario Kart, like your system seller. Like, imagine attaching a Mario Kart amiibo toy to your $80 game. Not that I'm trying to give ideas. Chat's gonna hate me. But imagine that. Like, imagine all the people who are gonna get Mario Kart. Oh, the amiibo, I could buy that for it. Dude, that'd sell like hotcakes.
Oh, yeah.
I'm surprised we never got. I guess because it's like just a side game, and they already have so many Mario themed amiibo.
Yeah,
They
I don't
might
know.
just not do it.
That's true.
But
I wish they did. It'd be so nice
Yeah.
looking.
I
Could have given us a cow amiibo, chat. Come on now.
I just hope we get to see like Link and Zelda. Like, I want Zelda to be a part of this, especially after Age of Calamity, where she actually
which
rides
Zelda would you want in there?
Breath of the Wild.
Breath of the Wild. Okay, I
Like-
respect it.
Like because they're staying within this version of Hyrule for years now, nearly a decade. And it's just like, yeah, have them both have the Master Cycle. Both Link and Zelda have the Master Cycle.
No, that's fair.
Mm-hmm. I want to like there's like so many things they showed off for the Switch 2 that is just ridiculous.
There's a lot going on.
Oh.
But I think we've gone through a lot of the subjects that we wanted to go through tonight. I know a couple of you guys who came in later probably missed out on some of that. That's perfectly fine. Would not be surprised if we had another episode on Switch 2 or more stuff to talk about in the next month or so, because we have about a month and some before the launch of the Switch 2, and I'm sure we're going to get like pre-order news and this and that. So we're keeping our eyes peeled out for that. Again, the rumor is April 21st through the 30th there's going to be pre-orders. They absolutely can't wait until May 8th. May 8th at the latest. If you don't have regular pre-orders out by then, but Nintendo's putting them out there for registered people, that would be so bizarre. It's got to be sometime in the next 3 weeks. My guess is April 21st to the 24th. They will have a pre-order date, and then April 30th will be that date, and you can pre-order a week before Nintendo puts out registration ones. That's my guess. Also, have a good night, Blade. Thank you so much for being here. You take care.
I am losing it with this direct. Like, I'm just listening to the music. Bro, why does Dino Dino Jungle sound like Diddy Kong Racing music?
Dude, the beat to it. Like, also, you know what's weird to say? Mario Kart 8 music is in this game. Like, new renditions of Mario Kart 8 music, like Mario Stadium and all that. And it's nostalgic?
I heard the
Yeah,
Mario,
I know,
like,
right?
I heard the original Mario Kart theme, and I was like, oh,
Yeah.
there it is.
It's, the original Mario Kart theme, and you had, like, Mario Stadium and a couple others, and I'm like, man, they're really, like, this is a huge celebration of Mario Kart. It's really cool. I'm, like, nostalgic for, like, Mario Stadium remixes and stuff now. It's very strange to say, but, like, man, that's awesome.
Yeah.
It's like a comeback.
hardware design lead for Nintendo Switch.
I also say, I know this is not today's conversation, but we should do an episode just on movie news, because
I want
there's
to.
a lot going on.
I really want to.
There's a lot of shit going on in movie. I know we probably, I know you probably already have one planned, but
Semi. The idea was at least in my head, but if you have like ideas or like things you want to like add to it, I'm always all ears.
Yeah, like my movie thing is mostly within the like superhero stuff. So,
Yeah.
But holy shit, a lot is happening.
Oh yeah. I suppose like I'm not gonna like necessarily like close out yet, but if anybody in this call has anything else they want to talk about with the Switch 2, or if they have anything they didn't get to say, feel free to add it in now. But for the most part, I've gotten out a lot of what I've needed to say. I know, Deku, you kind of came in very late, so you probably have like more you could elaborate on. But if there's anything like we really haven't covered or haven't really talked about, like we talked about pretty much almost everything. Price, pre-orders, GameCube Online, we talked about a lot. If there's anything extra, like, you know, just a little bit of something, if you guys want to throw out there, feel free to. And if not, we can go ahead and wrap up our first episode. But
I want to say one last thing.
Sure.
And this is more of a hope, and it's just because the GameCube library is a bit bigger than the last virtual consoles that
True.
and whatnot. They're gonna drip feed us, but I hope they don't do it so badly where it's like 6 months between releases. I hope they like.
Yeah, like I'm hoping like that list of games we have isn't going to be like up until like February of next year, and we're not getting anything we didn't already know. It's like
Yeah, I want to see some really interesting picks along with like we need.
There's
I want
Rosalina up there.
strikers. Yes, Rosalina. Yeah, that outfit right there.
No, that's the one. That's the good one.
That outfit, that's the other one I've been debating on. But like, obviously we're getting strikers. We already know that. We already know the stuff that they're looking into. But I want to see like maybe try to do like DK Jungle Beats. Like try to find an interesting way to do that game.
Yeah.
Do like hell, release the original Pikmin and whatnot. The original versions of Pikmin 1 and 2.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. I was like, do you think we'll get double versions of that? Because technically we've done that with a couple of games. Like now we're getting the second version of Sunshine. We have 2 versions of Super Mario 64. You know, will they throw Pikmin 1 and 2 on there, even though we already have like native Switch ports? I think they will. I think it'll be funny.
Yeah. I'll say this again. I said this during the Switch 2 Direct. Four Swords Adventures.
Yeah, Four Swords Adventures.
Make that playable, because that is a game locked to the GameCube.
Let's see. I'm just gonna unload real quick of like things I would love. All right, Nintendo. Sonic Adventure DX, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, Sonic Heroes, Sonic Riders. That's all the Sonic stuff out of the way. Gauntlet, Dark Legacy, Pac-Man World 2, and $1 million. Let's do it.
Alright, Nintendo, give me a new Pokemon Ranger. Yeah.
And on the right Joy-Con too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pokemon Ranger. There you go. Kirby and the Rainbow Curse. Your Mom's House Simulator.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, did you just? Oh, whoa. Get at it. Get at it.
Oh, okay. Hi, y'all.
I know this is a bit of a, like, kind of out there, but I would like to see the specific Bionicle game I played as a kid.
Freaking Bionicle.
I love Bionicle.
Bionicle. I respect it. Give us Cubics. That's so dumb. Oh, Gauntlet, I forgot about that. Yo, I was hoping somebody would like know Gauntlet Dark Legacy. I love Gauntlet. Super good multiplayer game. Unfortunately, that trip we took, Deku, the machine was down. I was like, bro, no.
Oh, yeah.
No, I don't think that was Dark Legacy, but I was like, man, I was so upset.
Yeah, that sucked.
That's like my favorite arcade game of all time.
More memory for me.
Ooh.
Referencing Cubics.
Oh, freaking Cubics. God dang it.
Because I remember when I was younger, I had the VHSs of like a lot of the Pokemon movies, and the Cubics opening would just be on all of them.
Yeah. I actually didn't know Cubics was a show. I remember going to Circuit City, seeing a game called Cubics. I looked at my dad, I want this, and he's like, no. So I hid it at the very bottom of like the bargain bin pile. I went, I'll come back for you. Never came back for it. Only to find out years later it was a show and everything. I'm like, oh, okay, that's Cubics. I heard the game wasn't good, but like, man, as a kid, I sure didn't want it. Leo says Metabots. Let me look up those Metabots. I'm very curious as to what that is. I'm always open to like hearing about other GameCube games. Oh, you know what? I know a real man's game for GameCube.
Oh.
Animaniacs.
Oh my god.
I'm not wrong. You technically could. Now, will it happen? Probably not.
They
but...
sure did change Wario Stadium.
Well, this is Metabots. This looks fun.
You can also share your game screen. Did you see someone just like go on top of
They changed what? I'm sorry. I like searched up
I was saying they sure did change Wario Stadium.
Yeah. No, the Cubics game I
There's
remember
a
was really
side-by-side.
good. Oh, was it really good? Maybe it was just critic stuff I saw on the internet that was just dogging on it. People dogged on Sonic Adventure DX, and I love that game, so I shouldn't take the internet's word for it. Zinimano says, I hear Beyblade on GameCube is also pretty good. Or pretty wild. You know what? Nah, it's about Pokemon Channel, right? Totally need to bring don't bring that back. Don't bring that back.
Yo, Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire box?
I was about to say, somebody please bring that up. Please.
That would be funny.
Zinni brought up in chat earlier before he can get in on the call the Zelda Ocarina of Time Master Quest. Would not be opposed to that. Would not be opposed to that.
Mm-hmm.
It would be
Also
so
cool.
funny if they put up the Zelda Collector's Edition, because then you could play Wind Waker as well as a Wind Waker demo.
True. That would be really funny. And then maybe they can make an IRL tingle tuner with the C button with the capture, and I could shove it up. I'm just kidding.
Oh my god.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I mean,
genuinely-
they could also do Twilight Princess on GameCube.
Yeah, I can see that happening. That's gonna
That's
happen.
a given.
Yeah.
I will say I am very curious if they're going to somehow implement it to where you can use Tingle Tuner, because that is required for 100%.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
You need that to get like the tingle statues and whatnot. So
Don't worry, Chad. I'm gonna hack my Switch too. If I plug in a USB-C on the bottom and a USB-C at the top.
yeah, I'm very curious if they're going to like with like the GameCube adapter or something, allow you to connect to Game Boy Advance or something. That would be so wild if they
You're
did it,
so cool, but Nintendo's so not gonna do that.
No, they're not.
Unfortunately, like that's that. I mean, like I don't know. In a perfect world, that'd be amazing.
Yeah,
Hey,
it would be
have my copium.
Thank
Copium.
you. I'm gonna snort.
I
it
have
like
plenty.
a
I
crackhead.
really hope for a new Banjo-Kazooie game. Here, I got a butt ton you can hold on to. All the copium. This I say this with a grain of salt and a grain of hope, but this could be the era of Switch 2 where we get a new Banjo-Kazooie game on the system. If the system lasts 7-8 years and they actually make something and Microsoft's cool with it, this could be the system. And I can't say that's impossible because with the Switch 1 we got Banjo-Kazooie 1 and 2 and Banjo-Kazooie and Smash Brothers. There's really no rule saying we can't. So a little bit of copium, sure, but this could be the era. I'm going to hold out.
They just need to release Grunty's Revenge on the Game Boy Advance.
And nuts and bolts for the Xbox 360 Classics Online.
Yeah.
And Grab by the Ghoulies. And Mr. Pants.
God, I'm still
And Viva
surprised.
Pinata Pocket Edition.
Didn't they release like a whole like 18+ app and
They
then
did.
just not give us Conquer yet?
I still feel like it can happen. I've heard people say it can't, this and that. I feel like it can.
They literally made a mature app just to release like one game,
It
and
was
it's
like,
like,
yeah. Were we supposed to get Perfect Dark? Am I wrong? Or did we get Perfect Dark?
I think we did. Yeah,
We did get Perfect Dark.
I think I just don't log into the 18+ app, so I don't really think about us having that, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Conquer was there, you'd log in.
If Conquer was there, I'd be like, that app would be on my front page most of the time. I'm hoping to do a Conquer playthrough pretty soon.
Oh no, that Toys for Bob thing, they want to do it.
Yeah, they want to work on a Banjo game. I think if I had to guess, I'm going to guess they're working on maybe a Spyro game / maybe Crash game. Probably Spyro, I don't know. But I can see them maybe like getting the rights for Banjo and working on that now. Or soon.
Yeah, that would be insane.
I'm hoping. Fingers crossed, man.
The dream would be to have the Odyssey team make a Banjo game.
God, no, we're not good enough for that.
We're not good enough for that.
I love Banjo-Kazooie, but like if the Odyssey team's gonna work on anything, it's gonna be like your Donkey Kong. It's gonna be a Bowser game. It's gonna be something Nintendo.
Yeah.
They worked on a Game & Watch game, mother.
On Nintendo Switch, even if you just have one game,
Imagine Mr. Game & Watch, where it's just him in a he's 2D, but he's in a 3D real life world setting, and he just adventures out in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of dying.
Yeah, there you go.
I was looking at the 4 like players and like they're like the sample names for Mario Kart Online.
Mm-hmm.
Bowser is Paula. Peach, Marie. Okay, that's fine. Mario and Luigi, the 2 most iconic brothers. Yeah, their names are Akira and Jeff now.
Oh.
I'm calling these 2 Akira and Jeff.
can only be used with compatible games. This
Yeah.
feature is planned for several titles.
Super Akira and Jeff Brothers Super Show.
Yeah, if you're not watching the Akira show, you're gonna turn into a Goomba.
I love this one person's post. Rumor has it Switch 2 pre-orders in the US will be available at the end of the month, or May 8th. True.
Yeah.
One is confirmed, so...
I'm probably just gonna wait for the Nintendo one and just be
I
like,
don't
that's
blame
guaranteed.
you. That's likely going to be a guarantee. Like if GameStops are getting 100 and Nintendo's got their own thing going on with registration, they're going to hook us. They're going to hook up the gamers, if that makes any sense. So, as long as it gets to my house day one, I would like if I knew that, I would guarantee yeah, I'd go through them. Akira, Tetsuo.
with approximately double the pixels compared
I was gonna say, it's crazy to me that Conquer hasn't been released on N64 Switch yet. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that hasn't been released yet, like DK64, Diddy Kong Racing, Conquer. Like, there's a lot that they could still dive into. So I feel like Donkey Kong 64 is next, just because they could release that before Bonanza. I'd be like, yo, Donkey Kong, everything, you know, that'd be fun. Or they could pull a
day of.
Like, I'm still in the world of like, wow, we got Banjo and Tooie before Donkey Kong 64. Like, I don't know what it is, but that's wild to me. Like, I'm not gonna argue with it, but it's also kind of just questionable. So I don't know. I'm not arguing. I'm a happy chappy. I can play Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie on my Switch too, and that's awesome.
That's right.
But yeah, I think that's really it. The only question I had here at the end of my notes that I wanted to ask, which most of us have answered early into the stream, but my question at the end of my notes is, who's getting a Switch with what and why not, and what did we like? So, you know, who's getting a Switch? What are we getting at launch? What accessories? What are you interested in getting? If you're not getting a Switch now, what are you going to get with it when you do buy it with the Switch 2? And if you're not getting a Switch 2, why not? That's going to be kind of my ending question.
So, my question for that is, hey Zonic, what are you getting for the Switch, out of curiosity?
For the Switch 2?
Yeah.
So, minus the few accessories I bought recently, not the boring stuff. Switch 2, Mario Kart bundle. I'm getting a Pro Controller. I know I want to get a Pro Controller from the get-go. Definitely diving into the GameCube online. I wouldn't mind buying Yakuza 0 Director's Cut, but it depends on the price and if I'm really going to be playing that early on.
Okay, here's the
maybe.
counterpoint, right? Here's the counterpoint for why you should get it. There's a 4-player online versus mode.
Oh, holy frick, that's awesome.
Yeah, and there's like 60 playable characters.
Might have to consider the following. Maybe Deltarune chapters 1, 2, 3, and 4, because I would like, maybe I'll do 1 and 2 before 3 and 4 come out, and then stream those.
You should.
Definitely would like to cover Wind Waker if I can help it, because that'd be a fun one. F-Zero GX is like a one-off, and same with Soul Calibur 2. Could probably mix those in. And not getting the camera. I would like to get the GameCube controller, but not gonna die if I can't. I'm sure there's like other day one releases, but that's kind of like my main focus right now. If any of you guys have any other answers.
So I'll be taking I'll be getting everything you get for free. Thank you, of course, Sonic.
Frick yourself.
No,
I will buy you
me,
Welcome Tour.
Yippee! I don't have to spend $10 on that game.
Go. It's a pack-in from me to you.
No, I know I'm gonna be doing the bundle for Mario and that. I'm hoping to get the Pro Controller, but that might be a later thing down the line.
I don't think it's the end of the world if we can't get it day one. I would like to get it day one, but if for any reason I couldn't, like, I'd live.
Yeah.
I just want the system. System is like, no matter what, it's got to be the bundle. Also, rumor has it, 75% of the Switch 2s that are going out there are bundles of Mario Kart, so you might be forced into getting one of those if you really want to Switch 2, which for somebody like me is a plus, but if somebody just wants the Switch 2, oopsie doodles.
Honestly, I think the bundle is fine, just because
bundle's smart. Bundle's very smart.
There are 2 messages I saw in the comments that just freaking broke me.
What's that?
Okay, number 1 is the one moment where the stream chat wasn't flooded with drop the price was when the cow was on screen. Cow unites all.
That's so freaking good.
Yeah.
So
and
good.
then the other one said, Nintendo, play with your friends. Friends sold separately.
Also, above my head was the Switch 2 showing off the fan inside the dock. Let's give it up for the fan. Let's give it up for the fan. Good to have. Thank God, because I ain't gonna lie, overheated Switch 2s would be like a catastrophe, so they knew what they were doing. Shout out to the Mario Kart World. Can't wait to get 20th place. It sucks, but it sure beats 21st, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th.
I'm gonna be real. If I
I imagine you IRL showing up on the screen. I'm gonna be real. Dun, 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 dun.
I'm gonna be like zoom in on my face. Like,
just got like pores and everything.
I'm gonna be real. If I get 24th place on my first ever race in Mario Kart World, I'm going to kelp myself.
That's hilarious.
At this point, they might as well name the Penguin Cliff.
No, you know what's funny? You know how 12th was the worst? You get 12th in Mario Kart World, you place top 12, you place the top like 50%. That is like a perk now. Or in my opinion, my brain's going to think like if you make 10th or like lower, like 10th, 9th, 8th, so forth, that's winner circle. But if you hit anything above like 12th, I'm 14th. It's kind of sad. You get 20th, it's just packing in, but
This direct felt like it was using smart steering.
Let's examine that.
Yeah.
God, gotta get that wheel to feel like you're actually driving.
Man, to go back to the question you were asking.
Oh, yes.
For me, obviously, gonna get the bundle. I'm gonna get that bundle and I'm gonna try to get a Pro controller day one, if not like the week after or something like that. GameCube controller, I'm gonna hold off on. I don't personally need it, but I know I'm going to get it at some point.
That's fair.
I just need a new game controller.
Might be hard as crap to get anyway, so.
Yeah. But honestly, Mario Kart World might be the only game I grab day one because I'm going to have the upgrades to the
That's
Zelda
fair.
game,
Yeah.
that I'm going to be testing out. We got like games on the GameCube and like
We're set day one, really.
yeah, it's very easy because if anything, I'm gonna wait for my next game to be the new Donkey Kong game.
You only gotta wait a month.
Yeah, it's only a month away, and then I have another Warriors game to look forward to later this year.
Which I'm guessing is like a November release if I had to take a shot.
No, they said winter.
Winter?
So it's
oh,
December.
I guess it has to be December then. Yeah.
They didn't even say this year, so it could be anywhere from December to January, February.
January. I sure hope I get snowed in. I can play some of the new Hyrule Warriors game.
Yeah, same. But yeah, other than that, like, I don't really need anything else. I'm definitely gonna try to get a Pro controller.
Because you're not gonna get the camera and like get on screen with me and like dance around in Mario Party and pop your head out of. I'm kidding.
Look, it's been shown.
I probably would actually.
It's possible you could use any USB camera with it.
Oh, that's hilarious. Okay.
So if I can, I will do the meme with you off stream once.
Yeah, off stream, of course.
But other than that, no, I'm never gonna use that.
That's fair. I should use my freaking DSLR camera. $500 freaking camera, just hook it up. Yeah.
Get that 4K camera quality looking like potato.
Exactly. Wait, hang on. There's something missing. Put a little product plan on there. There we go.
I will say for the camera, it made me laugh my ass off during my reaction, but just seeing the head spin on the camera when you get hit in Mario Kart, that killed
the
me.
guy's smiling like you would not be smiling through that.
I was just like, that killed me. That was like, okay, you know what?
No, you're gonna be screeching
the
like
fact they can
ISO
detect
speed.
4 faces, I'm still pretty impressed by that. It's really
That is
cool,
pretty
actually.
neat.
Yeah, that is. Like, genuinely is really cool, but
Yeah.
let's be real. No.
Straza says, definitely gonna try to get the bundle. Not sure if I'll get it day one, but I will try to save it. Or try and save it. No, that's fair. The bundle is available up until like fall, so there's a pretty healthy amount of time, and I'm sure they're gonna have plenty of consoles. So we should be pretty good.
Honestly,
But yeah.
that is one question I had. Since the bundle's available up until fall, do we think there's going to be a bundle in like the winter season for like Christmas and stuff with the new Hyrule Warriors?
Probably not Hyrule Warriors. You're getting Deku's hopes up now. Look at what you've done.
Don't make me wait. All right.
Listen, it's a fair option.
Or more accurately, don't make me want to spend another $500.
Don't make me sell my Switch 2 immediately for another Switch 2.
Like, if they come out with a Zelda edition, like, within the year, I am going to just throw myself off a cliff because I won't be able to help myself.
I'm gonna be real with you. If they're gonna, I hate to be that guy. I know Zelda gets like special editions and whatnot, but if I had to be that like guy, like compared to Hyrule Warriors and Pokemon ZA, they would do a Pokemon bundle first. If I had to guess, like Pokemon would sell a lot, but it's also ZA, not like a mainline Pokemon game. So like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
If they come out with a Zelda edition like within the first year, I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm going to be homeless. Like, let's do it.
In the cardboard box eating ramen with their TV plugged into their neighbor's outlet, just playing on their
True.
Yes.
Legend of Zelda Special Edition Switch.
Yes. Yes. I just can't. The fear of missing out
I
on
may
that.
be poor, but I'm also miserable. I've got 2 USB-Cs in my hands. Pikachu used Thunderbolt.
Look, I missed out on years of Zelda Edition consoles and handhelds. I don't want to miss it again.
No, I understand.
Totally
understand.
Wait, Deku, did you miss out on the Nintendo, the Hyrule 3DS?
Yes.
Oh my god, the guy in the corner of that star, I swear to God.
Alright.
I think I might have that. I might be able to send that to you.
Which one?
The the top part's like the gold with the Triforce on it.
Oh, so that Hyrule edition. Okay.
I'm gonna pull the footage back. I want to get a good look at this guy and the star. He's my favorite part of this Superstar showcase.
Oh, that's another thing. Yeah.
Bro, pardon me for the rest of the podcast chat. I get one, but bro's getting coochie.
Bro's getting coochie. That's you. All right.
Going on underneath that camera.
Gotta go, everyone. So happy to chill with you guys and have a wonderful rest of the night. Thank you so much, Therese. I appreciate you.
Have a good night,
Have a
Therese.
good
It was
night.
good hanging with you.
But like,
Oh, my
what were we
eyes.
talking about?
Coochie.
Coochie.
Probably like bundles and like the Zelda and Pokemon and all that.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, no, like I hope they don't come out with a Zelda edition and for like 3 or 4 years so I can come back to it.
Clearly, Mario Party's like little flower here. They also should have been in Mario Kart. That would have made the $80 price tag worth it. Nintendo, take my ideas. They really should have.
Yeah.
The Wonder Flower was also not in Mario Kart, which people were kind of hoping for.
I also saw one critique that I kind of agree with for Mario Kart.
Yeah.
Kamek should have been the Wonder Flower and Kamek should have been a racer.
I could agree with that. I could agree with that.
Yeah, like it's kind of
Slap in the
BS.
face, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of BS to make Kamek an item or
Like
whatever.
when you if you take Kamek out of being like a racer at any point in time, like let's say they weren't ever in the cars for Mario Kart at any point in time, even their latest one with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, them as an item and in its own little world, like fun little idea. Kamek is always causing trouble in Mario games, but the fact that when you know the history behind them and them getting into 8 Deluxe and then becoming an item, that's like the equivalent of being like, it's like Little Mac if you were a Smash Fighter and then the next game they went, oh, we're gonna make them an assist trophy. It's kind of a slap to the face.
An assist trophy again.
Yeah, become an assist trophy again. Like imagine that happening. That's how that would feel. I know it's Mario Kart's not as big of a scale, but it's still kind of a slap.
It's just like that. The Kamek item it's just the Wonder Flower. They could have made it the Wonder Flower.
They really
it makes
could
me
have.
sad.
And there's the upgrades I want.
And you get them for
We've been at this for 5 hours, by the way.
We have.
Congratulations.
I appreciate that. We have a 5-hour freaking first episode of the podcast, which is incredible.
If you're gonna watch this,
I'm sitting on your window railing.
Dude, I can cover like somebody's like over 50% of their shift at work if they just listen to this.
I mean, you covered the
It's
remainder
wonderful.
of my shift, so plus.
Yeah. There you go. But yeah, we were kind of just more so like wrapping up with like any last like things you're getting. Like what else are you guys getting for your Switch too? Like Zanny, did you ever get to elaborate what you're getting day one?
You already know what I'm getting. I'm getting Mario Kart.
Yeah, you're getting Mario Kart.
Maybe Yakuza.
Yeah, maybe Yakuza, and then that's and then enjoy the GameCube Online. Go from there.
If I get anything else, it's gonna be like a Street Fighter amiibo or something.
That's fair. Is that
Just so I
day
can say I
one?
have one.
That's day one, yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's day one. So maybe
Bro, those are
maybe
gonna
in
get
that
those are gonna get hella scalp.
They probably are. They're gonna be big amiibo. And then Omega.
They
what
are
about you?
twice the size of regular amiibo.
honestly, besides just the bundle, I'm hoping to get the Pro Controller.
Yeah.
Though I do
I'm getting
kinda want
Omega the Luke amiibo.
We're getting Omega specifically the Luke amiibo for Streets.
Listen,
Yeah.
the Luke amiibo is the one I want, so I am okay with that.
I don't think I'm getting the whole set, but I think I would grab Luke. I think if I can grab Luke,
I know Omega enough to know that he would probably want Luke.
And then maybe
out
some
of
of the
three.
cards.
Yeah.
I think the cards come in one pack, so you'd have to get all of them.
Right. So you just have to buy the cards, which again, I would
Yeah.
buy. Street Fighter cards.
It's
sound
really nice
cool.
artwork.
It is. It's really nice. I think that's it.
I should boot up my copy of Street Fighter 6 actually.
I think that's it for episode 1 of the podcast, fellas. We did it. First episode's done. Not exactly sure when the next one will be. We're getting close to the end of this week, so I don't think I'm going to be scheduling one for next week. I think I'm going to give it like a nice little break, come up with my next idea, write down some notes, pull some people in, prepare that proper. But we'll see. I'm not going to guarantee anything. Maybe I will do one next week. We'll see. But we'll look into episode 2. I've got ideas for a couple episodes. There's one in particular I'm looking into wanting to do where it's just talking about VTubing, bringing in some VTubers, you know, asking their experiences and, you know, what they like, what they don't like, you know, maybe stories. I think that'd be fun. You know, all that kind of stuff. Talk about how long you've been VTubing or what you would like to change, what you would like to, you know, improve upon, what you think you've done better at in recent. You know, just really go into that subject. That'll be a subject for another day. And I'm sure that's not even going to be like a one-time episode. I think that'll be like a couple episodes with multiple people, because there's no way I'm going to be able to pull in VTubers for that and then make it one episode and move on from that subject. I'll probably do a couple of those. That'll be more of like an interview, I think.
Exactly.
Well, I'm gonna do a little chill. Chat, just be on the lookout for the next podcast, and the best way to do that is join the new Discord, the Sinopolis Zone.
Yeah.
That's right.
Anybody wants to keep up with like schedules or news or like events that we have, partake in the Discord. If anybody's watching the YouTube VOD, I don't really put my Discord in the VOD descriptions, but head on over to my Twitch. As a matter of fact, I should probably more so plug that in. If anybody ends up watching this YouTube VOD, you get to this point in the VOD, I appreciate you. I don't expect it to be a lot of people, but if there's anybody who gets to this point, check out my Twitch channel, Zach and Zonic. This is where you can listen to the podcast live. I also do other events and such, so please you know, pop on over there. You can even get into my Discord through my Twitch, so if that's where you want to find that, there you go.
Mandatory hi YouTube.
Yeah, hello YouTube.
Hi YouTube. Hi YouTube, you're looking very pretty today.
Anybody out there who's watched my content from God knows how many years ago, if you're still out there and you're listening to this, you're the real heroes. I appreciate you, and I miss you.
Right.
And I dang, it's the moan off again.
Oh, hold up.
Yeah, we're gonna get ready. We're gonna get ready to raid here. I see Razor saying they're getting EP, so they're gonna be going to bed here soon. That sounds good. Let's go ahead and get ready to do a raid, and then we'll head on out. There's someone in particular I really want to raid. Super cool person. Let me go through some thank yous real quick, and then we'll head on out of here. In terms of biddies, I believe some of the big emotes. Anybody who did the big emotes, thank you. Apparently it doesn't count in the bits section for some reason, but I know there's a couple big emotes in there, so thank you guys. I know
it counts in your rankings, but it doesn't pop up in your activity.
That's so weird. I know, like, in terms of redeems, all those were off for the sake of the podcast, but I think that worked out really well. There really wasn't, like, random sound alerts going off. I say this.
Now I can buy hamburger.
We do have this one, though. Regular bit donations are allowed to be on stream. So, Omega, thank you so much for the 50 biddies. There you go. Got a prime example of the sound alerts still going off for that. Anytime we get raids, hype trains, anything like that, that still happens. But, like, sound alerts, blurps, Tangia, whatever you want to call them, those redeems, all of those are off, and throwables and all that, even though throwables just aren't working right now. All of that is off for the sake of podcasts. That way we can keep the maintain the flow of the podcast. That way there's not like talk about bongs and all that going off. And I think that worked out really well tonight. That was a really good test, and we still had a lot of really good people hanging out here and talking with us. So that worked out. I was really worried that like that was gonna like derail people and go, oh, he doesn't have cool stuff, and they would leave. But we had a lot of really cool people here tonight, so highly appreciate it.
Yeah.
And then in terms of followers, Stoner Stan 101 as opposed to Sam Gamer 101. Thank you so much for the follow. Cass, Buckshot 599. Thank you guys for the follows today, and welcome to the cinema.
Wait, you said follows? Did you mean raids that first time? Because you said Sam Gamer 101 when you were saying follows.
I was being a jokester with the Stone Gamer person.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, no, speaking of raids, Gino the Puppet, Sam Gamer 101, Cassie Zill, thank you guys so much for the raids today. Welcome on into the cinema. Thank you so much for bringing your lovely peeps on over. And I believe I also had subs. Big Game Lancer 12 resubscribed at 6 months, but they've been subscribed for 19, going on 20. Thank you so much for the resub.
Heck yeah.
And I believe that is it. We are going to raid the lovely Miss Jackie CR. They're currently playing Blueprints. Super cool content creator. Most of you followed her from one of the previous raids I did. But they're super cool, very kind, and I'm hoping to get them on the podcast at some point. We're looking into possibly doing like a collab someday and hanging out, so that'll be really fun.
Oh, yeah.
Zach and Zonic is the raid message. Actually, you know what? Let's make it more fun. Let's make the raid message a bit more fun. I'm going to prepare one in chat, and then we can always like copy and paste it. If anybody does have the emotes, no worries. You can always just say the message. We're going to do first podcast raid.
Weapon safety mechanism confirmed.
Let's see, first podcast raid. Yeah, we'll go with
I
that.
was thinking we could do Broadcast64 raid.
Oh yeah, Broadcast64 raid. Well, yeah, let's go with that. That sounds more fun. So we're gonna go with that as our message. But guys, thank you so much for watching, fellas, in this call. Thank you so much for joining me on this first episode of Broadcast64. It went very well. Definitely, we're going to be fine-tuning some stuff. Somebody recommended I get a couch for a future stream because the 2 chairs definitely weren't doing it. We got Zenny sitting on the windowsill, and I think Deku's on their knees next to my desk.
Oh.
I will not elaborate. To the ending page.
But no, thank you for having us, Z.
Yeah, you're very welcome. And guys, thank you so much for being here, and we'll catch you on the next podcast episode.
See you later.
See you around.
Oh.